going to be smarter. I say my tag phrase is don't be baited, be better. And when I say be better, I don't mean don't fight, don't be on the don't I'm not saying be on some punk shit. I'm not saying that. But obviously they are grossly ineffective at combating the onslaught of what the MAGA has put on them. Like they just was
Character
totally
matters.
caught off guard. We don't know how it was possible. I think that they're mounting an effort. I'm gonna give them, I'm thinking people are gonna move smarter going forward.
Speaking out, I think we'll be a little bit more aggressive. To a certain level, it's brought some people to the tent to some degree, but at the same time, it's Gavin has proven with the whole thing with the redistricting. It's to a point now where they're going to be forced to kind of hit back. It's kind of we've passed that Rocky lost to Clubber Lang episode of the for the Democrats, and now we're in the we gotta get ready for the fight at some level, because otherwise we don't win the title back if we don't start swinging.
I was going to say, they're counting on us not doing it, right? What California is doing is not a surprise. It's literally what Texas did, and they know that we could do it. I think some of them are like, oh, shoot, they're actually going to do something to fight back. And then the nerve of them to say they're going to take California to court is hysterical, right, to do the exact same thing that Texas is doing.
I just want to say, somebody put in the chat that we don't want another Biden. Be clear, Mr. Biden at the time was the best candidate. He was a placeholder. Like, he was the only person at that time that could possibly win against Mr. Trump. He was a placeholder, and for some reason, Democrats went to sleep after that. Like, how could you not know that this was coming? How could you not plan accordingly? Like, and it's a lesson that I'm sure they've learned, because I knew when he got elected that he was a placeholder, and we took a sigh of relief because we were outside of that toxicity of the presidency, but they fell asleep at the wheel. How the fuck could you not know that he was a placeholder? So we don't have anybody else in the party that we knew. Nobody had a voice. Nobody established themselves. They just literally went to sleep. Meanwhile, Mr. Trump and the MAGA movement have been hard at work. Shit, but they've been working, and the Democrats were sleeping and being nice and being cordial and taking on causes that they shouldn't have been taking off. Instead of digging down, planning, strategizing, they fell asleep at the fucking wheel. So to the person that wrote, "We don't want another Biden," yeah, that moment right there. I agree with you. We don't want another Biden. Well, there's no disrespect to him.
I don't. Yeah. I would love another Biden, because while he was asleep, he certainly got a lot of shit done. So this has been the most progressive president we've had in history, maybe besides FDR. So I'd rather have Joe Biden asleep any fucking day of the year than this foolishness. So I don't know what y'all talking about, him being asleep. That man was served as a longtime senator. He had a lot of experience. He was a fucking vice president. And yeah, he pulled out. He's an older guy and everything like that, but he will be known in history as one of the most progressive presidents. So I don't know. Yeah, if y'all don't like the Democrats, or if y'all don't like Biden personally, that's fine. That's okay. But he got a lot of shit done. Okay, during tough times when we were struggling with COVID.
Yeah, I would also add, I think the other thing to keep in mind is there's two things here with Trump a little bit. First of all, there was money thrown towards him throughout these 4 years. He just, he kept trying to, he was campaigning when he was in that first term. It's an argument for, I agree with you, Robert, there's work behind it. But at the same time, there's money that was being thrown by Elon Musk, by other folks. And this is a president, and Trump is also unconstitutional. So he's not playing by any rules whatsoever. So it's one of those things where I don't want to see I want to see the Democratic Party organized, but I also don't want to go too far and beat itself up over somebody who, and I think I can never pronounce his last name, but Pete brought up, said it best. This is a president, Trump is a president, whether Republican or Democratic, we've never seen someone so unconstitutional, so much into grift, that and so much with enablers that he's brought in. Plus also, to the black vote for about, the black males who voted for Trump, he's enabled a set of people that really are, they're trying to be opportunists at some level, and I think that that's a lot. So I would say for the Democratic Party, definitely get organized, but make sure that you beat yourself. If you're going to beat yourself up over something, make sure it's for the right thing and the right reasons, not just because this is very, very unusual. But it still has to be fought against. And I think for Democrats, we can make that fight. I just think it's a matter of, again, thinking next level about who is going to be the party leaders and who can lead us into this, or at least out of this crap, basically. There's an opportunity here. But yeah, they will hit back. Like I said, they will have to hit back, because that's right now, that's all that you got to do. I'll land there.
One of the ways that I think we still underestimate is, Gavin Newsom wanted to balance what Texas did, right? Instead of going full on and getting as many districts as possible, because they should have known that other states can redistrict also, right? That's gonna happen. And so instead of just balancing Texas, they should have been like, all right, it's California, right? We could pull the most districts out of it as much as possible. They shouldn't have been shocked that the other states are gonna, start doing the same thing.
I don't know if they've been shocked. I think it's just come to a head. I think definitely with Texas, has got that spotlight because of the with the Democrats walking out. I think it's brought a spotlight to the whole thing. This has been going on for a while, this whole thing about redistricting. But I think with the state Democrats leaving the state, it seemed a little futile for some folks. But I think part of that was, the point of it was to bring attention to that, what's going on. And I think it's at least woke up a lot of people in other states about how much redistricting is on the ballot right now. I think that's a big part of the problem. A lot of the things that we're debating about.
Common also is the reason which commands us what to do and what not to do. If this is so, there is a common law also. If this is so, we are fellow citizens. If this is so, we are members of some political community. If this is so, the world is in a manner a state. For of what other common political community will anyone say that the whole human race are members? From thence, from this common political community comes also our very intellectual faculty and reasoning faculty and our capacity for law. Or whence do they come? For as my earthly part is a portion given to me from certain earth, and that which is watery from another element, and that which is hot and fiery from some peculiar source. For nothing comes out of that which is nothing, as nothing also returns to non-existence. And so also the intellectual part comes from some source. Death is such as generation is, a mystery of nature, composition out of the same elements, and a decomposition into the same, and altogether not a thing of which any man should be ashamed. For it is not contrary to the nature of a reasonable animal, and not contrary to the reason of our constitution. It is natural that these things should be done by such persons. It is a matter of necessity, and if a man will not have it so, he will not allow the fig tree to have juice. But by all means bear this in mind, that within a very short time both thou and he will be dead, and soon not even your names will be left behind. Take away thy opinion, and then there is taken away the complaint. I have been harmed. Take away the complaint. I have been is taken away. That which does not make a man worse than he was, also does not make his life worse, nor does it harm him either from without or from within. The nature of that which is universally useful has been compelled to do this. Consider that everything which happens justly, and if thou observest carefully, thou wilt find it to be so. Do not say only with respect to the continuity, the series of things, but with respect to what is just, and as if it were done by one who assigns to each thing its value. Observe then as thou hast begun, and whatever thou doest, do it in conjunction with this, the being good, and in the sense of which a man is properly understood to be good. Keep to this in every action. Do not have such an opinion of things as he has who does thee wrong, such as he wishes thee to have, but look at them as they are in truth. Man should always have these two rules in readiness. The one, to do only whatever the reason of the ruling and legislating faculty may suggest for the use of men.
And I think, and we saw a lot of angry people.
Stupid ass scenario occurred, or any stupid ass scenario you can like contrive. Thank you. Have a nice.
I want to say something.
No. I asked. Hold on. Everybody done jumped up the mic. Anyway, I was trying to talk to you earlier, Ashley, because I was trying to tell you that arguing with concrete is like he's going to use the Merriam-Webster definition of consent. He's not going to talk about legal definitions of consent or things about that's not going to work because he's just going to say consent. It just means that the person agreed. It doesn't matter if they agreed under duress. It doesn't matter if they agreed because they're about to drown, as in Necro's example. All that matters is that they agree. Right, so it doesn't the point will not go further than that. So I think we can just move past because they're just gonna agree that you consented, even though I don't understand how that works because I just don't believe humans can. I don't think humans are property. So I just
it's a fun brain exercise.
No. I agree with you.
I'm saying I agree with that's why I avoid arguing with concrete because you have to think of other ways to come at his arguments. Because that's why I do enjoy arguing with
I'm
concrete.
not saying you can't
and
enjoy
debating
it. I
against
was just
concrete.
going to say he's not using the same working definition, right? When we're talking about consent and power dynamics, we're usually talking about the Fry's model, since he wants to bring up Me Too around consent, but he's not using that definition around there. And and to the power imbalance thing, it's not that all things have to be equal, right? It's just that we have agreed in society.
To get there, Nate.
I
can't even get the opportunity to get there.
Wait, can I just quickly say something?
I'm so
I agree with you, Nate. She's not gonna I agree with you, Nate.
Hold on.
All right. I'm back. I'm sorry. Every time I try to leave you guys alone to have the conversation by yourselves, it doesn't work out. So, Neek was not. I understand. Someone had a question for Neek, but let Neek land, please. Let her land. After she's done, then guess what? The next person could go, but let her land.
Final point to the idea of all things don't have to be equal, but I do think that we as a society have agreed to not maybe we collectively agreed, but there are rules in place as to when non-consent does occur, and that's usually between prisoners and COs, between students and teachers, between children and adults, because we realize that there is a limit to how far we're allowing a difference to occur, and that's where the non-consent because we've agreed that can't be consensual, period, even if there's an agreement. Go ahead, Ashley.
So I want to say I agree with you, Annie. Sorry for interrupting you, but she's absolutely right. With a guy like him, we can push the legal definitions and everything, and this guy just didn't consent. That's when I asked him, okay, when you bring up trying to compare me to children and stuff, and I said to him, Okay, do you think it's perfectly fine if a 12-year-old says she consents to having an adult with a 30-year-old man? Do you agree? And he refused to answer. Then Nero asked him a similar question. He refused to answer. And him refusing to answer, we already know his mindset then. In a perfect world, he probably wishes that it goes this way, consent is done, people can do whatever. Because he doesn't want to answer, he just wants to say his point. And it's actually like I don't know how to explain it, to be honest. It's actually mind-boggling.
Yes, but I'm just saying I don't need training wheels. Like, I want to make my own arguments, and then I'm not allowed to because everybody else tries to put training wheels on me.
No,
I'm
putting
capable
training wheels.
of making my own arguments.
I wasn't putting training
I
wheels.
said
I was
I
just
want to
agreeing
try,
with you.
and he said, you know, we can go back and forth. You know, that's all I wanted was a back and forth to be able to fully flesh out my point, and I can't do that when I have people interrupting every 2 seconds.
She likes
Yeah, I mean, just in general though, it's
sorry,
like the
Colin, but she like white people. Like she don't take negative criticisms. You know, even if they're like constructive.
yeah.
I enjoy the argument. That's all I'm saying. I enjoy the argument. I enjoy the back and forth. I enjoy the back and forth.
I mean, like that is the thing with you guys.
Guys, so I just
No. Let me just say real quick.
I hardly ever interject on the stage. Like I was quiet most of the day. I hadn't hardly said a doggone word, and then I finally said, "Hey, I have a minute." I do want to go back and forth with Congress on this. It is a fun back and forth. It is a good way to exercise the brain.
I was agreeing with you. You're being defensive.
guys.
Or are women have any other ethnicity?
I do. Yeah. So Concrete was like he said essentially. I mean, by his own logic, he would have to. I mean, logically say that there's nothing wrong with his daughter consenting to be my sex slave for the rest of her life. I mean, because we both consented in the scenario. Where basically she agreed, even if she was desperate after when she was drowning, and so that's sort of Concrete thinks is actually moral, and so if he thinks that that's moral, then that's fine. I don't see how he is, anyone can consider him a moral person.
Yeah, so, Neek, I don't know, you thought Necro was
That's just a question, and you go ask. I just said to his example.
One second, ma'am. I had to listen to you. But submerge my excellent point by employing a degenerate fucking brain dead white dude. That hurt my heart. Anyway, it's basically if I were to tell you that cars are not inherently immoral, and you're like, what if somebody took that car and rammed down a whole bunch of 12-year-olds? Would you say cars aren't immoral then because the car rammed down the 12-year-olds? That's what he did. Stop, Dottie. It doesn't invalidate the argument that cars slavery simpliciter is not immoral. Is it here? I'll just clarify since could it be used in an immoral way? And already granted this. Yes. Is it inherently immoral? No.
Who drives the car? Are you talking about moral standards? You're talking about putting moral standards to objects that aren't human. That's why that just doesn't make sense.
Immorality is wickedness. If you're doing wicked shit, wicked behavior, you're immorality. Wicked.
Slavery is
who's driving the car?
Slavery is fucking wicked, homie. If I can group up a bunch of rascals and make them live in their homes, I think that's pretty fucking wicked.
So
I would actually.
So according to Concrete, essentially, he thinks that people have the right to be able to go, and if they have the right to own a car, that's the equivalent of being allowed to go and kill somebody down the street with a car. To Concrete, do you not realize you're arguing that people should have the right to, like, what my scenario, where your daughter could agree to be my sex slave? Like, you're arguing that should be a right, right?
Concrete, my argument would always be that a power imbalance and is always immoral. Like, you cannot consent in that way. So, I mean, it kind of just, it disproves your entire thing that it
What
can't
about
be moral.
employer-employee aspect?
That's different than agreeing to be somebody's slave for 7 years or however long.
You use the word
Yeah,
always.
but it's at will. It's at will, Samoa. It's at any time I could walk off my job and say I quit, and there's nothing they can really do about it, right?
It depends.
They could fire me at any point.
I mean, it depends what I see.
You know, the problem is you won't be able to put food on the table if that happens, so you can't make that decision.
But you could still quit and go to a different job. Like, if you trade your freedom, you do not have that option. So I can't just say, oh, I don't like you as my boss. So, you know, I know I agree with this.
Says I can be your slave. Hold on. Somebody says I can be your slave for 3 days for $1 million. Is that person consenting? Yes or no?
So.
Not if there's a power imbalance.
I mean,
$1 million shows you the power imbalance. Yes or no?
Bro, a fucking nigga wasn't being. Why y'all trying to question dumbass little girls and shit on stage like I ain't on here, bro? A fucking slave ain't being a slave.
You don't want the smoke. Just shut the hell up.
Nigga, suck my dick, nigga.
Yeah, I mean, just in general, I mean, Samoa, I just would like to ask you this. We had a law that, you know, if a policeman beats up a black man, but if he gets up after 3 days, isn't thing that would be acceptable?
Black niggas get out for doing dumb shit all the time, though. I ain't gonna lie, bro. They be letting them niggas right out. I'm a product of.
Yeah, what was your question again, Necro?
Yeah, like if we had it where like simply policemen, you know, beat up, you know, if a policeman beats up a black man, trying to restrain him, but if he gets up after 3 days, you know, he gets off a day or two. Is that moral?
I don't even know what that means.
That's
well, you're saying.
What the hell does that mean, bro?
Hold on a second. So you're defending the idea that a person engaging in a contract where they can lose their freedom and their employer can actually use force to be able to get them to incentivize to do work.
Work with the hypothetical that I offered. A person is going to give up their freedom for 3 days for $1 million.
So what if I refuse?
Work with that.
What if I refuse to do work for you when in the?
Well, then you wouldn't take the $1 million, right?
No, you'll have to kill.
The reason why you would hold on. The reason why you would take the $1 million, you are giving up your freedom. Does that mean they can do anything that they want with you, and you're going to agree to this?
Sam,
then what would you call it?
It's not slavery if I have to pay my property.
If you can do what?
If I have to pay my property, that's not slavery.
What an idiot! It's not your property yet.
Slavery.
You're acquiring the property with $1 million for 3 days. Now it's your property. But the reason of the consent was because the incentive that's being offered for the $1 million. The slave is going to be the slave categorically for $1 million. That's the disparity, right?
What are you talking about? Real slavery. No slave work for $1 million. Let's get back on real subject. Real copy. No slave work for $1 million is disrespectful to my American heritage, bro.
I just want to clarify.
Hold on, white and Nika shop.
I just want to
Hold on.
I just want to
Let's talk. Those motherfuckers were properties. No, I'm not. They didn't live in properties. They were.
No, let Frank cook. Hold on.
Yeah. You were properties. You were.
Come on, man. What is it? ESL segment? The ESL? Like, what is this from?
It's crazy. It's not the dream.
All right. I responded to Ashley because Ashley says whenever there's a power disparity, it is always immoral. That's what she said. Okay?
No, I was talking
right, because you didn't handle the hypothetical on whether it was framed, Necro. Right?
Essentially, what you're counting is
we're not about to have a big house. A big house.
Frank.
A big house.
Frank, French elbow. He just hit you with a French elbow, bro.
I've been trying to respond. So basically, Samoa, what you're talking about is where people are getting paid.
Oh my God, James, let me borrow that code.
Working for 3 days. They're not.
No, not working. No, not working.
They're okay. So they're for 3 days. They don't have their freedom, but they get $1 million. But that's slavery.
Yep.
$1 million. You're a slave.
Hold on, wait. Hold on.
You realize
so
how absurd that's
before you were a slave, you were not in bondage. Now you're a slave, you are in bondage. So for this 3 days, you were in bondage. Voluntarily a slave. You can voluntarily be a slave. Yes, that's absolutely right. Do you agree with that?
Yeah. Bro, you know how hard the Africans would have worked for that $1 million? This is a horrible argument. This is
Hey, take it easy.
So you're going to argue that essentially athletes, that NBA players who make ridiculous salary, who sell themselves into...
Why is Necro running away from the hypothetical? Stop running.
You look at hypothetical.
Necro, bring that ass here, Necro.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Necro, hold on.
Yes.
Hold on. What someone said, hello? It's not absurd. What someone just described in nature servitude. It's a contractual agreement. For 3 days, you get $1 million, and the person gets to treat you like a slave. Yeah, we've done that in history before. It's called indentured servitude, and that is not slavery. Slavery, there's a...
Hold on.
Hold on a second.
Why'd you intervene, bro?
No, I did not intervene. I'm just describing what you
so what do you call this?
It's not slavery. It's called indentured servitude. Hold
on. Nigga, that's a job. $1 million to work for 3 days is a fucking job, bro.
Come on,
$1 million to work for 3 days? We all take I'm cleaning cow shit. I'm struggling master shoe.
Exactly. So I agree with you.
Just relax. What Ash?
Alright, so every time I try, you guys are not able to do it. I'm back. Hello, my name is Knowledge. I am going to attempt to allow Samoa and only Samoa to speak. Samoa, please attempt to speak without anybody interrupting you.
Thank you very much, kind sir. Thank you very much. Yes, the statement that was made was whenever there is the presence of a power disparity, it is always immoral, it being of slavery. I gave a hypothetical, right, where a person is going to be a slave for 72 hours. Start the clock, $1 million will be transferred at the end of the 72-hour period. Okay? So within the 72-hour period, this person is a slave. Now, please, is this person, address the hypothetical, please. Address it, please.
Okay, I can address it. I was going next, okay? So I can address it, okay? What you're referring to, right? So I want to ask you, like, are you a capitalist? Are you, like, I don't know. But anyways, right?
I don't want to be mean. Ashley.
Just what you
said. So as I was saying, wait, I'm not done.
Let me now.
No, I'm not done. I just want to finish my point.
Answer the
No, I didn't interrupt you. Just let me say. I want to answer.
Question. Don't ask any question. Just entertain.
Okay, I'm gonna say no, and I'm gonna elaborate, okay? The reason why it's so different, so when Cannon spoke up, said, yo, you're disrespecting my history, he's absolutely completely right. Because, like, what you guys are doing is comparing I would call it modern day capitalism, where people argue about reporting that to historical slavery, and that's just not the same thing. Because why is different? Because at least you're getting paid. And you do it because you're getting paid, so it's more voluntary compared to modern, like, historical slavery, where you're being forced to do the labor, and you're not getting paid.
You got the time?
Don't forget about the will. Don't forget about getting separated from your parents. Don't forget about getting murdered. Many white folks don't understand.
Hold on. Cannon, hold on. Samoa, it's okay. She either doesn't understand or can't answer. Neko, would you like to entertain Samoa's question? Would you like to entertain or answer Samoa's question?
Yeah, I mean, to me,
Go ahead.
like,
Keep it short, please, because you require a short answer.
I promise I will. It will take less than 20 seconds. So yeah, I find it absolutely absurd that the idea that people, simply have 72 hours where they, have to work for somebody and then they get legal hours. That's in any way slavery.
Oh, Cannon would say.
Okay. Thank you. So they can consent, right, Neko?
Yeah. I think Ashley wanted to respond to the question.
So I'd like to respond. So obviously Ashley is wrong. The idea that whenever there's a power dynamic, it's slavery. It's nonsense. You don't have the same power as your boss. So obviously, it's not slavery, right? Secondly, if you enter into a contract where you agree to do something for payment, remember, you agreed. Even if there's a power dynamic, it's still not slavery. In slavery, there's an involuntary part. The person doesn't agree to be a slave. The person is taken into slavery against their will. That is a very key component of the definition of slavery. Necessarily. Now, the people who enter the contract, we had a very specific name for that. It is called indentured servitude, which means you enter into a contract to do work or labor because you owe a debt or you are being paid for your labor.
When the consciousness is full of body is carried outside itself by sublime alienation.
Not slavery.
Bring it down. If you have your own freedom, it doesn't mean that you are not a slave.
Like, what do you think?
That was just a weird Marxist. Paying no price, except that agency is a spectrum. They start off with zero agency, which would be slavery, so zero freedom. As an indentured servant, you have the agency to actually negotiate and initiate a contract, right? And that's when the agency comes. Now, terms of the contract could be similar to slavery, but you had the agency and freedom to negotiate. Not a good thing.
You guys are letting Matt.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you guys are letting Matt pigeonhole this whole hypothetical. The hypothetical doesn't have to be a 1-to-1 ratio. It can be a person that has a wife. Like, you guys ever seen that movie, like Indecent Proposal? Like, where dude had to give his wife up for like $1 million for everything because they were filming the economic strife of debt and things. So the woman, let's just say your wife, right, owes a debt for $1 million, and the offer that's being made is you will get $1 million if you are enslaved for 72 hours. Now they're not buying you, right? They're just taking the debt of somebody else that's foreign to you. What is the difference between a person lending another person $1 million to hand you over? You gotta add the third variable. The third variable is it's not a direct transaction between two parties. It's you doing the slavery act for the somebody else's debt.
But you're a fucking slave then, bro. Y'all can keep missing the words of the
agency to negotiate the terms of what's happening in
No, it's your wife.
Be a slave.
Real freedom.
Thank you very much, guys. I do appreciate it.
Consent
is when you don't have limited time.
Consent, agency, and ability to leave, right? Which fits in.
I mean, but you can always dump your wife, though, right? Okay.
Yes, you can. But if
there you go.
If I don't have a choice and they come and they take me and then they put me into slavery or work for 3 days.
Oh, you're pivoting back to your definition. Yeah, so remember, you can dump your wife, so you always have consent. Yeah, so you can always consent to this point. Regardless of
some people fought and died before they came a slave, homie. You over here giving us one option, bro. My great granddad died before he came a slave, homie.
Hold on a second. Yo, listen, Kenan, I don't know who you are, bro. But in this room, we have conversation about a whole bunch of shit. If you're not man enough or mature enough to handle the conversation,
buddy, I'm sorry about.
I'm sorry about my tone of voice, bro.
Thank you for the apology. I need you to stay off your mic while other people speak. Then, when it's your turn to speak, Knowledge said you can say whatever the hell you want to say, according to Knowledge, okay? So, wait your turn.
Can I come in?
No.
Who hurt you?
Who's next, bro? I'm getting in trouble. No fucking reason.
No, go ahead.
No, you're not. You've been disruptive ever since I came in here.
That was a joke. Ocean, go. Yo, yes, that was a joke. Ocean, that was a joke.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, so freedom, real freedom is when you can actually not be limited by a certain set of paths. So if you have like three choices, and these three choices is that whether you sign this contract or that other contract or the third contract, you will not have well-being. So this is in a way limiting you, right? So if you have many choices of paths, and you can actually choose not to choose one of them or choose one of them, this is real freedom. But if you are limited and your possible paths toward well-being will not happen unless you trade your freedom to another person, this is slavery. This is modern slavery.
Can I interact with Samoa's hypothetical?
Yeah, Ashley, after Kanan, he hasn't had a chance to speak.
Can I go after Ashley?
Like, I know I come off so disrespectful, bro. But as a black American that grew up in these fucking United States, and I got me an attempted murder charge, and I'm in college, I done did a lot of shit from stop being a black American I be, bro. I got Who muted me, bro? Like I said, at the end of the day, Violet over here talking about, okay, you've been disrespectful. Bro, you ain't even been here. I've been in here since 4 o'clock last night. You feel me? So, like,
why are you addressing me? What are you addressing me for?
You came out of nowhere talking to me, and I look at your profile, you're Puerto Rican and fucking...
I was not even talking to you. I wasn't even talking to you.
It don't matter. If you're not on the stage,
No, I'm not. I don't care. I don't care.
You think, I gotta shut the fuck up. No one cares.
No, Haggard, he's a disruption. That's period.
That's why I gave him space to speak so he can show himself, right? Well, we got belt to ass for news, so it's good. All right, who's next? Yeah, I think it was Ashley.
Please.
Okay, if I can make my argument without having 50 other people coming off. Okay, so Samoa, I need to ask some parameters around your hypothetical. After 24 hours, see, this is what happens.
Are they still stumped on the slavery issue or no?
Yeah, we're talking about hypothetical, and then when it gets back, we'll revisit. My questions are: after 24 hours, does the person have the ability to say, I want to forego the $1 million, and I want to walk away? I need to know that parameter.
I just want to
Ashley,
I asked to go next, please.
Yeah, Dottie did. Dottie, you'll go after
Daddy.
No,
go ahead. Let it go.
Oh, thank you. I know Cannon was like getting emotional to bring back up because I actually kind of agree with him because he's African American, and for this point only, not only, but so when we talk about modern day slavery, what people are saying is, well, we're in modern day slavery, so why not go to the historical slavery since the slavery here is still bad, even though back then it was worse, right? So, let's go back all the way to the 90s with the records labels for rappers, which was modern day slavery, like Tupac. They're signed to labors. They had no choice to do anything, right? There's a reason why you see Black Americans, they celebrate Kanye West and all these other rappers for getting the patents for their own music, right? The royalties, basically, because the funds all go into him. And I think the first person that spoke to it, the reason why everyone loves Michael Jackson, because he said that the music awards, this is going wrong, this is what they're doing, and he was referencing the 90s because it was an ongoing thing, but now you're seeing most musicians branch off of that type of modern day slavery that happened in the 90s, right? So it's not like anyone's saying, I guess my whole point is just like, yeah, modern day slavery is bad, and that's why you're seeing more people get out of it and be more entrepreneurship and have the profits go to themselves and getting out of that like grip hold of corporation. So like, I just don't get what you're trying to say.
Yeah. Okay. No. I, as someone who has studied the subject, the use of the term modern day slavery is disrespectful to former slaves who have went through tremendous hardship. When you enter a contract, you are not a slave. You voluntarily enter that contract. Okay?
I didn't use it. I was just saying his words.
Once again, what we call slave, these people were taken against their will, put into bondage against their will, to do labor or whatever the duty was against their will. They could not say no, right? They could run away, but they could not say no, right? They could not say, oh no, I need a raise, I need better this, I need better that. There was no negotiation. That does not exist today, but in a few places, and those people are still, whatever they are slaves. Working for money, just because you don't like your job, just because you don't like the condition of your job, doesn't mean you are a slave. You voluntarily enter into a contract to do a work. That is not slavery.
Matt, I have a
That is you being
question
stupid. That is you being stupid and accepting low wages because you refuse to do
No,
wait, Matt, I have a question.
Yeah, so
I just want to say to Matt, I agree with you. I'm not like, I wouldn't, if you were listening, if you listen to, he literally was direct.
Yes, I understand. But
And you let people go.
Yeah.
People have been trying to.
Sorry, I'm going to be like less than a minute.
Yes, it's El Nathan. If El Nathan wants you to engage, he can say that. But it's El Nathan's turn.
It's fine. She can engage if you want to. Let her engage.
But I was just gonna say, I wasn't agreeing with the guy when I say modern day slavery, because that's what he was talking about. I don't agree. I agree with you completely. That is different. But he's trying to use capitalism structure to like justify why we should go back to slavery. So that's what. Because, like, you know, there's the ideology about capitalism being modern day slavery.
I was not trying to justify, like, all days. Like, I'm saying that all of them are wrong.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with historical slavery? For you to say, sugar belly. You're literally just talking about capitalism and how much it sucks. That's really all you're doing.
No, the thing is, like, when you are in a police station and then they demand you, if you don't know the laws, don't speak, because take a lawyer, for example. People can agree with things, but they don't have the full knowledge about the consequences of this decision. Signing a contract or whatever, like, they will not know how much of their freedom they are going to trade. Right?
Yeah, but you can't say it's historical slavery. And I use your own language, right?
I didn't say that.
Interrupting?
No, because he's trying to use like modern day like contract stuff, and that's why Matt was like trying to correct me, saying, "Well, that's basically that's capitalism."
Look, Matt. Matt made a bad argument.
Question from Matt.
Hold on, Sugar Belly.
That's why I said, why do you think most people are trying to get patents because of bad contracts? That's why I'm asking.
Hold on. So Matt is trying to say that the only form of slavery that exists is if somebody is taken against their will. We all understand that that's not the case, right? There are other forms of slavery where somebody volunteers to, devote themselves to the thing. You can think of like a monk where they themselves have, taken on this particular role for whatever spiritual reasons. Look, maybe we need to put a definition of slavery on the table. And if you take the definition and you make it only somebody take it against their will, then okay, you win, right? That's not the definition that.
Yeah, so like that's kind of what my question is about.
Sugar Belly, please.
Yeah, it's freedom depends internally.
Samoa, please.
So
Sorry,
No.
is there a queue?
A
I
request
just
denied.
don't want to.
No, there's no queue. There's no queue. But
Okay, cool.
there should be some decorum. But there's no over talking. There should be some
No,
decorum.
Concrete, I'm not trying to over talk you. I just want to know who I can
But you
go after.
know, you might not doing it intending, but it just so happens
Just
that
let
you
me
are.
know who I can go after so I can show
There
up.
was a queue, right? So we're gonna have El Nathan speak, and then we're gonna have Sugar Belly speak, and then Concrete can jump.
Wow.
They've been waiting for a minute.
Sugar Belly just got
Concrete, hang up. Can you add me to the end?
Somebody just said hi, Sugar Belly.
Did you hear me? Hey, can you confirm you heard me, Hagop? Because earlier I guess they couldn't hear me.
ISO
Can you add me to the end? Can you add me to the end,
Okay,
please?
you'll go after Concrete.
Hello, Sugar Belly. How you doing? Go ahead, El Nathan is on you.
Concrete.
It's El
Sorry,
Nathan's turn.
Concrete,
Okay.
sorry for interrupting you.
Sugar Belly.
Alright, can you hear me?
You're good.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
good.
baby, we can hear you.
Make me careless, Sugar Belly. Alright, go ahead.
No, so I think as Concrete was trying to say earlier, sort of definition would help the conversation, you know, like defining what the term we refer to is, right? So if you say what is slavery, then if we have definition, then it's easier to argue whether or not a thing qualifies as that definition which we have all agreed on, right? But if looking at sort of the basic definition, it's about not just what we feel, but also legally, so like de jure and de facto property. So property in law and property in practice, right? And so the latter is more difficult to assess because people have different definitions. For example, with sex, right? Some feminist scholars would say all sex work is some kind of slavery. Others would say would disagree, right? And so if you look at the laws, for example, there are legal definitions of the term. Like there is, you know, from the 20s before the United Nations, there was the League of Nations, 1926, and they said they defined it in sort of the League of Nations Slavery Convention. If you move forward to sort of other academics definitions, there's sociologists, for example, like Patterson, who define it in very strict terms, like the permanent violent domination of another person where there's alienation and dishonor. So each of these terms in turn need definition. So I think that the conversation would benefit with, first, can we define can we agree on a basic definition of the terms? Now, from that definition, I think it would be easier for all of us to argue the points. It's like arguing from different definitions of the term slavery. Are we limiting, and this was where I think moderators will come in great. If we can say, to make this conversation better, can we at least agree on the basic minimum for the definition of what this term means? And then we can begin to argue whether or not certain hypotheticals fit the definition or not. I don't know if this guy wants to add that.
All right, Coolio. I'm so glad you said that because when Matt was saying like what he was saying, that was kind of when I sort of like perked up. When he said calling like it modern day slavery is insulting to like people that went through actual slavery, and then, you know, kind of gave the example of taking somebody against their will forcibly and so on and so forth. And the reason why is because what constitutes as slave is not really about how the person got into the state of slavery. It's about the conditions under which the person is and like whether or not those conditions qualify for slavery. So by definition, a slave is a person who is forced to work or obey another person, or forced to be excessively dependent upon or be controlled by another person, and then in some systems may be considered the property of another person, right? This is what a slave is by definition. So it has nothing to do with how the person became a slave. And I just wanted to point out, because like you're trying to make this distinction, the truth of the matter is that like the only reason why modern day slavery tends to involve people, you know, signing work contracts that are actually, you know, really bad and so on and so forth is because, you know,
by dint of modernization, certain actions that used to be quite common in the past, that used to be quite easy to perform in the past, have become quite difficult. And one of those actions is taking people forcibly against their will. So in most countries in the world right now, if you attempted to seize people by force in order to enslave them, that would trigger some sort of police response or trigger some sort of governmental response, like almost immediately, which means that like it's quite impractical for enslaving people. And so that's the reason why in modern day slavery, the primary means of enslaving people is disguised as legitimate work, right? But my point is that I completely disagree with what you said, Matt, because the vehicle by which somebody enters into a state of slavery is irrelevant. What is relevant is whether or not the state that they're in qualifies as slavery or it doesn't qualify as slavery. And, you know, in a lot of these like modern day slavery situations, the state does qualify as slavery. The person is not able to voluntarily stop the work. The person has somebody that they have to obey, otherwise there will be, you know, serious consequences, danger to their physical well-being, danger to their life, or whatever it is. The person is not able to leave the situation, the person is not able to stop or get out of the situation, and they are forced to be excessively dependent upon, or, you know, in some cases they are even owned or considered the property of the people that, you know, are enslaving them. And that checks all the boxes for slavery. So it is slavery. Like I just don't understand this business of like, oh, it's an insult to the other people who did real slavery. The people who did slavery in the past, it was slavery. The people who are doing slavery in 2025, it is also slavery. The only difference is the vehicle by which they got into the slavery, but it's still the same thing.
I think you and I agree that is you and I agree that is the same definition that I provided. I would even say yes, there are slaves today. For instance, the people that I don't know, they give their passport and then you gotta get it when you get there and then you get into passport. Yeah, that would be slavery too. So my definition is applicable to today, and this is why I reject the term modern day slavery. Normally, and socialists, whenever they use that term modern day slavery, they imply that people that enter legal contractual work to be slavery because they lack some independence while they're working or whatever the issue may be. People say because they get a low wage for the work that they do, it is slavery. And I say, no, it's not. If you consciously enter into a contract and the contract is being obeyed by both parties, it is not slavery. No matter how unfair it is toward you or you feel that the contract is unfair toward you, you voluntarily entered into a contract.
No, hold on. We got a problem. Just one line. The term indentured servitude exists for a reason. I just want to be sure, like, where we're kind of getting wires crossed, right? The test of whether or not this is slavery is not about you entered it. The test is the day you decide you want to up, the day you decide you want to leave, the day you decide you don't want to do more, are you free to stop, leave, and go away? It's the test.
Right.
Hold on. Come on, man. Hold on. Let's do a definition.
Leave room for that.
What's your definition? I want to hear a definition.
The common Oxford definition of slavery, of slave. That's the definition.
What is it?
Two words. A person who is forced to work or obey another and is considered to be their property.
All right, great. So the force to work, why would that be a necessary component?
Because it's against your will. Because it's against.
So then you're just defining it. Look, so I just take it that even if we were to use your definition of against your will, I could still find an argument why that wouldn't be immoral inherently. And we all understand. I'm about to. Obviously, I'm about to. We could easily understand how taking somebody who was an invader to your country, and we would just consider that maybe a prisoner of war, where you would take that prisoner of war and put him into slavery. Where now, as a form of their punishment for invading your country, they now have to work and they're owned by the state. What's wrong with that? It's against their will. It's against their will.
Still slavery.
Yeah, it is slavery. What's wrong with that?
You have a justification. No, you're providing a justification for the slavery.
Yes, that's what makes it not immoral. That's what makes it not immoral.
No, it is silly moral. Forcing someone to work against their will is silly.
Okay, great. So punishing. So now what you've made immoral is punishing criminals. You've made punishing criminals immoral.
Yeah, but the punishment is not slavery.
The punishment is slavery in this case.
Why is the punishment slavery?
Because that's what we decided as a state. Yes.
Therefore, it's immoral. Yeah. Then
okay, great. So you've invalidated. You keep baby and throw. You want to try to throw out the bathwater and keep the baby. No, you got to get rid of all of it. Why? Because the baby's inside the bathwater. If you cannot punish criminals, then your whole society just collapses now. And since we don't want to collapse our society, we'll punish criminals, and then this is the way that we'll punish them. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Wait, I just want to be sure of something. So, is Matt's argument against?
I'm waiting.
Is Matt's argument basically that, we shouldn't punish criminals with slavery, but we can with other things?
Like capital punishment, right? You can kill them. You can keep them in solitary confinement. You can make them fucking being 20 years walking yard and being subjected to all manners of evil. But slavery, oh no, too much.
I mean, I'm not against punishing certain types of criminals with slavery, but I don't think it should be a general punishment.
That's a separate issue.
So the thing that is self-imposed slavery, which is by consenting, is considered to be, for me, like, it is self-harm. And I don't agree with self-harming.
What do you mean self-imposed slavery? Describe that.
Agreeing to be a slave is like you are being consenting to be a slave is basically self-harming, and I treat it the same way as suicide. You are trading your own freedom. You are signing something, and then you agree to trade your own freedom because sometimes it is because of frustration, anxiety of the future. Limitation of chances, and there is no equal opportunities for all, that you find yourself in much less opportunities to be free than your person that you are signing a contract with. Slavery, I understand slavery. I defined it as the opposite of freedom. A free person is not a slave, and a slave is not a free person. And it begins internally. If someone is not internally free, he is going to self-harm himself. He is going to trade his own freedom to others, signing contracts or whatever for their own goal. That is slavery, even though it is self-imposed, right? So basically, a slave, you can understand things by their opposites. I can know what hot is that it is not cold, and cold is the absence of heat. Slavery is the absence of freedom. And a free person is the opposite of what a slave is.
Really?
Yeah.
What? All this time I thought slavery meant more freedom. It means no freedom? Oh no! Thank you for...
Yes, prison is not a slave.
Can we make space for Ashley? She's trying to talk for a minute.
Go ahead, Ashley.
As long as you brush your teeth.
Oh, I was just asking where we were in the queue.
Do I have to promise?
Samoa, I just
there you
go. Know, like, in your hypothetical, does the person have the ability to forego the $1 million and walk away after the agreement?
Wait, nobody told me this hypothetical.
Samoa.
Tell her the hypothetical. Tell her the hypothetical.
The hypothetical is, Samoa's hypothetical is that somebody gives you $1 million, but you have to be their slave for 72 hours, was it? It was like 3 days.
Can I just ask one question about this hypothetical?
I'm trying to find out myself. But I don't think Samoa's
my question is very simple. Is the somebody male or female?
That would be a Samoa question.
Listen, let's just give us the response to
okay,
only
cool.
two,
So
right?
here's my answer. If the somebody is female, yes, I will be their slave for 72 hours. If the somebody is male, hell no, keep your $1 million.
She's probably imagining.
It was about Concrete's original. It was about Concrete's original about whether or not it could be more.
I just responded to Sugar Belly. So Mo's not here. Stop being entitled. Anyway, the whites are out of control today. I'm not gonna lie. You guys, anyway.
Why are you being racist to her for no reason?
Well, it's racism, man.
She gets the joke. The whites have been on a rampage today. We've been talking about, just so you, hold on, Sugar Belly.
Charlie Kirk punch you.
You don't know where they say Charlie Kirk died.
I know. Sugar Belly, Ashley and I have a rapport where she understands the joke.
Yes,
and
I get it.
Thank you. I'm glad you realized that. Anyway, Sugar Belly, how have you been? Are you still in the market? What are your thoughts on the economy?
Look, my answer to the hypothetical is very simple. The thing is that if you agree to be a woman's slave for some 2 hours, okay, fine. You know, she might ask you to do all sorts of weird stuff or whatever, but you're probably going to be fine. The problem with agreeing to be a man's slave for some 2 hours is that it's guaranteed to get sexual. Guaranteed.
Yes, I know you're imagining Diddy.
Thank you.
Yes, I know you're imagining
So,
Diddy.
Sugar Belly, hold on. So if you enter into a contract for 3 days for $1 million, that makes you a slave?
I mean, so the contract agreement is like, basically, for some 2 hours, this person can direct anything, and you're not allowed to say no. Like, no matter the situation, no matter how uncomfortable it makes you, no matter if it's endangered life, you're not allowed to say no. Like, by definition of being a slave, right? Those are the conditions. The conditions are that for some 2 hours, even if this ends in your own death, you are not allowed to say no.
No,
like,
obviously
you
cannot be killed. Obviously, you cannot be killed. That's
I mean, you know, or you would hope.
Why do we have the term? Why do we have the term indentured servitude? If everything is a slave.
Okay, Matt. So here's the difference, right? The difference between indentured servitude in terms of like the experience of it versus slavery is that indentured servitude has limits to like what the person can do. By definition, if you are somebody's slave, especially if it's the chattel type of slavery where by definition you are somebody's property, that person can end your life and nothing will happen. Like that is the full range of power that like being the owner of the slave gives you. But you can't just kill your indentured servants without consequences. Like,
correct. In this hypothetical, you dying is not part of it either.
Matt,
just $1 million for 3 days. This is why there's a 3-day clause. Obviously, you cannot be killed.
Matt, let me just say something. Sugar Belly, I think that this is a stupid point because I agree with the general point, but you realize that even in actual slavery, there used to be laws about how slavery could be conducted. So it is not, you don't need to, like, so even in places where there was slavery, you couldn't just like kill your slave, right? There used to be laws. Yeah. So I just wanted to add that to say, like, just because a person is a slave,
So here's the thing. On the face of it, the person
doesn't need to be able to do anything with you in an unlimited way. Often within that institution, there will also be rules. So in every sort of, for example, if you think of Muslim slave, was different, right? So for example, you couldn't enslave another Muslim, or if your Muslim slave converted to Islam, you needed to extend them certain rights, right? But it didn't change the fact that that was slavery. In fact, there were, hence the different types of slavery, right? So you don't need to be able to do an unlimited amount of things to a person for it to be slavery. That's just what I'm saying.
So I'm not saying that like you have to be able to do that for it to be slavery. What I'm saying is that by definition, slavery is inclusive of that. Do you get? So what I mean is like you have all around the world different cultures, different histories, different ways of like they did their own slavery. But my point is that by definition, slavery is inclusive of all the systems where you can just kill your slave like without questions from anybody. And historically there were such systems. Like within a system, maybe it didn't apply to every single category of slave, but the point is that historically there were systems where, you know, within the population of slaves, you also had sub categorizations of slaves that you could kill them or whatever, and like nobody cared. Really good example, we're from a country where human sacrifice used to be endemic, right? Everybody who got sacrificed was a type of slave. Nobody had an issue with like sacrificing these people.
Yes. I just wanted to add that new dynamic. I just wanted to add to say for the base level of slavery, you don't need to have that unlimited.
I get it.
But yes, of course, I agree.
Another example is like slavery in Imperial China, for instance, right? On the surface, were you meant to be going around killing slave nilly? No, you weren't meant to be doing that. But a lot of the royal family, like for very little things, somebody would break a jade teapot and that person would lose their life. Or somebody would have a miscarriage or like have a stillbirth, and they would kill off all the people that assisted with the birth, that kind of thing. And there was no consequence because these are the masters and like these people are the slaves. So my point is not that you have to kill people for it to be slave, but my point is that slavery by definition is inclusive of systems where you're allowed to kill the person with no consequence. It doesn't mean it's going to apply to everybody, but like it includes that. And I say all this stuff to say that I don't want to be a man's slave, okay? Because if you're a man's slave for some 2 hours, it's going to end up with like his dick in your bum or his dick in your something. Okay, I can be a woman in 2 hours. I am not going to agree. I'm not going to agree to be a man's slave all the time.
Really, what if you added the stipulation that there would be no Diddy-esque encounters and there would be third-party supervision, which had the authority to shoot to kill in case any Diddy-esque.
You underestimate how creative men are.
Oh, nah. See, look.
In their pursuit of perversion.
Then that's not
manipulation. You can manipulate someone to enslave them.
This is what I mean by the watering down of slavery. Like, none of this condition you guys are attaching is making it more slavery. It's actually making it less slavery. Just like we have OSHA, that's making sure you don't abuse your construction worker and provide them with a safe environment. Yeah, in slavery, there's no such thing.
In the past in Arabia.
Down of the term slavery.
Yeah, in the past in Arabia.
I have to agree with Matt, like on this point.
Yeah, in the past in Arabia, the people who will enslave people. So in Arabia in the past, for the people to actually enslave other people, what they need to do is to control food, to control water, and to take control of these things. So these people will not have any other choice but to go to these people. So manipulation can be a factor on enforcing people to be slaves to a certain person, right?
Yeah, true. So I mean, I didn't want to say this before, but also part of the work I do, right, is like slavery studies, which is focused on slavery.
Wait, Nathan, you have to tell us your answer to the hypothetical, whether or not you'd agree to be a woman's slave or a man's slave.
I wouldn't agree to be anybody's slave. Doesn't matter who, like man or woman. I wouldn't agree to be anybody's slave. That's just my general
For $1 million?
I mean,
it's only hours though.
No, but then that comes back to the question of, is it slavery if I willingly give consent to do stuff to myself for 3 days? This then becomes a question. So that's a different question, because then I would dispute. I would say perhaps that is not slavery if you're giving me $1 million. So, but I wanted to just add that, like, so there is slavery studies, right? And slavery scholars, for example, have talked about these questions that we're actually talking about. So it had actually been debated. There are all these philosophical and theoretical distinctions between free labor and slavery, even from as early as, so for example, if you think of John Locke, right, in the 17th century, John Locke was one of the people, for example, who defined slavery, and he, for example, in his 1690 book, the famous Second Treatise of Government, defined it in legal terms, and it entered into the distinctions between labor and slavery, where he was saying that, slavery is the state of absolute arbitrary power of one man over another, right? Very simple definition. Arbitrary, absolute power of one man over another, right? And in John Locke's definition, for example, and I'm sorry to be boring with the sort of technical slavery scholars, but like his distinction between servitude and contractual labor was three-pronged, right? He said, you know, a person can sell their labor but cannot sell their person, right? So it is possible to sell a service but not sell themselves. And if they sell themselves, regardless of whether there was consent in the selling, it is slavery because a person is unable to sell themselves, right? The second prong is that the only time, and this is according to John Locke, which was one of the earliest, if you think of slavery studies, right? He said that slavery is only legitimate as a punishment in a just war. So which brings me back to the sort of examples you were giving about people being enslaved after a war, right? And for John Locke, slavery is that's the only time slavery is legitimate, where there is punishment and there is a just war, and the war has ended. You know, otherwise, in the view of John Locke, if there is a continued state of war, so for example, Ukraine, Russia, whatever happens between Ukraine and Russia, those prisoners of war, the consequence of that coercion is illegitimate in the view of of John Locke, right? But of course, 200 years later, there was Adam Smith, right, who, in discussing political economy, but he saw slavery as sort of economically inefficient, morally wrong, and for him it was also three-pronged in how labor sort of defined itself. And you know, you can go to Karl Marx, you can go to Patterson in the 20th century, you can go to Weatherman in modern times, Deborah Hellman, and then the feminist debates, for example, where the radical feminists, like McKinnon, think that prostitution, for example, is inherently that you cannot call it anything other than sexual slavery, right? Because of the foundational gender inequality that undermines anything like choice. So they are the ones who came up with the term, we do not believe in choice feminism. You cannot choose to enslave yourself to a man, right? But then there are the sex worker advocates, you know, for example, who say sex work is labor, and that calling it calling it slavery undermines agency. Then again, there are feminists who say that some types of sex work are slavery, some types are not. Trafficking, for example, forced prostitution, that kind of thing, blah, blah, blah. I'm just going to stop here to say that whatever we're discussing now, there's been at least 400 years of debate, and it might be good as we're debating to sort of like look these things up and see what, you know, slavery scholars have debated. Whatever we're saying, there's nothing here we're saying is new. We can talk about what we agree on, or I agree with Locke, or I agree with this, or I have a completely different opinion. But, you know, there are definite definitions, there are points where philosophers differ. It's you know, we can decide to be on either side of the argument. Sorry for boring you with the technical.
May I speak next, or is there a queue?
Hi, go for it. Hey, so pardon my ignorance. Let me turn my, okay. So I was asking in the chat, El Nathan, what type of career do you make with a slavery degree? I mean, would it walk me through it? Maybe I'm ignorant to it.
It's not a degree. It's I'm in the research of slavery studies. So, for example,
that's your master's. You doing your master's or no?
No, I actually teach.
Oh, okay.
So, but I also have books around this that I'm working on, essays and so on, like academic work around, but particularly slavery in northern Nigeria. This is my specific area. Slavery in northern Nigeria pre-colonial times. You know, what is now northern Nigeria? So Hausa land, the Kanuri Empire, all of the sort of smaller kingdoms around what is now called northern Nigeria.
If you will. It's conversation.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. We can. I'm good. We can move on to someone else. I don't, because you did just kind of give a nice submission. So yeah.
So I wanted to say that, and I'm not like, I didn't do slavery studies in school, but I will say though that I think that some somewhere or something in which like it actually does really important work is getting people to realize that certain systems that they see in the world that they don't realize are strange, or they don't realize like are problematic, are actually slavery systems. Like a really good example of this is like Chokosi in Benin Republic, or money wife in like southeastern Nigeria, in like Cross River and Akwa Ibom. They have this thing called money wife, right? And in Benin Republic, they have this thing called Chokosi. These are both two types of slavery that are kind of staring you in the face, but you don't necessarily realize it's slavery. So like money wife is like when you have somebody, usually a man, because men are like the root of all evil, usually a man, and this man owes somebody else money. It can be any amount of money, but let's just say he owes somebody a lot of money. And for some reason, he can't pay the money back. So instead of him selling himself into slavery, which is exactly what I think he should do to pay back his money, what he does is that he takes maybe his niece or like some other little girl in his family without telling anybody, and then goes and gives that girl to the person that he's owing the money, right, to be that person's money wife. And so that girl is then forced to live with the person that he's owing the money, usually another man, and provide sexual services or whatever it is, and free labor, like whatever it is, for X number of years until the debt is considered paid off, right? Chokosi in Benin Republic is kind of like a variant of this, but the difference is that I think they don't give the child or the girl to the person that they owe the money. They give her to some sort of temple or shrine or something to kind of work the debt off in some way, shape, or form. But the point is that like you literally have people that had nothing to do with the debt getting enslaved in order to expunge or rather absolve the person who's owing the money from like their obligation. It's slavery, but a lot of people don't
Yeah. I was just sitting here listening. I mean, I'm sure there's some form of something here in the United States, but we try not to focus on that slavery thing because it was such a problematic situation for us here. So you have to understand, I don't want to hear nothing about slavery, but when you guys brought it up, I'm like, what the hell? But at any rate, I can dig it. It's somewhere.
I don't understand. Like, what is going on? Were we the ones who brought this up? Like,
no, I don't know who brought up this.
Yeah,
it was Andrew.
I see somebody writing in the chat.
It was
Andrew. The room and blah blah blah. Like, this is not my topic. I didn't bring it up.
It was Andrew.
Why am I now being blamed for the topic that other people were discussing? Like,
no, you just rebelled demons. You just rebelled demons. That's it.
But I just wanted to add, in response to the last speaker who talked about the sort of sensitivity of African Americans to the subject. I often like to remind Americans that whereas, they might have been talking about slavery from a long time ago, there are people who are still slaves now. I mean,
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Yeah, I can dig it. You don't have to say that. We know there's slaves over there on another continent. I can dig it.
Yeah, so yeah,
you can dig it, but we can't mention it on Clubhouse.
Yeah, like I'm sorry. So Miss,
nobody said
I have to be honest.
You did say no. I was listening to the audience for a while.
Yeah, okay, so I have to be honest. Like, I kind of feel like this conversation took a weird turn.
It did. That's why I'm very disgusted with it, because it started with Andrew, who's not even here anymore. That's what I'm saying. And people are coming up saying things like, this is what you're if you think you're a slave, you're going to be. So I'm like, where the hell did this come from? It was Andrew. Andrew said something about he doesn't see anything wrong with slavery. It's something about he would have them sleep in a big house, all that foolishness. So no, when you came in, it took a wrong turn, Sugar Belly. So that's why we're here, and I'm like, what the hell? Thank you. Yeah, this is interesting, Frank.
It was actually a hypothetical by Concrete.
Yeah, I think
or like a morals discussion. It was a morals discussion. Like, could it ever
Y'all
be?
got a
Are there
weird
any
way of having
situations
conversations.
where it could be moral?
Basically, there's nothing wrong with having conversation, especially about slavery, right? It's those things persist for so long because we refuse to talk about it. We refuse to face it head on. And I know you're in the Baltimore area, so I recommend you to go to the African American Museum.
I know exactly where to go.
Right, go in the
So
basement,
much. I
soak it up.
I know.
Right,
I know.
go in the basement,
I've been
soak
here
it
over
up.
4 decades on this.
I hear you. I hear you.
I know about it.
Go. I will also say, with that nice American passport, go to Guadeloupe, go to the Memorial House. It is probably one of the best slavery museum in the world.
Don't want to do that.
It will change your life. It will change your life, and you'll have a different perspective.
Don't want nothing to do with that.
We need to teach these children about the past so that we don't repeat it in the future.
But all of it.
So we need to have the conversation. It's uncomfortable, but those conversations are needed.
When I first started studying this whole thing, right, in the country that I lived in, I was reading one of the first papers I sort of stumbled onto was a paper by a very well-known scholar in northern Nigerian history called Paul Lovejoy. And the first paragraph of the paper was that as early as the 1980s, there were people who were openly either talked about, sold, or engaged with as slaves in northern Nigeria in the 1980s. So for me, of course I knew about slavery just from other things, but I didn't realize how close it was to me, that in the part of the country where I live in, there are people still being considered slaves. And of course, it's very, for us, I remember walking into the palace of an emir, and I'd done some project, blah, blah, he had invited me to blah, blah, this big palace with sort of this absolutely sprawling, living room. You walk in, you're dizzy just by the size of the room. And he's so far in the distance that you can barely see him, and you have to maintain a certain distance on the red carpet, whatever. But his what I would describe as slaves told me, and they asked me where I was from, and I'm from part of the state that used to be a place where they used to hunt for slaves. And what he told me was, oh, you used to be our slaves. This was said to me in my own country as an adult, So the whole idea of slavery is very present and relevant in the minds of many of us. You might say, oh, we were slaves 400 years ago, or blah, blah, blah. For many of us, they call us slaves now, today, 2025.
Yeah, but you still identify as a slave?
No, that's not what he said. What he said is that he went to an emir's palace. If you don't know what an emir is like a kind of king, and basically they were just having a casual conversation, and he happened to mention where he was from, and the emir was like, "Oh yeah, you guys used to be our slaves." He just said it super casually, because he used to have slaves, he used to own slaves, or at least his family used to own slaves, and he was like, "Oh yeah, you guys used to be our slaves." And he didn't realize there was something wrong with what he was saying. It was super casual for him. That's what he's trying to say.
Well, yeah, the Arab people invented slavery.
That's not correct, but anyway. But
I think it is true. If you look it up, you can look it up.
But Nathan, I'm kind of not even surprised because don't the Dantatas, don't they get their name from I think it's their great grandmother's slave? That's what they got their name from. So.
Oh yeah, slave, northern Nigerian slavery is so.
Yeah, it was very endemic.
It's responsible for so much of what is happening today. You can trace it and the British left us in 1960, but also the British only came in 1900. So imagine that full blown proper slavery, and the British didn't really end slavery.
Wait, I have a question.
The open markets.
What do you mean when you say in the chat?
Exactly what I said.
Their culture.
They are slavery in Africa. That's what y'all do in Nigeria. Don't get mad at me.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. Can you just repeat that, please?
I said Sugar said Nigeria has Nigeria has slavery, and said exactly what I said. That's what they have over there, and you do.
Yeah, but you said see, this is their culture.
It is. Don't get mad at me, sweetie. It is what it is.
I'm not mad at you. I was just
we're just having a conversation, right?
Yeah, yes, we are having a conversation, and I'm not mad at you. I was just asking you to like expatiate what you were saying. Yeah, but anyway, I think the slavery conversation is pretty interesting because there's plenty of slavery systems all over the world in 2025 still that need to be ended.
I'm a slave for you.
Very funny. I actually really like that Britney Spears song. Oh, Concrete, your thought?
On this argument is almost like he's. It's like if you see a bunch of people fall into a hole, and you see there's no way out of that hole. Why would you then volunteer to like also jump in the hole? I don't get it.
What do you mean? The argument part of it ended, I think, a while ago.
Yeah, I know. That's why we're doing the after show, the after party. So we're talking about how Matt saw all these people fall into this hole where they couldn't argue that slavery is inherently immoral. And then after all of them jumped in the hole, he decided to also jump in, and I don't understand it.
When did I jump in?
Because you think it's inherently immoral.
I don't think that's what's really up for debate. Like, I don't think that's
what was the original debate. The morality.
No, I get that. I get how you guys got here.
My issue was always the strict definition of slave. I do not like the watering down of the word slave. I don't like all this multi-definition that diminish what real slave, if I dare say, went through.
Yeah, so you already
I don't think sex work is slave. Sugar Belly.
No, sex work absolutely is slavery.
Yeah,
no, I don't think so. And it's slavery because it meets those criteria, which is that you're forced to work, right? You can't stop. You're forced to obey. You can't get out of it without severe consequences to your life and safety. Like, by those conditions, that is slavery. It doesn't matter like what people think about it. The point is that it meets the criteria.
So I guess Mac could say that there is.
No, it doesn't. Oh no, real quick. No, it doesn't. The young woman who goes on a newspaper or online and put an ad and receiving client in an apartment in the comfort of her own home, that is sex work and that is not slavery.
You're doing that thing where you're trying to pick the type of sex work that you think, is based in freedom, and that you're trying to use that to extend it to like the whole sex work umbrella.
So all we have to do is
Let me suggest something? Then you guys can tell me. I know. Let me just say my thing. Then you guys can tell me like what you think is wrong. Okay. So if we take all the sex workers in the world, all of them, including the ones that stand on the streets, the ones in the brothels, the ones on OnlyFans, who are selling their farts for $1,000 in a bottle, if we take all of them, right, and then we look at, okay, how many of these people meet like what's criteria? The vast majority of the sex workers are coerced. The vast majority of the sex workers are doing it against their will. The vast majority of the sex workers face serious consequences if they attempt to stop doing it, or they face serious danger if they attempt to stop doing it. They're not able to stop doing it freely because they have somebody they have to obey, they have somebody they have to give the money, and so on and so forth. This is the typical sex workers situation. Now, at the fringes, the outlier typers are the glamorous ones. the ones that you see on OnlyFans, their middle class bedroom or their upper middle class bedroom. All they have to do is take off their clothes on a camera. There's no dirty man coming to stick anything inside any part of their body. Or the ones that, you know, they dress up really nicely. They go to meet those billionaires in Monaco or whatever. And I've noticed that a lot of people, when they want to talk about like sex workers, they talk about those glamorous ones, and then they act as if the reality of the glamorous ones applies to the average sex worker, and that's simply not the truth. So for majority of these, you can cite on mute.
Like, Sugar Belly, you don't have to use 75 words to repeat yourself and make a fallacious argument. Yes, that means hurry up. Take the social cue. Hurry up. Hurry up.
Did you?
Hurry up.
Did you have something?
Hurry up. You cut me off to make this horrible argument. Hurry up.
Did you have
I'm tired of being cordial with you. Hurry up.
Did you have something?
Yes.
Did you?
Yes, social cue. Get it.
If you didn't unmute your mic to say,
look, I let you cut me off, but now I'm tired of it. So hurry up.
So I'm sorry, but like it's really not realistic. Like the experience of the average sex worker is like, yes, it's slavery.
All right, so Sugar Belly is engaged in, because she was speaking for so long and so erroneous in her logic, and she knew it. So I won't. God loves me. Anyway, she was so erroneous in her argument that I had time to come up with the fallacy that she was committing. And we're going to call it the fallacy of composition, which she admittedly employed, right? All right, so here's the fallacy of composition. This is when you incorrectly assume that a characteristic true of the individual parts must also be true of the whole. So yes, there are individual parts. We'll just split the baby or split the sex worker. There's individual parts of sex working that are coercive and slavery. Then, as Matt described, there's a aspect or characteristic of sex work that is not. We're done. Thank you. Have a nice day. And all you did was use 75,000 words to make a bad argument. And look, I don't want to put belt to ass, Sugar Belly, but you needed it.
Thank you. So you didn't need to explain what I said in additional words. Sorry, only thing.
Yeah, we don't need additional word.
Shut up, concrete.
So, okay, so like, I mean, again, just back to the whole slavery studies thing, right? So it's interesting that even this conversation is not, even among feminists, it's not a simple conversation. There are like serious feminist scholars on both sides of this argument who have said that sex work is not work, or that sex work is work. And so, for example, the abolitionists among, you know, people who do feminist studies around sex work, and they see not just prostitution, but prostitution, pornography, those kinds of things as, you know, institutionalized sexual subordination. And that, in fact, the reason why the consent for them is not real consent is because the consent is produced by inequality. And so the line to sexual slavery sort of is thin, right? So we have Catherine McKinnon, for example, Andrea Dworkin, Sheila Jeffries, Melissa Farley. All of these people say that prostitution is inherently exploitative and degrading. And that even though there is a market exchange, that market exchange does not coerce, does not sort of cleanse this kind of position. Now, there are those, the middle road, right? That talk about the limits of market, the limits of coercion, the limits of exploitation. So you think of scholars like Magdalene, Deborah Zatz, that talk about the existence of both proper and noxious markets, right? That some markets are permissible only with strong guardrails. So, for example, rules around sex work, government protect sex workers, blah, blah. Otherwise, they will produce these like harmful power asymmetries, right? Then, of course, there are people who talk about contracts in terms of, say, if you have a sex worker and you have a contract, it can actually mask domination, and that prostitution can reproduce kind of hurt within patriarchy that it does within sex, right? So it reproduces that kind of patriarchal authority even when there is consent and all that. Now, there are people who say, well, if there are proper rules, then, for example, we can say that some people are not. So there are abolitionists, there are those in the middle, there are those who are radical on the part of sex work being work, and that is, for them, it is tied to the agency of women to be able to deal with sex how they see fit. And so if a woman wants to have sex with 100 men a day and she has agency to say no, she has agency to stop, she's not bound by contracts that force her to do it, which is the case, as one might argue, with a few so-called OnlyFans models, right, who are able to sell their services as they deem fit on their terms, and it's starting and ending on their terms. So some of those sort of people who are not on the abolitionist sort of side would argue that that is not slavery. So for me, I think that there are several ways to argue the point, and I think that all of them have some kind of merit. I'm not particularly tied to no one.
Nathan,
Can I actually reply to that?
I came off first. Come on, come on, man. Y'all gotta listen. Women
Concrete,
are
I'm
wonderful.
assuming that you're going
Women
to
are wonderful.
speak, and then Ashley will go after you, and I'll go after Ashley. Is that okay?
Women are wonderful creatures. There's nothing against y'all, but you have to be more assertive. Thank you. Anyway, Nathan, I really like your approach, and maybe I'm interpreting. I want to make sure I'm interpreting it correctly, where you're laying the groundwork on the underlying theory or thoughts on a topic in order for the listeners and the people, the enemy combatants such as Matt and Sugar Belly, to then come to the right conclusions based on this information that you're providing. Now I take it that is most useful when you're dealing with people who are operating in good faith and who aren't entrenched and intransigent with regards to their position, and they are willing to humbly consider the underlying frameworks that support these systems, these beliefs, these understandings. But I think after 3 or 4 rounds of somebody holding on to their position with unmovability, even in light of damaging defeatedness, then I think that approach is no longer useful. Even though I think it's commendable to continue to try, but I hear what you're saying. I definitely want to give you your flowers on that. Now, again, I'm going to just reiterate the point because I think it's more effective in my approach, or in tandem with his approach, my approach, which is to say, I think Nathan has clearly laid out the position that it's not one or the other, but both, right? Not both, both. BOFF. And stop arguing against both, because we know that is the more reasonable, logical position. Yes, some sex work is slavery, not all. Not all. Hashtag not all. And Sugar Belly, if you argue against it again, that it's all slavery, then we know that you're just being ideological.
I strongly believe that you have a hearing problem.
One second. All right, just correct me when we're done. If you're not making that argument, fine.
It's already been done.
If you're not making that argument, then fine. And Ashley, here you go.
Nathan, I could make the argument that, because of the social structures and because the stigma that comes with it, once you start any kind of sex work, because of that stigma that comes along with it, you kind of can't get out of it. You kind of can't do anything else. So I see the argument where any type of sex work is a form of sex slavery. Even if you start it willingly, because later on, when you go to get another job, we've seen teachers fired and all of that. I'm just trying to engage in the conversation and offer a different.
Actually, please go on, because I honestly,
You can't tell her to go on and interrupt her. You're interrupting her by telling her to go on.
Okay, Tim, was it you that
No, my plane was landed. That was the only point.
Shut your mouth.
Okay, no problem. I'll go after her. I'll just mute my mic.
Oh, I landed my plane.
Hold on, Tim. Be nice to Sugar Belly.
Okay, so Tim, so she's done and I was after her. Are you like not going to mute me? Or I don't know, you just been aggressive for no reason?
No, we've been modding good all day, and I come back in, you already interrupted me. But go ahead, you're up next. Stop playing, fucking go.
Oh, you conveniently didn't come in when everybody else was screaming and shouting. It's only my voice that you heard. The whole time when they were shouting at themselves, you never came in to hear that one. Anyway, what was I even saying? Yeah, so concrete. I think you have a hearing problem because, like, even my initial statement was based on the fact that sex work is slavery for most of the sex workers, but clearly there's some sex workers who aren't enslaved. So I don't know why you felt that it was like in bad faith. But anyway, there's a master of like bad faith, whatever. But actually, yeah. So I think like what you're saying is really interesting, and I think I found this to be true as well. That there's this manufactured stigma, against women who have engaged in anything that's considered to be sex work, and the whole point of that stigma is to basically keep them out of polite society and almost like to depend on sex work or to continue depending on sex work. So like even if they want to change or they don't want to do that anymore, they want to stop doing. The stigma is to prevent them from accessing like normal means of employment or like just normal means of social integration, so that they're forced to be on the fringe and kind of whether they want or they don't want to like keep having to do the sex work. And then I wanted to say that like even in the parts of sex work that people think are kind of free from enslavement, so like OnlyFans for example, a lot of people see OnlyFans as like a sanitized kind of prostitution or sex work because they feel like you're just in your bedroom with your tripod or whatever it is, right? And and there's nobody there coming to force you to do anything. But OnlyFans has a lot of hidden coercion. So, for instance, I've noticed this trend where a lot of the OnlyFans girls, they have boyfriends who are either photographers or their boyfriends are like the people producing their videos or something like that. And then it ends up being this weird thing where they have to give the guy a cut of what they're making. And like one of the biggest OnlyFans creators, her name is Amaranth. And she's one of the few OnlyFans that was making like millions and millions of dollars, from doing her hands. And Amaranth like basically broke down crying at some point, saying that like her boyfriend was forcing her to do the OnlyFans and that he was taking her money and and she was being bullied and he was taking like her money and stuff. And people were shocked because she was incredibly successful, So even when it doesn't look like there's coercion, there can be coercion there as well. But to what Ashley said, I think something that is incredibly interesting to me personally, right, is how in a lot of the societies where the people will say things like, oh, prostitution makes a woman dirty, or like they'll turn up their noses towards any kind of hint of sex work, right? In a lot of those same societies, if you look at the way they go about their dating and their marriage and like their normal, quote unquote, normal relationships, a lot of it is basically prostitution, but just sanctioned. So like I hear some women like saying stuff like, oh, after you learn this sex trick, he'll be paying for like your hair and your nails, or he'll be paying for your this or your that, or he'll be paying your bills or whatever. And I'm like, do you not realize that you're describing prostitution? You're basically saying that you're going to learn like advanced sex skills in order to induce a man to start paying some of your bills. It's just roundabout prostitution, like in another weird way.
So is that prostitution?
They don't see the... Huh? What do you say?
No, it's just a joke. Shit.
Tell me it.
Yeah, so I was just like interested in what Ashley was saying, because like I always thought it was hypocritical. I thought like the women who are basically, they're basically fucking men for money, but the man they're fucking for money is their husband, or the man they're fucking for money is their boyfriend. They'll turn around and be like, oh my god, like, she's dirty because she does whatever it is, OnlyFans, or because, she's like a high-end escort, or she's like a regular prostitute. They're like, oh, she's dirty, but you're also like doing sex for money. Like, what's going on?
Sugar Belly, you buried the lead. So, do you agree that not all sex work is slavery?
Concrete, do you have a hearing problem?
No, maybe I have an attention problem. I was like looking at something else. Can you just tell me succinctly?
Concrete, that is what I said.
Oh, is that where it was?
That is what I said from the beginning, Concrete.
Alright, sorry, Sugar Belly, sorry. Anyway, how you doing, Sugar Belly? You're still in the market? What do you think about that?
What do you want? Do you want to marry me? Like, you asked me this question.
Yo, Sugar Belly.
You have
Sugar
asked
Belly.
this question 4 different times.
Sugar Belly. You know we talk about stocks in here, crypto. Don't act like this is like some.
Do you want to pay my bride price?
Don't act.
Is that it?
Don't act like this is. Don't act like this is some flirtation device. You get it? Flirtation device. Anyway,
my bride price is $250K. Is that what you want to pay?
It's ain't that like $2 grand in America?
No, $260,000, like US dollars. Not
Sugar Belly.
All right.
Yo, Sugar Belly choosing.
$250K. Imagine buying a head for $250.
Man, you're out of your mind.
What kind of problem you're gonna have? You know what kind of problem
you're out of your mind.
And
you know what kind of problem you're gonna have with Sugar Belly?
And on top of that, 50,000 in gold. So 24 carats.
What's spot price?
She's talking about the gold chocolate.
How much per ounce?
That's what's
Yeah, that's gotta be
22 carats minimum.
chocolate.
24 carat.
Anyway, so
she said 24 carat.
That was
Tim, she just blew us out of there. She said she wants 24.
Sugar Belly, my price would be the best investment I've ever made in my life. How
Because
tall are you again, Sugar Belly? Sugar Belly.
So I want to know
How tall are you, Sugar Belly?
if that's your plan.
How tall are you?
I'm 6 feet tall.
Stop lying.
Okay, you know what? Wait, hang on. So I'm just going to say one thing. El Nathan, I know El Nathan in real life, so ask El Nathan how tall I am.
Nathan, is she being honest?
Wait, I didn't know y'all had.
Yeah, she is tall.
Ooh,
she got Amazon. Now, if y'all being irresponsible.
Hey, y'all gotta stop saying
Belly, you are being irresponsible. You should have been at a billion babies. All of them would be NBA players.
Real shit, he ain't lying.
Y'all gotta stop talking to my queen. I don't like the way y'all speaking to my queen. Anyway,
my bad, Concrete. My bad.
We'll move out the way, Concrete. We'll move out the way.
Thank you. So, do you take... Anyway, let's move.
If any of you want to get to Sugar Belly, I'm the official broker. You have to come to me.
Not El Nathan trying to take a cut of my bride price.
Yeah, I need like 8%. I'm not gonna take 10, just 8%.
These are Nigerians for real.
See what we gonna do is we get 6 goats.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not accepting goats. Like I'm only accepting cows, like full, unhealthy cows. Like not those.
What the fuck is this? What the fucky? What is that?
She hating. Look at her hating. Oh, she hating. I'm hating.
You should learn how to shut the fuck up.
Look at them.
Fucking incel. You just fucking talk.
Oh, shit.
Like, you know what? If I was a guy, country, I swear to God, if I had a fucking dick, I'll fucking ask to make you my bitch. You're so fucking
You know what? That's that same guava spirit.
Who is that?
Guava, don't you have that same spirit?
Who is that? That sounds like a little sister.
A new unlocked player.
You're a stem cell, and you're
See what you done did to me,
Sugar Belly? I'm an incel.
Sugar Belly, see what happened now?
And you're just so
Now that
weird.
you finna get married.
You just talk. Are you married? Nobody could have married your bitch ass. And anyone did, you want to beat her up and rape children because you're fucking little. I feel bad for any woman that marries. I'm scared of him, actually. He wants to beat me up. I'm scared. I'm scared of him. I don't have a dick, so you should be.
Concrete, don't say anything else. This is kind of weird.
Wait, what's going on? Do you
Y'all can go to the back channel.
She just got here.
We move
This is her
on.
first day here.
You guys can go into
I do not know her.
private.
Look at Carolyn hating.
To a back
channel.
You see what happened now that they know we're finna get married?
Move on from the conversation because I don't want to hear that. And
we know. It's not being Tally. You're not being Tally. You like Tally.
The rest of the ones don't want to hear that.
Where's Tally?
The rest of the ones is not
I think she's on TikTok.
Let's just say it's a good thing she's here. Thank God.
We don't want to hear about a gorilla climbing a tree. Can we move on?
Motherfucking D.
She also said you're weird.
Trigger brother, but I'm 6 feet tall too. What are your thoughts?
That's fine.
We don't want to hear about.
I'm in the house.
Yeah.
Sorry.
By the way, Concrete, I appreciate you wiring me that 100K last week.
No problem, buddy.
I appreciate that 4K.
Yeah. No problem, fellas.
This height thing, right?
And that order for that king size blanket for $2,000, that really helped me out.
That surprised me. Like, I will say, like, something that I really found very surprising is how obsessed American women are with men's height. I found it incredibly surprising. Like, they talk about men being tall so much, and I don't understand the obsession because a lot of American women are very short. They're like 5'5" or something like that. They're quite short. So I don't understand. Like, why
not too much on short
like,
people?
It's an obsession with their family.
Yeah, but I mean, so I think what I'm trying to say, like, it makes sense for like tall people to date other tall, and for short people to date their fellow short people. But the shorter they are, the more obsessed they are with tall men.
And that's a fact.
It confuses me so much.
Well, that's because tallness represents.
Is 6'1", so yeah.
Tallness represents masculinity, and it also represents dominance. So when you're tall, and you are, and that is more masculine. That's why when we see tall women, they think they trainees. But
yeah, I've heard
we gotta check the out of that.
I've heard this kind of idea from Americans as well. So like that's like the flip side of it, right? So I've seen Americans calling tall women masculine, and that also confused me as well, because I don't know, height has never figured into masculinity for me, and I don't. It's not a very big deal like in Nigeria. But in America, height apparently is a very big deal. So I was like, people are, I'm even seeing like men going to get surgery to break their legs and like make their legs longer to look taller.
Yeah, that's just the internet, baby girl. That ain't everywhere.
Sugar Belly, there is finally something we agree on. I dated one tall guy. Not my word. I dated one tall guy. Every time he went out, I thought he. I'm only 5'4".
Dating Korea? Did you say dating Korea?
Yeah, dating Korea.
I got married young. I got married young. Okay, but I dated one guy that was over 6 feet, and I always felt like he was taking me on a walk. I was like, I didn't like it. I didn't like it. No, my husband's only 5'10".
Yeah, so like,
that's nice.
Like height.
Yeah, see, that's me, bro. I'm like 5'10", bro.
For me, like, the only preference I have when it comes to height is just
the point is actually the guy that you married is taller than you, not that he's over 6 foot.
Yeah, but he's not that much taller.
Yeah, but she's
like,
she's
I mean,
short.
if it's too much of a height difference, it's like, dude, how do I even kiss this dude?
Exactly.
Do I get a step ladder?
Jeez, your nigga ain't in the league. He's 6'5".
I mean, so for example, like my dad is 6'3", right? My dad is 6'3".
Yeah, he's 6'5", and
my mom
shut
is
up.
5'8".
You're so annoying.
Your mom is 5'8".
Yeah, my mom's 5'8", my dad is 6'3", and I'm 6 feet. So I'm kind of like in between them. I'm taller than my mom, but I'm shorter than my dad.
Interesting.
But with the whole height thing, I feel like the only limitation I have on height is just practicality, as Ashley said. If you're gonna get a neck problem trying to kiss this person in either direction, then it doesn't make any sense. But if the guy is the same height as me, that's fine. If he's slightly shorter than me, that's fine. If he's slightly taller than me, that's fine.
To be fair,
I don't understand it.
To be fair, Sugar Belly, with Nigerians, the average Nigerian man is a confident man, right? There are other things that make up for not having maybe the ideal physical stats.
Yeah, it's quite common to see Nigerian men short, and their wives are towering above them, that's like very normal.
Look, king of sugar belly, the shorter the Nigerian man, the bigger ego.
And the more he likes tall women.
Yeah. The shorter the Nigerian man, the bigger his ego. Like,
yeah,
you see a short Nigerian man, be afraid. Be
Sugar
afraid.
belly, do you resemble Yemi Alade?
Do I? Sorry, what do you say?
Do you resemble Yemi?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay.
Ask him if
What
he
about Tiwa Savage?
resembles
What about
Cedric the
Tiwa
Entertainer.
Savage?
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know.
Sugar Belly asked Concrete if he resembles Cedric the Entertainer.
Concrete, do you resemble Cedric the Entertainer?
No, I'm taller than him.
Okay, so and Carolyn, what like features are you trying to like compare?
Oh,
I'm just trying to be shady because we're getting married.
I'm not.
No, me and you, Sugar Belly. She's mad that we're getting married.
Wait, excuse me. Wait, 1 second. How are we getting married? Did I accept bride price from you? Did you give me any gold?
It's on
you
the
haven't
way.
given me any gold, and you're telling me we're getting married. Concrete, go on Mene right now and buy me something. Go on Mene.
Girl, listen, you can have him.
She's open-minded, and you gotta open wallet.
You can have Concrete because
open wallet, open ass.
Yeah, open wallet, open practice.
Y'all are wild, man.
If he him some food,
How can you be going around
and some
Foo-foo.
Wait, number one, I hate fufu and I hate egusi.
What?
Number two, yes. But number two, how can you be going around telling people that we're getting married? You haven't bought me anything from Mene. You haven't bought me anything from Over, right? And you have the guts to be telling people that we're getting married. Go on Mene.com or go on.
He can buy you a Starbucks drink.
Sugar Belly, you want a hand crocheted. A hand-crocheted king-size blanket.
No. Ashley, no. Ashley, I don't play that way. So what I want is on Mene right now. They have a fishbone necklace. I think it's like 16 to 18 inches of pure 24 karat gold. That's what I want to start.
Man, you're blocking my pockets, Sugar Belly. You're blocking my pockets.
Just like an Igbo woman. Just like it.
You're blocking my pockets, okay? I'm trying to get my business going.
Hey, all right, Guava, we're gonna have to make this work, Guava.
Nigga, I never wanted you. I never wanted you.
It's very
Yo, chill, Concrete. Don't do that.
He can buy you a Starbucks. You understand?
I don't want you.
Look, I don't know why this person want to focus on her. I don't know why she want to focus on me. I'm talking to Sugar.
Y'all niggas.
Man, I'm moving on, bro. Like, get your life together.
No,
don't worry about me.
Get your car together.
Cars?
Wait, is this like a lover spot?
No.
It's some woman with some weird ass obsession.
Sugar Daddy, stop going around here and pretending to me you're me. Tell everybody that you're a supermodel when you're really not a supermodel.
You talk to your Sugar Belly.
Shut the fuck up.
I'll shut the fuck up.
Thank you, appreciate you.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to date an Igbo woman, you need to be ready to spend money. This is very
mentioned and really is an interesting and odd thing to me that it's not being clearly identified is that Charlie Kirk was not being targeted in the Kimmel comments. What happened is that Kimmel opportunistically, or his writers, who knows, I mean guys, who knows if Kimmel really did the research here, right? Was opportunistically applying what Charlie Kirk did to the Republican/MAGA group. And it was just completely false. I mean, it's like blatantly false. It's actually hilariously false. I mean, this was a guy who was anti-Charlie Kirk, someone clearly conservative, Republican MAGA, and was very pro-trans, anti-Trump, and anti-conservative movement, and clearly pro-trans is the kind of the focal point. I mean, so whoever, unfortunately for Kimmel, he didn't do his due diligence because I think he's a smarter guy than that. And likely his writer just kind of fucked everyone, essentially, by being lazy and not actually realizing that Charlie Kirk was on the other side of things. So that's literally what happened. It's unfortunate for everyone because I do think, ultimately, that the government is putting the pressure in the FCC. People don't like this, and you know I'm onto something when that's the case, right? The FCC and the administration clearly put at least indirect pressure in this direction. The Nexstar acquirer of a lot of the assets out of ABC, a big deal for them, also seemingly put pressure on it, and we don't know what backdoor conversations were had. So what happened, it seems, in summary, is that this was a pressured thing. ABC would not want to do this. They had to do it, likely coming from administration pressure on down the chain. Could also be Nexstar's, I don't know, maybe they're owned by Republicans and they just were boiled their blood. And they're like, if we're going to, we're going to take this guy out, if we're going to do this deal. We don't know all the details, but clearly a pressured move, and also one that is really incited by the political climate in the United States and the MAGA team and the Trump administration having the opportunity here to highlight a blatant, what looks like liberal media propaganda, right? Because unfortunately for, again, Kimmel, it was clearly incorrect to the point of libel, I believe. And he said it anyway, and I think they jumped on it and made a martyr out of him. And I agree with that too. I heard someone else say that. It was brilliant. I totally agree. This could be the best thing for Kimmel's career since, his career. Like, he could make a killing off of this financially by, getting this turmoil on his name and taking the right side of things, or the side of things that are most profitable to him. So, sorry, Marshall, I see you want to say something. And I kind of closed there too, so perfect timing.
Awesome. Marshall, do you want to go? Did you have a comment?
I don't know. It kind of sounds like we're saying, well, something shitty happened to Jimmy Kimmel, but there's going to be something real good on the other side of that. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm sure you would agree with me. Government, FCC, those folks getting involved, saying they're going to censor people, probably not the best thing in the world for free viewpoints. But if the government's getting involved in viewpoint discrimination, essentially saying there's one right method of behavior, and that's not to mock Charlie Kirk, I worry that verges, to say politely, into government censorship, and I'm not so sure that's the thing we want to do in our country.
Thank you, Marshall. Now, guys, I was walking, so I have Les next in the queue. Is that correct, everybody?
Yes.
All right, Les, my main man. It's your turn, my friend.
Well, I look at what Jimmy Kimmel said, and he did not say anything bad about the assassinated guy. He merely said that the assassin, he didn't think he was a left-wing guy, and that this was being used to paint all the left-wing guys, and he thought he might be a right-wing guy. And it's very likely that this joke was written at the time where all that was known was that he had Republican parents, and he was a guy that went hunting with a hunting rifle, and that's not necessarily a left-wing guy. I don't know how much of this him having being insulted by trans, which I think is, and I don't know this person, but I'm assuming that's what motivated this. So I don't see what Kimmel did. He was incorrect, but frankly, 70% of the people on Clubhouse will be not able to speak if they got something wrong about breaking news, because people make assumptions, and which I would never want to see. And I believe the question is not just free speech, but we don't want to suppress and make people afraid to speak, and to have different viewpoints. And what else is important? One other thing. Also kind of wondering, I would love to see this talked about in the chat if someone's interested. We had experiences like with the Red Scare. And, we were worried about Stalin and stuff, and he was a horrible guy. And we had suppression, especially in Hollywood and stuff, and the TV industry. And what people felt about that. You have the right of association, and on the other hand, you don't want to see talented people not being able to work and all the harm that was done there. And finally, in terms of talent, I think Colbert and Kimmel are very, very talented. And to compare them with Carson was living in an era where there are only three choices at most. ABC, the three major networks. Now there are a million choices, really a billion choices, any website, all these streaming services. And to compare their numbers doesn't have to do with their talent. However, it does say that the business model that worked before doesn't work now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Les. As always, great to see you here in other rooms. And let's go from the mighty, mighty Midwest, Meryl. Meryl, welcome.
Hey, Scott, can you do me a favor?
Yeah, sure.
As you continue to moderate, could you do it in the Trump voice? That'd be great.
We're gonna go to Meryl. She's a very nasty woman. Okay, very nasty. She's very nasty. She's like worse than Rosie, if you could believe that. Go ahead, Meryl.
Thank you, Howard. First of all, my son used to work for Disney corporate finance, production finance. I tried to get hold of him all day because I wanted to know what's his take on the cost of nighttime and all of that stuff. But he probably was avoiding this conversation, so he didn't call me back. We need to look. I would like to look at what Kimmel said in a broader sense. We're hearing what he said is half of the. It's really half of what was actually happening. He said, yes, he said that the right was the MAGA people were hoping that this guy wasn't one of them, the killer wasn't one of them. But you have to remember that the president immediately announced that this fellow was, whoever it was the far left, radical, evil left. The evil left. So he was actually kind of making fun of that. Regardless, he also made a mistake because to talk about that at that particular time was like talking about Jesus, because Trump had built this man up. This man, Charlie Kirk, has been built up more in death than he was in life. And it is abhorrent to begin with that he was assassinated. That is abhorrent. There's no question about it. But if you have to take it also and consider your president was talking about it. Your president was blaming people, and your president put it in a political climate, put it in a political sense. And that is what Jimmy Kimmel does. I'm not going to worry about his contract because it's apparent. They didn't fire him. There is some concern about what's in the contract, what's not in the contract. So they have suspended him indefinitely. So, I've worked on contracts. I know about these things. So I'm not going to be too concerned. They went to their lawyers. The lawyer said, right now, just suspend him. So that's where I sit on that. Should he have been? I think we are not being honest with ourselves if we say that there isn't some political pressure, something from higher up. And we're not talking about executives, we're talking about Trump. And regarding deals and people that were going to not carry the show anymore, that also while it's a business decision, it may have been based on a political decision as well. He is somebody who has made political commentary part of his humor, whether you like it or not. Don't watch. But I do believe that this is political overtones, and it is about free speech. Just free speech about the wrong person. Thank you.
Thank you, Meryl. I don't know if I can do it all in the Trump voice because it takes. I gotta write material.
I prefer no Trump voice.
Yeah. Okay, David. Absolutely. Perfect.
Am I next on your list?
You are next, David. Thank you very much. What do you have to say?
I think we see a trend here. You know, ABC backed down on a lawsuit that they had with Trump that they knew was very winnable. That started a bad precedent. Maybe they had no choice, maybe in their minds, and they did have, you know, this pending business deal coming. Sinclair, I guess, is involved with the newest one. They are basically MAGA. I guess they're a third of the deal. If you watch their stations nationwide. I don't know if I should say this. I'll wait for maybe Gary to come back, but I'm glad for him to use the word gay as in happy and reclaim it. So I found that refreshing. The Trump administration just filed a $15 billion lawsuit against the New York Times. I mean, you can't tell me that there isn't intimidation. I know Abby is in the audience, and I've got it right here. I'm sorry. There's a Supreme Court.
Which decision? I'm on stage.
Oh, good. Number 22842. It was May 30, 2024. The NRA against Maria Vuelo. I'll read the short part here. Sotomayor found that she wrote the majority, government officials cannot attempt to coerce private parties in order to punish or suppress views the government disfavors. So that there is that precedent. And Kimmel was blatantly anti-Trump. I think he crossed the line many other times. I like him as a person. I don't think he's funny. Liked him better in some of his previous shows. But we're seeing a trend of suppression here. We know it.
Get to him, so it's either we want don't remember something like that. If you're going to get food, you gotta get stuff like it. That's mine. Only $10 left.
I can't hear a word you say.
Steve, he opened up by accident.
Quarter tank on my car, so
He's talking something.
Can you mute Steve?
Hey guys, sorry. Yeah, can you mute yourself, Steve? Sorry about that.
So that's the gist of my thoughts, and I've enjoyed the conversation.
Thank you so much, David. Let's go to Odion Ware. Odion Ware, welcome to the stage.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. I wanted Gary to be as I'm speaking because what it is happening right now, since I told he and Marshall, but it's not that I was being an alarmist. Again, this is something that I studied in University of Brisbane, Queensland, the fall of democracies. I spoke about one on the Rwandan genocide and how it started. And what Trump is doing, what the FCC is doing, interfering, cajoling, is what led to these things. I mean, these things have been done. I mean, books, articles, studies have been done on the behavior of authority. Today, Trump said that because he won the election on Air Force One, nobody has a right to mock him. And the FCC is now going to go after TV stations. So, well, Americans voted for Trump. They should be able to live with the consequences. But for me, my job is to come up every day and remind, when things like this happen, and remind Gary, I told you so. Thank you very much. I yield.
Thank you very much, Odion Ware. I appreciate it. And we come now to Linda. Linda, welcome to the stage. What do you have to say?
Hey everyone, good evening. I just want to say, I know it sounds kind of dumb, but you know, when I was growing up, my dad came to the country in the 80s, and he lived in a totally different country. So he used to watch with my mom, Johnny Carson, and then we, you know, and then went on to Jay Leno and Dave Letterman, that whole thing. But and there was the one guy, I forget what his name was, and he had a big lawsuit with one of I forget who I don't know if it was Conan. He made a bunch of money off of that lawsuit. I think it was Conan. I don't remember. But anyway, so yeah, I remember this, like Johnny Carson was making jokes about the president one time. My dad freaked out. He's like, oh my God, he can't say those kind of things. He's going to be arrested. He's going to be shot. The government's going to come after him. He's going to be in trouble. And I remember my mom said, calm down. This is America. People have freedom. We have First Amendment. We have freedom of speech. You can make jokes. You can make fun of the president. You can make fun of things. And so my dad, he was like, oh, that's right. So yeah, I feel like my dad, his paranoia, I feel like I'm starting to feel that way now. It's like, you can't even have, an opinion. I don't think anything that Jimmy Kimmel said was really that offensive. He didn't make fun of Charlie Kirk. He didn't directly attack Charlie Kirk's family. I don't think anything he said was very that distasteful or inappropriate. I mean, he just said, his opinion and on who the killer and the shooter was and where they were from. I think because Trump has sued various media outlets, he's now suing the New York Times. He's sue happy. I think that's what ABC is afraid of. I think they're definitely scared of, there could be a lawsuit. I think they're money, and it's what they can do for a money grab. And then I do think that these broadcasting companies, there's political MAGA and various conservatives or whatever, different political views, and I think they're on I think people right now are on a political witch hunt. If you say anything about Charlie Kirk that people don't agree with, they're on a political witch hunt about it, and it's pretty ridiculous. I read the article by Sinclair Broadcasting, what they're demanding. They're demanding that Jimmy Kimmel issue a formal apology to Charlie Kirk. They're also demanding that he give Charlie Kirk's family money. I mean, it's crazy. This is America. I feel like people should be able to state their opinions. And I'll say this last thing. I mean, things that Charlie Kirk said weren't always, the nicest things about certain groups of people. He said some things that I was like, wow, that's really kind of evil. But I had to sit and listen to it and grin and bear it, and I had the option to change the channel, change YouTube, listen or watch something else. So I just feel like, how could he sit there and he's allowed to say all these things, but then another person wants to make a commentary and they can't? And the last thing I want to say is, I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but there's currently a petition going on. It's a growing petition to punish South Park because they made an episode about Charlie Kirk before he died. And South Park already pulled the episode from their reruns. Comedy Central has pulled the episode out of their reruns, but the episode aired August 6th. This is before he died. He watched the episode himself and said it was funny because I watched that commentary Charlie Kirk made. And it's still streaming on the Paramount Plus platform, but there's nothing South Park I don't think can really do about that, or either could Comedy Central if it's still streaming on a platform. That would be up to Paramount Plus to remove it. But yeah, there's people that want South Park canceled. I just think people are going way too far with this, and I definitely think Trump's influence is just going way too far. People should be able to have an opinion. This is America, and it's become like a fascist dictatorship, and that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Linda. I really appreciate your contribution. And let's go to Ben. Ben, welcome to the stage. How are you? What do you have to say?
Hey, real quick, Scott, did I make it back in enough time? I thought Gary was leaving. I didn't want to lose my spot. I thought he actually closed the room.
Yeah, you're good. You're good, Chris. We'll put you in the queue.
All right.
Because you were here before. No problem, buddy. Go ahead,
So if anything, the person, whatever Kimmel said, the person that should be offended should not really be the Kirk's family, but rather Trump himself. I think that whole, if you watch the video, the whole context of this so-called offending speech, I think he was ridiculing Trump's reaction or response when reporters were asking him, how do you feel, after, this Kirk happened, he was shot. And then he just drifted into saying, oh, I'm doing good. We're building this wonderful ballroom, blah, 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 blah. It's a great chandelier. I think Kimmel was really ridiculing mostly the response by Trump being seemingly a bit of a cavalier and drifting away from the topic that he was asked. Basically, his response and his emotions after Charlie Kirk was murdered. So I think that was the gist of it. And if I look at the actual words of what maybe the FCC Brandon Carr was referring to, that he said something offensive to Kirk, he or his family, or disrespect, he was basically saying, I'm reading this really short paragraph. We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and doing everything they can to score political points from it. So if this were in the court of law, and one side was arguing that he was denigrating Kirk, or saying that the alleged murder was one of the MAGA gang, this could be a really interpretation, because honestly, if you were to really accuse Kimmel of smearing the MAGA gang, if you will, I think he's not really saying that this alleged shooter is a MAGA, but rather he's saying that the MAGA crowd is trying to push this person away from their crowd, if you will. I think that's what he's accusing, if you will. So there's very little in my mind that the FCC should find this as disrespectful of Kirk's family, or insightful, or anything to that. So anything basically in the public interest that Braden Carr mentioned. So I think there's a very, very weak argument to say that FCC needs to step in if the stations, the networks, don't do anything about Kimmel, because Kimmel had said something drastically evil that would hurt the public interest. The thing that I wanted to, a lot of people have mentioned a lot of good points. I think the First Amendment angle, I still think it's important, because we really do believe, not even for comedians, even from newscasters, they have a large, fairly higher threshold of being held as against the law for things that they say, because we do want to set a relatively high, the high bar rather, or at least give them leeway to express themselves as journalists, free of constraints, if other than violating laws that are strictly prohibiting, like incitable violence, yelling fire in the crowded theater, etc., etc. And then in the case of comedians, I think they should be entitled to even more. They really should be able to ridicule, make fun of the political figures and political phenomena or movements without the fear that they can be pulled off air or punished. But other than that, I think there's one other angle that I wanted to add to this conversation, which is that, remember, this is before FCC issued any rulings taking away licenses, which they probably can't really do, or any court order NBC to stop Kimmel. It's before any of that happened. It's actually the companies, the employers, preemptively doing this. In fact, the word preemptive was used in the news report for putting Kimmel indefinitely in suspension. So I think, to me, this is even more concerning, because if this were there was a court challenge of FCC's action, that's one thing that a federal judge could issue based on, constitutional First Amendment right, that the FCC had done something wrong. But this is before that. The companies themselves, ostensibly for the purpose of their business dealings, as in trying to gain favor from FCC to allow them to buy stations or to make exceptions to the whatever the 39% rule of ownership, that they themselves are doing this. So that they're sort of doing the bidding of the government in terms of restricting speech. And I think nowadays, with technology being such an integral part of our lives, we should be more aware that First Amendment doctrine or previous case laws, maybe they need to be updated in modern days to understand the power of these private companies regulating speech themselves, ostensibly for private purposes, but in fact it's impacting, the everyday citizens' way of life and freedom of speech via the comedians or news broadcasters. So I think that's even more concerning to me. And if this trend continues under the current administration, where law firms are capitulating, stations are paying out, $15 and $60 million settlement, even though they may have a fairly decent chance of winning in court of law if this will come before a federal judge for final resolution. I think that will impact our way of life much further than any particular comedian or even administration. I would think that this is a platform that we should be, all of us, voters or not, should make it known that we want to defend our right to freedom of speech and be aware of the power of private companies, sort of in cahoot with the not small government. To me, what this administration has done is really not a standard typical of philosophy of small government, but rather they're pretty looming large in our lives with their actions, direct or indirect. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you so much, Ben. Appreciate your contribution to the conversation. And let's go to my dear friend Abby. Abby, welcome to the stage.
Thank you. So first of all, to just clear up a couple things Ben said, which I wasn't even going to talk about. You absolutely can yell fire in a theater as long as it's not an untruth. Scott. If there happens to be a fire in a theater, you better yell it. It's only when it's an untruth that it is not protected. With respect to his other comment, which is the prior restraint that he's claiming for the Preemptive Act, these are private companies. It's already been litigated in front of the Supreme Court with respect to how much government regulation is going to attach to these companies. We had the case, what was it, last year or the year before with Twitter. So, I mean, I would argue not for more government and more government involvement, especially in the private sector. I actually was coming up to talk about one of the companies involved because I know them extremely well. I've had many contractual deals with them, and I know the senior management of the company. And I also understand how the market share works with ratings and with sponsors. And you really have to look at, first of all, Sinclair and Nexstar. First of all, Sinclair actually had the deal to buy Tribune as they spun off the actual newspaper, and Tribune was going to sell those stations. And that was during the Trump administration in 2018, and the FCC didn't come to their side. Sinclair ended up not doing the deal, lost a lot of money in the transaction. Shareholders took a bite with that. And now Nexstar picks up the same deal basically to come in and saturate the market and own and go over the monopoly number of ownerships of these affiliate stations. These I can speak to Sinclair, which is a conservative company. David Smith is conservative, although on his board he has Democrats and outspoken Democrats. He has a mix on his board. Also in his senior management, there's a mix. But it is a conservative-leaning company. And it's their choice if they want to air different syndications or different TV shows or not. And, I really think you have to look at the business decisions that they made and also what Nexstar made. And it also has to do with viewership. I said this in another room. Steve was in the room with me. It was a big stage, and I asked how many people on the stage actually watch regular network TV, because most of these late night shows were a result of people that were tuning in for the 11 o'clock local news in their cities, and then they naturally would go on to the late show. And the viewership on the evening news is, they're winning with a 2 to a 3 point share in ratings when it used to be 12 to 15 points. It's just dropped substantially. and sponsors have dropped. These stations make their money during the election cycles. It's considerable money, especially with PAC money, which is so much more than when the candidate themselves is buying the airtime. So I think those are all their business factors, and that coupled with these companies not making their choice. And yes, could it be that they want to gain favor with the FCC? Perhaps that's the reason Nexstar made that choice. However, that's a business choice of a company, of a private company. So that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you so much, Abby. Always great to see you. And let's go to Chris. Chris, welcome to the stage. What do you have to say?
Hey, Scott, what's going on, Howard and Alan? For the recorded page in this room, please send my wishes to Gary directly and keep recording. Let's get to the topic. Should Kimmel have been suspended? Well, obviously not. Again, another overreach from our administration. The sensitive bunch.
Window washer, hope you're looking down, because we ain't going quiet, we go screaming.
The people who told us that the liberals were crying liberal tears. Very crazy to witness people try to make sense of it as if they had any sense of what type of rating it should.
Charlie, I don't know if you can see us now.
Prior to yesterday, yesterday. Like, this wasn't a topic, so with everybody digging and filing for research and analysis and ways to conform the vision for what they believe.
Charlie,
very
I don't know if you can see us now, but if heaven has a window.
I will say it in my words, idiotic,
Charlie,
but impressive. And the reason I say it's idiotic, because we don't have to reach that far to make this shit make sense. The man stated that Charlie Kirk's death was bad. We all agree. Nobody needs to be assassinated, shot, whatever. We can go the whole route. We all know the spiel that we're all supposed to say here. But that wasn't what was funny about that joke. What was funny about that joke was that he told the American people that Donald Trump reacted to Charlie Kirk's death like a 4-year-old who just lost his
whack. Your show sucks, dude.
That is a quality comedic joke at the highest level. Why? Because the video that he showed prior to that was exactly that of a child, no disrespect to the president, excuse me, of a man who obviously seemed to not care or give a fuck about what happened yesterday. Hey, listen.
Dude, this.
I'm alright. Hey, Mr. President, how are you feeling about Charlie Kirk knowing that he was supposed to pray? I'm good. However, look at all them trucks over there. See that stuff I told you I was building in the backyard? That's going up right now. You asked me about
Jesus
that.
rebukes you.
We got all that cement in them, man. We about to put that ballroom together like we planned. Now, yes, I'm paraphrasing a lot of that. I made a lot of that up for the entertainment of this conversation. But that is exactly what that man did on national TV after being asked about a tragic death that just happened days ago. So what Jimmy Kimmel stated was probably the closest fact of truth that we've gotten out of anybody in the last few days. The man actually did not give a damn anymore about the conversation about Charlie Kirk. Basically the same amount of not give a fucks that he have about the Epstein file, if we're being honest. So yeah, witnessing him use the FCC as his battering ram to people attacking or making him feel less than who he is. It's sad, because we shouldn't be able, again, this is just another instance of the administration overreaching in categories that should be bipartisan. And the people that are supposed to be bipartisan in those categories actually just said, I'll bend the knee. For whatever reason, if that's just loyalty or you have something over me, we don't know. We don't know why he keeps winning lawsuits against television networks for basically nothing. Why they're paying out specifically for basically nothing. Now, I use basically to hold a lot of weight here because I don't want to go into details of what they've been sued for. But the same goes for the Jimmy Kimmel. Hey, you need to accept an apology and you need to donate to the charity. That sounds like a shakedown in my eyes because he never said anything to disrespect Charlie Kirk's death. But we've watched the shakedown now for going on 10 months. Since the president took office, we've literally watched the shakedown of America. company, organization. Hell, our museums are being shut down now. Next will be the American people. Maybe we were the first because he told us that he would get the prices down, and we completely forgot about that, or at least his base did, while he threw everything out at us and told us we were all supposed to pay attention to the other issue. So back to the topic. Should Kimmel have been suspended? No. It would be foolish to keep trying to make reasons around network TV dying. Hey, somebody's watching. I Googled it. They said the highest ratings are between 7 and 11 on all national television. That still leads into Kimmel still having some baseline or base of the TV slot. And realistically, yet nobody watches TV, but everybody sees clips. So yeah, TV may have a loss leader, but TV also shouldn't be all for profit. Because if it's all for profit, that basically just tells us they can do whatever they want to make sure it's making money for them, but it does not have to be quality entertainment for the American people. And that's what the FCC should be fighting for. Not one left wing or right wing joke going a little bit too far. It should be making sure that the quality of the information is good. And if you're telling me that the joke about Donald Trump wasn't quality information, well, maybe you guys shouldn't be in charge of entertainment. Air quotes there. I hope y'all caught that. Air quotes, entertainment. Or the ability to affect our entertainment. Because he never got out of body, he never said anything rude. Only thing he might have said rude was directly to the president, and that's who affected his job. Very crazy to witness. I wish we would stop trying to politicize and overanalyze everything for the sake of being the person in the room that may seem like the biggest brain. And let's just start speaking from our troops, our heart. Well, if we would have seen this on any other demographic, any other base, any other political party, even if it was an independent political party, we would all be up in order. We should not allow our First Amendment rights to be taken away under the pretense of a situation that none of us have anything to do with. They're working real hard to convince us that our First Amendment rights shouldn't be this open and free. I don't care what Charlie Kirk said about me. I'm a black man in America. It wouldn't be the first time a white man went on stage somewhere and tried to discourage people from believing black people can, will, and do. We've survived it this far, guys. So now let's not have air quote, and I don't want to be disrespectful, but people, like Kimmel said, like the Utah governor said, people start being sad, depressed, hurt, and ass hurt behind words that 2 days ago, 3 days ago, 4 weeks ago, you didn't care about. They're using you. They're abusing you. They got you fighting for something you don't care about when your prices are still high. And I'm going to land here. Because I appreciate the time, and I know Gary left, so we probably got a little extended time, but I don't want to do too much. I've said a lot.
Thanks so much, Chris.
Hold on, I got you, but let me land with this, and now I got it. Truthfully, I really think we need to come together as a people and start having better conversations in the middle. And if everybody has an analysis take from their left side, or everybody has some deep analysis take from the right side, we'll never get to the middle where we get to have a real polished conversation, a real open and honest conversation about where we all feel we should be now. Because I'm sure this is not what the Republican Party thought. The Republican voters, I promise you, didn't think this was going this far. Same goes for the leftist voter. Same goes for the independent and left center, whatever you want to call it, right center, whatever. We all now need to start having a discussion. Is this what we picture for our future? And if that's the case, and we get to the table and we have a real honest, earnest conversation about where we all stand in this America, and we find out that this is the best case scenario, then fuck it, that's the best case scenario. But it's time to start having a real conversation with real feelings, real emotion that don't tie you back to Republican or Democrat, or independent or Republican, or leftist or right. We need to have a real human conversation so we can figure out how to stop some of this before we lose it all fighting each other. All right, thank you, Scott. Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Howard.
Thank you so much, Chris.
What did he even say other than say we need to have a polished conversation? I didn't hear a fucking thing come out of his lips that had anything to do with anything.
All right, Steve, welcome to the stage. What do you have to say, my friend?
Pleasure to be here, and I hope Gary is okay. I'm going to read an op-ed, an article that I posted on my Facebook this morning. This is by a Los Angeles criminal defense attorney and sometimes ABC commentator Lou Shapiro. Quote, Jimmy Kimmel's suspension from ABC followed remarks he made during his monologue about the killing of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. On September 15th, he said, quote, we hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it, close quote. He also criticized the responses by political figures joking that former President Trump was the fourth stage of grief construction after Trump, when asked if he was holding up, responded by talking about a new ballroom being built at the White House. The reaction was swift and polarizing. President Donald Trump gloated, quote, great news for America, close quote. The ratings challenged Jimmy Kimmel's show is canceled. Kimmel has zero talent and worse ratings than even Colbert, if that's possible, close quote. He later added, Jimmy Kimmel is not a talented person. He had very bad ratings, and they should have fired him a long time ago. On the other side, celebrities and political leaders rallied to Kimmel's defense. Actor Ben Stiller posted simply, this isn't right. Actress Jean Smart wrote, I am horrified at the cancellation of Jimmy Kimmel Live. What Jimmy said was free speech, not hate speech. People seem to only want to protect free speech when it suits their agenda. What is happening to our country? Comedian Wanda Sykes accused the Trump administration of silencing dissent. Rosie O'Donnell, Kathy Griffin, and Sophia Bush all joined in condemning the suspension, warning of rising authoritarianism and chilling effects on free speech. Political figures also weighed in. Former President Barack Obama warned that the administration has taken cancel culture to a dangerous level by threatening regulatory action against media companies. California Governor Gavin Newsom condemned the suspension, accusing decision makers of prioritizing politics over democratic values. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker was blunt. A free and democratic society cannot silence comedians because the president doesn't like what they say. This is an attack on free speech and cannot be allowed to stand. ABC's decision appears to be driven by the backlash those remarks provoked. Affiliates, notably Nexstar, condemned Kimmel's statements as offensive and insensitive in a tense political climate. The network also likely saw risk in relationships with advertisers, regulators, and local stations, worried about audience backlash. Added to that, FCC Chairman Brendan Carr criticized the comments as misleading and suggested potential regulatory consequences for ABC and Disney. It's important to differentiate between the constitutional protection of free speech and the rights of a private employer under contract law. The First Amendment restricts government censorship or punishment, not actions by private entities. ABC is a private network. Its contracts with on-air talent customarily include clauses, morals clauses, reputational harm clauses, advertiser relations clauses, etc., that give the networks discretion to discipline or suspend hosts whose public speech could harm the company's reputational or financial interests. In this case, Kimmel's statements accusing a political faction, the MAGA gang, of opportunism, implying misinformation or mischaracterization, mocking how a high-profile figure is responding, arguably fall within what ABC might deem risky under such contract provisions. Even accepting that ABC has contractual authority, many see the remedy, an indefinite suspension, as disproportionate. Kimmel's comment, while controversial, was part of his role as satirist, Commentator. Punishing a public figure so severely for expressing political commentary may chill others from speaking out, especially in media and comedy, where exaggeration, provocation, and critique are part of the craft. Less punitive options could have achieved accountability without silencing him indefinitely. For example, ABC could have imposed a shorter fixed suspension of 1 week, coupled with an opportunity for Kimmel to issue a public apology. Such remedies would acknowledge the seriousness of the controversy while also respecting the role of satire and commentary in democratic discourse. Instead, the indefinite suspension feels excessive, amplifying concerns about overreaction. In conclusion, though Jimmy Kimmel's suspension generates strong feelings, it does not constitute a constitutional violation of free speech. ABC, as a private employer, retains the legal right to enforce contractual clauses and manage how its talent public speech aligns with its business and regulatory objectives. Still, it's not right to rejoice in someone's misfortune. Whether one agrees with Kimmel or not, celebrating his punishment undermines the values of open dialogue and mutual respect that should guide public debate. In moments like these, it is especially important to remain balanced and measured, recognizing both the rights of private companies and the need to preserve space for honest and open dialogue, even when the message is flawed. Lou Shapiro is a criminal defense attorney, certified specialist, and legal analyst out of Century City. He's occasionally on Facebook and can be reached at louisjshapiro@gmail.com. I land my clubhouse plane.
Thank you, Uncle Steve. And see Uncle Steve for the Critical Thinking After Party. He usually pops the room open, so he's a great guy to hang out with. And we will go to Steve. Steve, I moved you down just because you were unmuted, so glad you're back, buddy. Glad you got back on the stage. And you will actually close us down. Steve, my man, what do you have to say on the topic of the day?
Well, to what Uncle Steve was just articulating, the function of any company is your fiduciary function. If you have a board and you have investors, it's return on your investment. And if you look at a map, and I looked at one the other day where Sinclair had their stations all throughout the United States. This was a map where Sinclair, based on the climate, was going to take a hit. And if you're in that boardroom and you don't do something to protect your clients, and you don't do something to protect your investment, then you haven't done your fiduciary responsibility. Is it over the top? Possibly. We're in a heated climate. People throwing things back and forth all the time. I had a small company one time, and if one of my employers was out there aggravating my clients all the time and it was costing me money, guess what? I hired you not to be a voice for my company. I do that. That's not your job. So, was there FCC stuff? Possibly. I was looking at where Sinclair and another company is talking about mergers. But these are all business models. And, you can't complete the First Amendment when it comes to someone running the business. If you want to go to work for someone, like Steve was talking about, there's clauses in contracts. A lot of contracts are at will anymore. That's where you're right to articulate yourself in a manner that could be detrimental to someone that's put time, sweat, blood, and money in a corporation that you don't have the right to go out on your own and sabotage. If you want to do that, start your own company and then just say whatever you want to. But in that case, I would suggest that if you operate a company like that, you'd probably go bankrupt. So that's my take on it.
Great point.
Thank you so much, everybody. And that brings the room to a close. Thanks, everybody, for being with us. Thank you, Alan, for being here. And Howard, thank you so much for modding here. And prayers, thoughts and prayers with Gary and his bleeding foot. We all hope that his foot is heals up nicely. Thank you all, and we will see you all tomorrow for the end of the week show.
Yeah, let me talk.
What did
All right, I'm about to
she
close
gonna
the
know
room.
what she's
If
done?
nobody's gonna listen, no problem. I'm closing the room.
No, Royal,
Because it's annoying as fuck, and I'm trying to expose
Royal,
you guys are not gonna let me get my shit off. I'll just kick you out the room, or I'll fucking end the room. I don't give a fuck. Like if this is the whole point, I opened the fucking room, right? So this guy, he sat here. Oh well, I want to get back to my argument, and I said, okay, get your argument. And then he says, yeah, because we were rudely interrupted. Bitch, what? I just entered the room. I said, hey guys, what are you talking about? And you said, oh, hey Royal, you were in Amir's room? What were you talking about over there? Blah, 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 blah. Yeah? No? Yeah, literally is what he said. So I told him what I was saying in the other room, and then I came there. Yeah, no problem. So then he goes, oh, we were rudely interrupted. I said, how are you rudely interrupted when I said, hey guys, what are we talking about?
Hey, I was just playing a clip for somebody. I'm trying to explain to you what happened in the room because you weren't in there.
Trust Qatari government or the people, and there are a lot of slavery going on, and a lot of people died in Qatar when there was a war final going on. I don't know what was it.
Only like 300,000 are like actual citizens, right? The rest are like all kinds of like workers and like.
Yeah.
300,000. That's the number of citizens in this country.
Yes, it's
if
even
I remember
more.
correct me if I'm wrong, but this is what I remember.
Yeah, that's correct. But it's even more because some of them they don't have any ID, and they get their passports. It's like they basically kidnap them. It's a neo-slavery. It's a very bad country. I mean, it's even.
And they were able to host what was it, the soccer, the championship, or like what was the FIFA. And this is like part of this whitewashing them into like as a normal country. And I think that and I think the good thing about what the attack that Israel did in Qatar, maybe the timing was questionable, but it was like masks off. Like they're playing as this mediator while also hosting Hamas and also operating Al Jazeera. And I just didn't get it from the get-go. What the fuck makes them mediators? They are like participants. They are like the finances and the propaganda arm. They are not like a third party. They should be. I don't get it how they're not like how Israel doesn't sue those countries with the same way that South Africa and all those are suing Israel.
Because they say that. Yeah, keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. And since America or USA has the biggest base there, basically Qatar is hard to ignore for Israel. But I think Israel did the right thing. Actually, Iranian and Iran and Iranian people are happy.
And Neffy's in the store. Okay, I'm just gonna keep it, and then I'm gonna go away. You're good then.
Sorry?
Alright.
Someone's talking. No more.
Amazon?
I'm getting normal. It's hotline. Talking to a delivery guy.
Speaking of the double standards there, do you remember the Sri Lankan army fighting against the Tamils? I think circa 2006, 2011. I mean, there were reports of tens of thousands of civilians killed. No one gave a shit. Not a single demonstration in the world. I mean, just think about it.
Listen, you know,
Boring clown.
the entire world is up in arms about this Israeli attack on Hamas on Qatari territory. 3 months earlier, Iran launched missiles at American targets in Qatar territories. Everybody acknowledged that the attack was not on Qatar, but on the United States, which was an enemy to Iran. And in this case, the world flips out with condemnation left and right, as if we attacked Qatar. It was just 3 months ago. How could people like forget it? It's the same country.
Yeah, I caught a little bit of it. They were talking about the removing Kimmel from the
the show.
Can you all hear me? Can you all hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
And first off, Moose and JCC, were you able to hear the music and hear me talking? I just couldn't hear you, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, we heard the music.
Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. Yeah. Okay, great. JCC, thank you. Appreciate that. We just started because I was just playing a little bit of music. So let's first go to JCC. JCC, you want to talk or you want to defer to Moose for now?
Moose could say, my 2 cents is neither Kimmel nor Stephen Colbert should have been fired. However, it is what it is. Maybe bigger things will come for them. So
you got it. Okay, Moose, go ahead there, bro.
I echo JCC's sentiment. I mean, you just cannot make this stuff up. If you know, a lot of folks were upset that Kirk was allegedly killed for his. Well, we all know he's killed, but for allegedly exercising his free speech. And yeah, I agree. Nobody should be killed for exercising free speech, and I don't think anybody should be canceled for exercising free speech, particularly comedians. But I guess it's one thing to be doing your bit at a bar, except when your bar is owned by corporate mega corporations. Well, then let's cue the censorship. I think these are concerning days if this is a pattern.
I'm going to say something that's
This is
totally
Steve Appel
politically incorrect, but I believe is 100% is true. I totally support cancel culture because, in my humble opinion, I stress opinion, cancel culture is democracy at its heart. You get millions of people that say, I don't want this person on your TV show, or I'm going to stop buying your paper towels. That is pure democracy. And y'all, you are all free to disagree with me, but I totally support. Well, yeah, we'll do it in order. And if you want to
slandering your political opponents is democracy.
The show earlier, Critical Thinking, they were talking, and it was titled about Jimmy Kimmel. So let's rock and roll. Jerome Powell, I don't think I've spoken with you before, have I?
I think we did.
Oh, well, it's a pleasure to speak to you again. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hi.
Hi.
Thank you. Hi. To be honest, I just gave you this big eye thing because you said you support the cancel.
Absolutely, 100%. Yes, I do.
Yeah, but the example you gave that's not really the cancel culture.
Really? What is a better example? Please educate.
No. You scared me because you said you were supporting the cancel culture, and then you gave this example, and I thought,
I don't support all the people that are canceled, but I totally support the premise of cancel culture because I believe it is our truest form of democracy. Go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, okay, but the example you gave is less worrying than I thought, right? Because I don't support the cancel culture because it's a lot of people it's a small group of people screaming and making a lot of noise, but it's not I'm a little rusty in my English. It's not they're not talking for everybody, you know what I mean? So when you gave the example, I thought, okay, you're still my friend. That's sort of a joke.
I wasn't referring to Charlie Kirk or Kimmel. I was referring to the premise of cancel culture.
Yeah. But the example you gave, I can totally. I can
millions of people saying that if you don't take that person off the air, we're no longer going to buy your paper towels. That's exactly what I said. Yes.
Okay. But is that a cancel?
Advertisers control the air. If every single advertiser canceled their contract on the Jimmy Kimmel show, his show would have been canceled immediately, and no one would have questioned it. They would have blamed it all on the advertisers. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, but that's still not the cancel culture then, right?
Well, educate me. What is cancel culture?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay.
No. Okay.
Well, if you don't know, how can you argue what I'm saying is wrong?
No. It's not wrong. I think you do. No. You're fine. It's just you said I support the cancel culture. And
I support the premise of cancel culture because I think it's one of the truest forms of democracy. Yes, I've said it 3 times.
I can hear you. I I just came in, so I should I can also listen, of course.
I love that.
I would like to give you a compliment because it sounds really hard, like the cancel culture thing. But in this case, I totally agree with you because this is the way it works. Who pays? What is the saying about it?
Steve Appel's a bitch.
Advertising
A big
controls
stupid
media,
bitch.
not content.
So is JCC.
Yeah.
So is Marshall.
If all the advertisers
This
stood
show
up to
already
ABC
sucks.
and
And
said,
Moose
show
is
and
also a
Kimmel off
bitch.
the air,
El
we're
Normo.
taking our
I like El
billions of
Normo. Everybody else on this
advertising
stage is a
dollars off, you would not have been taken off the air and the
bitch.
show would not get suspended. Take my word for it.
Yeah, I do. So thank you, and I totally agree.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I love it when people agree with me. Let's say hello to El Normo. Hey Normo, I know you just got here. Did you want to talk or did you want to hang?
Well, I wanted to say that the expression is, he who pays the piper calls the tune.
Oh yeah,
And there. Oh no, sir, who was that? Was that Jerome? You got to hang. You got to stay on mute. It's also Norm. You don't bite the hand that feeds. But please continue.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. Now, there's another truth here, and that truth is that these networks are hemorrhaging money these days.
Yep.
So whatever contract they hold with their late night talk show hosts, for however many millions of dollars I have a feeling they're having difficulty getting the kinds of ratings that they had as recently as 10 years ago.
No question about it. I mean, all of late night, the ratings and the advertising revenue have been going downhill steadily. Yes.
That's right. And, the ratings for YouTube are up, and you can watch a million different things on YouTube. So what do you want to sit there and watch television with commercials for?
It's not only that, but if you're on YouTube, what does the production value of a YouTube cost? A couple of $100, a couple of $1,000. They pay millions of dollars to produce each show, don't they? I think, yeah.
Yeah, sure. So the world is changing. And this is not only a political decision. I think it is. I think it was horrible taste for Jimmy Kimmel to wade into this matter with the party who's not even told. But I also think they had a financial motivation.
Norm, I think they were looking for an excuse. Just my opinion. It's not like everything else was okie dokie until this comment occurred. I think they were looking for an excuse because of the low ratings, because of the loss of revenue, and this was just sort of an excuse, in my humble opinion.
Yeah, pretext.
I don't think he should have gotten fired for what he said, but I do think what he said was incredibly problematic. 4 days after the guy was shot, he was making a claim about political motivations of the shooter being on the right-hand side of the aisle, when the responsible thing is to go, political violence is bad. It's bad when it's done on all sides, period. And Kimmel tried to equivocate in a way that, drug him into something he shouldn't have. It took his ability to be funny and made it political in a way that was just not helpful to his overall message.
Sounded to me like he was gravy training a death to get back at MAGA. And to use it as he was gravy training a horrible death to stick another sword in MAGA's chest. That's what I think.
Yeah, he was being rather explicit about his views. The people on the right were trying desperately to turn him into something, to turn him into anything other than, quote, one of them. I think it's incredibly unwise for Kimmel to have made such a remark. I just feel like there needs to be a bit of clarification from my view. Shouldn't have gotten fired. I don't think that should have got him off the air. But he shouldn't have said it. He was piling on top.
It was in very bad taste, I'll tell you that.
He was doing the same thing that President Trump did that was so destructive for the country. It was destructive when Trump blamed it all on the left, and it's destructive when Kimmel just blames it all on the right. It doesn't help.
Thank you.
Did I get in here real quick?
Yeah, hold on. We got Necro and then Steve Wee. Necro.
Yeah, in general, it's like I just think with Kimmel, like with cancel culture, I don't like it, and it's not because though I'm a person who is, anybody who's woke who lost his job recently for celebrating Charlie Kirk's death or anything like that. But it's also not because I'm not it's also not because I'm a person who is conservative who has ideas that a lot of people just find really unpopular. I just think it's ultimately kind of like essentially
They were so unpopular they led to the last presidential win and the largest youth vote since Richard Nixon.
Yeah, well, I mean, essentially, like, yeah, I just think conservatives, though, like, when they complain about cancel culture, they complain essentially, like, about ideas that they complain about, they speak about the next day, like, abortion, like, when they're anti-abortion, they complain that they're canceled for being against it, and then they go on speak about it the next day. But anyways, I'm against cancel culture mostly because I just see it as a weapon that shows, like, to try to just, create. It's just essentially creating a mob to shut up other people. Now you might say, like,
you would agree Kimmel should have created his own mob.
Can I? Okay. So, but it's like I see your point, Steve. Essentially, that it's democracy. Because I mean, essentially, democracy is kind of like everybody saying your ideas suck. Get off the stage,
or I won't buy your product.
Yeah, it's it's everybody giving their honest opinion, and yeah, you can say that it's difficult to stand on, but it's like I mean, so I do see your point, Steve. Definitely.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
But in general, that's my reason I'm against cancel culture, and it's not because I'm a lefty who lost his job recently, but it's also not because
there are plenty of good reasons not to support cancel culture. Not a problem.
Yeah, it's also not because, like I said, that my ideas suck as a conservative.
No, not at all. Thank you. Okay, Steve Wee.
Yeah, I don't mean to reiterate this, but I think it's an important point in a new room. If you I looked at a map the other day of the location of Sinclair's broadcast facilities across the United States. Now, whether people want to accept this or not, it's really irrelevant because the station managers in those markets know what their audience is. And if you're a corporation and you're in a market where these type of things is going to cause financial damage to you, and you're running a corporation, it's your fiduciary responsibility to try to protect your corporation. And I think that more than anything, that's what Sinclair's saying. They got stations in markets, believe it or not, that doesn't think like certain segments of the United States. And I think they went to ABC and told ABC, hey man, look, you're damaging us. If you don't say something about this, they don't have to carry Kimball. They could, and they did. They threatened to pull him off there and put another guy in his time slot. You know what that's called? That's called responding to your customers and staying in business.
Yes, sir. Let's go to David. Hi, David.
Good afternoon. I want to say to Steve, and I respect you. We have a Sinclair station here in the Northwest, which is as liberal as anything on the West Coast, and our state actually voted more liberally than the previous election, which is hard to do. And Sinclair isn't afraid to publish their ultra-conservative viewpoint on their news broadcasts in our world. So please, they don't change it for where they are. I'm not a Kimmel fan. I don't think he should have been fired. Obviously, this isn't financial, not because of the people broadcasting him, but the people who want to do deals and need to get them done. And I said it in the other room. We have a $15 billion suit against the New York Times from this administration. We have ABC backing down from a lawsuit that they knew they could win. We have other places where now the media is being made afraid to comment on what they really want to say.
And ABC, Disney that owns ABC is a $200 billion company. Please continue.
Right. And so many of these shows, you know, the news shows, not the comedy shows, but the news shows were always operating often at a loss because it was more seen as a public good. And some of their licenses actually have parts of public good in their license that they have to do certain things.
I would think all of them have.
Right.
But please continue.
Right. So I would love to see what they're going to replace this losing Kimmel show with and see how much money they make off it. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. I want to go to the mods, but before we go to the mods, I want to play a 2-minute clip. So JCC, Marshall, Daryl, get ready. And if you're in the audience, come on up. This is, I think it's on point. It's about halfway through The People versus Larry Flint. And it's the closing argument made in his trial where they were trying to make illegal his Hustler magazine. I think it's on point to this, but check it out.
Well, here we go, another boring-ass little buttercup room spreading her propaganda, wasting all the time, talking about nothing. It's pathetic, Buttercup. Get a life. Do something with yourself. Go to the gym, I don't know, do some yoga. Make a video. Do something creative. You're gonna burn out doing this. It's a waste of time what you're doing, little
I'm not trying to
Buttercup.
convince you that you should like what Larry Flint does. I don't like what Larry Flint does. But what I do like is that I live in a country where you and I can make that decision for ourselves. I like that I live in a country where I can pick up Hustler magazine and read it if I want to, or throw it in the garbage can if that's where I think it belongs. Or better yet, I can exercise my opinion and not buy it. I like that I have that right. I care about it. And you should care about it too. You really should. Because we live in a free country. You know, we say that a lot, but I think sometimes we forget really what that means. So listen to it again. We live in a free country. And that is a powerful idea. That's a magnificent way to live. But there is a price for that freedom, which is that sometimes we have to tolerate things that we don't necessarily like. So go back in that room where you are free to think whatever you want to think about Larry Flint and Hustler magazine. But then ask yourselves if you want to make that decision for the rest of us. Because the freedom that everyone in this room enjoys is in a very real way in your hands. And if we start throwing up walls against what some of us think is obscene, we may very well wake up one morning and realize that walls have been thrown up in all kinds of places that we never expected. And we can't see anything or do anything. And that's not freedom. That is not freedom. So be careful.
And let's go to our mods. JCC.
Hang on, I can't talk.
Yeah, okay, let's go to Marshall.
I tend to agree with Cliff. We don't want to erect barriers to free speech culture or free speech in that way. It's wrong when the government gets involved in viewpoint discrimination, and Americans have to think about what they say and whether it adds to the national discourse or not. Because, like it or not, the whole national discourse is built of small conversations. And we have to decide whether we're going to stand up for an idea that people should be able to say what they'd like to say, not get fired, and that you can call somebody celebrating another person's assassination unhelpful at the same time. I think we have to have both of those kinds of thoughts in our head, and I think it's unfortunate we live in a country where our president, instead of choosing to unite the country when he had the pulpit, decided to blame it on one particular party. That shouldn't have been the message. The message should have been political violence is wrong. It doesn't matter who does it. It's always wrong. Same way we think murder is wrong. Murder's wrong. It's always wrong. Doesn't matter who does it.
Thank you, Marshall. There's no question in my mind, no question at all, black and white, no gray, that the government brought pressure to bear. But is this a free speech First Amendment issue? No, it is not. This is a business decision. Now, did the government violate the Constitution by bringing pressure to bear? I'm not sure. I don't know. Let's go to David. Hi, David.
Hey, I want to comment. This is Daryl.
I'm sorry, Daryl. Sorry about that, Daryl.
No worries. Comedy has always talked about, this quote unquote the right to offend, right? And this goes back to like the Great Depression. So during the Great Depression, the Marx Brothers, Abbott and Costello, Laurel and Hardy, they would make fun of, or at least bring satire to like tough situations. And it's been studied and talked about that comedy was the number one way of escapism through the Great Depression for many people. So there's always been this idea or this philosophy about the right to offend without necessarily causing harm per se, right? And so if we're at the point where people are just so thin-skinned that the right to offend doesn't exist anymore, then what is next? It's what else will people find offensive? And where does this go? Because comedy has really helped this country tackle like some serious issues, even the Vietnam War.
You were boring. And
you would bring comedians out to see the troops, and the comedians would make fun of what the troops were doing in the Vietnam War. So is it that comedy is no longer has the right to offend, or is it just the comedy I want to hear or you want to hear, and any other joke is just tasteless per se? But yeah, I fall back on like leave comedians alone because they've been doing this for 100 years.
Thank you. Scott Jones, would you like to contribute, or are you good?
I just think it's so interesting that Trump kind of ran on this being a free speech advocate, and how the woke left was censoring people, and that he was for a free speech guy, and then he's a guy that really tries to use the powers of his cultural influence to censor people.
Or Stephen Felshaw, an angry old man screaming into his mic.
Which, that's one thing. People don't but it's just interesting where he
Zaya got
the
kicked
opposite of censorious. And, pretty thin-skinned. And it's continuing. Again, I read in the room, but I'll read it again. The Truth, from Truth Social. I love it that they call it Truths. But he says, 15 hours ago, he said, "Great news for America. The ratings challenged Jimmy Kimmel show is canceled. Congratulations to ABC for finally having the courage to do what had to be done. Kimmel has zero talent and worse ratings than even Colbert. Okay, if that's possible. That leaves Jimmy and Seth to total losers on fake news NBC. Their ratings are also horrible. Do it, NBC, President DJT." No, that's not the push to censor, right? He's. I hope NBC doesn't have any mergers or anything before them, because if that's not a pincer, I don't know what is.
Thank you. Daniel, you're next up. Daniel. B? I think Daniel. Daniel? Hi, Dan. show Daniel Nero is first in my queue.
Yeah. Oh, well, thank you for that, and I'll be brief. I just wanted to dovetail on the Larry Flint comment, and I think that, like, if Kimmel spent more time, writing funny jokes instead of, sticking his nose into places where they don't belong, then he would probably still have a job. Like, the guy just wasn't funny. He probably didn't even write that joke. Charlie Kirk stuff. But anyway, I wanted to dovetail into the Larry Flint stuff, and I think we should focus on what's more important, the big stuff, the big topics. And I do mean big. So I've been a long-time subscriber to Jugs magazine, and I think that, look, just like Larry Flint, the man was pushing the boundaries on sides. Wow, these women with tiny breasts are so hot. No. Boom. He's alone with these big...
Come on, Steve. Do we have to listen to that?
Stop interrupting me.
Hold on. Everybody, go on mute really quickly. Jane, that's warning one. You may not have been here, but 10 minutes ago, I played a clip from the People Against Larry Flint that was directly on point to freedom of speech and First Amendment. So the answer is yes. He has not stepped over the line and gotten explicit, and I strongly suspect he's going to keep his Larry Flint remarks pertaining to the First Amendment. So the answer is yes. Sir, please continue.
Yeah, if Jimmy Kimmel were anything like Larry Flint, providing the type of service that Larry Flint did, then he should have some outrage. But doesn't Kimmel just suck, though? Honestly, thank you for the stage. Appreciate it. And also, I think we need more Warren than we need talking heads and bullshit opinions from people like Jimmy Kimmel.
Thank you very much. Next in my queue, it looks like I show Young. Hi, Young.
Hey, big bro.
Yo.
Yeah.
Would you like to contribute or just want to say hello to me?
Yeah, I'd like to contribute, I guess.
Go ahead.
It's about Jimmy Kimmel only, free speech? Or is it just Kirk?
You can say anything you want for a few minutes as long as it's respectful.
Yes, sir. Okay. So I would say what I've observed, everybody who's on I'll try to be a moderate, but everybody on the right wing, it seems like the far right wing, they're blending in with the Confederates. The old Democrats, they joined the Confederates. I mean, they joined the right wing party, and now they're like the far right wing, and nobody can tell that they did that. Most people can't. That's Christian. So I think they need to pay attention, like what's beside them, and that's the reason why our country is going that way, because that far right wing doesn't want us to have.
You mean, I'm sorry to interrupt, you mean the Christian religion is going astray by believing in things that just are not true?
No, just white supremacy Christianity.
Oh, I'm sorry. I obviously I misheard him. Please continue.
Oh yeah, not Christianity in its like, but in its extremist forms, the colonization type of form. That is the thing that everybody yells about and doesn't want in their country, or do they want that in their family? That's why people leave their faith, because of that type of version. So on the Kirk thing, I've been talking to a lot of our Christian brothers and stuff like that. But we've been chatting. We've been having good conversations about. Well, some of them don't have a conversation with me because they're supremacists. It causes supremacy. So, so dealing with him, his situation. God bless him. Nobody prayed that he went through that. I think that it may be a governmental thing that shot him, because JFK, it was a driver that was supposedly that shot him.
You believe that there was a conspiracy with the...
Yeah. Hello? It broke up. I can't hear you, Steve.
Steve, you were not audible for the last 25 seconds.
Yeah, we couldn't hear
Yeah, we lost you, Steve. Repeat what you said about conspiracy.
He took off. He'll come back, I guess.
Yeah, Young, repeat what you said, because I didn't hear what's going on.
Oh, okay. So in my theory, I would say, based off of Trump's release of the FBI.
How am I now? Damn this clubhouse. Damn this.
Just fine, Uncle Steve.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I appreciate you guys for this. So I think so much to say, but I was going to say, I think based off of Trump releasing the papers that the government, in a sense, killed JFK.
You mean the JFK papers or the Epstein papers?
JFK, yeah, that one. My bad.
Go ahead.
So yeah, I think it's an inside job, but yet everybody's falling for the same thing. Like they're like, hey, there's a liberal, he did it, but they're not learning the lesson that it was the government at first. So there's an inner fight that's going on, some kind of Caesar type of crap. So that's my theory about it. So many things about this man. And then I'm gonna close on this. I believe that Jesus could accept socialism. I believe he could accept any type of governmental structure, because it says on his shoulders will be the government, and the first century church was, they had all things in common.
Do you believe Jesus is coming back next week during Rosh Hashanah? Someone told me that.
Nobody knows the day or the hour. Nope.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, listen. Hey, thank you. I appreciate your comments. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And by the way, if you've never heard the Ask the Atheist show on Sunday, you might want to check it out. Let's go to the Daniel number 2. Hi, Daniel number 2. Daniel. Hello, Daniel. Once, twice. All right. Brian. Hi, Brian. Brian.
Hey, Uncle Steve, during the week, how cool can that be?
This is my 4th day in a row. Can you believe this crap?
Oh, that's great. But I have a question for you. I guess technically if it comes all the way down
Wait, I'm here.
Push into the corner.
Okay, Dan. Oh, when he's on the phone, yeah, he'll go next.
I'm right here.
Well, you'll go next.
I ran here on bloody knees to get to the phone.
You'll go next. Go ahead, Brian.
But how can you actually say it was a business decision when they really didn't have much choice? Charlie Carter.
Tell me why they didn't have much.
I'm about to tell you that.
Great.
Because Charlie Carr of the FCC literally told them we could do this the easy way or we could do it the hard way.
And Disney is a $200 billion company, so why didn't Disney say, fuck you, we'll do it the hard way?
Because what if they did pull their license? No matter how rich they are, they're not going to be able to sustain a year or more in the court while the lights are turned off.
You can't turn them off until the case is over.
It's clearly government censorship.
You can't turn the lights off. Hello?
Yes, they can.
Really? Okay, well, go ahead.
I mean, Trump has got the Supreme Court in his pocket. I mean, they could easily put an injunction and pull their license and keep it pulled until the court's over.
And then the injunction could be appealed and overturned and then stayed.
Yeah, and the injunction is only going to be legal in a certain geographical description. Nationwide injunctions are no longer permissible.
Yeah, hey, Marshall, that's right. Now it's only an injunction. It works in only the one district you're in, right?
Correct.
Thank you, Donald Trump and the Supreme Court. Yeah, go ahead, Brian. Please, go ahead, Brian.
I still think it's government,
No, I know you do. It's a big conspiracy. I get it. I understand. It's okay.
How can you say it's conspiracy? I mean, the guy said it himself.
I'm being facetious.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. This. I just never thought I would see this kind of thing happening in the United States, and compounded on top of everything else that's been happening with covering up the slavery and taking stuff out of the Smithsonian and the parks and canceling research off the government websites. I mean, all of this is just it's plain censorship. And
yeah, don't forget about the aliens. Don't forget about the aliens in Roswell.
Well,
can you tell me what was
removed?
What was
I'm
removed
trying to at least
from
keep
the
it in.
Smithsonian?
But
what was removed from the Smithsonian?
The stuff about slavery.
What specifically?
Do I have to give you a list?
No, you can
know.
Say you don't know. Just say you don't know.
I'm just curious.
Yeah, we'll move on. Just say you don't know.
In general, it's stuff about slavery that Trump didn't want in the Smithsonian.
Right, I
You can
understand
look
in
it up
general,
on
but
Google.
specifically you don't know,
I do not have a list of individual items. No.
Okay, that's fine. No problem. All right, Brian, thank you. Thank you very much. Brian, it's a different show than the weekend. Yeah, it's nice to see me on the, we're 4 days in a row, but this is a different show than the weekend. Go on mute, please. Please go on mute, Brian.
Didn't I go on mute?
Brian, please go on mute. Somebody will help you. Let's go to, hang on a second. Let's see who's after Brian. I got Kitty. Hi, Kitty.
Oh, wait, you said you're the Daniel girl.
That's no, I'm sorry. No, that's right. Thank you very much. Daniel, you're up. Hi, Dan.
I don't work. I did just to come in.
It's a weekday show on 4 days in a row. Sorry, go ahead, Dan.
Okay. What was I talking about? Oh yeah. It's just funny. I mean, in my state, you know what they're doing in my state? All the teachers licensing.
What state are you in?
Virginia, the beautiful state of Virginia. If you say something controversial about Charlie Kirk, you could lose your teaching license, which is just fucking funny. I remember.
Yeah, but Daniel. Hello, Daniel.
Warriors.
Hello, Daniel.
Daniel. Not tattletale evangelical.
Daniel, can you hear me? Daniel.
I can't hear you.
You can't hear me.
I'm gonna filibuster. It's
all right. That's good. You go ahead and filibuster down in the audience. We love that. I was going to say that, and in fact, we're doing this. We're recording tonight on the Workers' Rights Radio Show, which is aired on Southern California Radio. A lot of companies all across the United States are firing employees because of what they say about this situation. This is not just restricted to Virginia. This is happening all over the country. And now, let's see. Is it Young? I show Young next in my queue.
So Young already spoke.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Kitty next. Thank you, Kitty.
Hey, Uncle Steve and everybody.
Hi, Kitty.
Hi. I was reading on this, and I just saw. I will just say it. It says the phrase "they will persecute you like they persecuted me" is often attributed to Jesus in the New Testament. It's a warning to his followers that they should expect to face similar challenges and hostility from the world that they face. The concept of persecution is a reoccurring theme in the New Testament, and Jesus was opposed by religious and political authorities, ultimately leading to his crucifixion. The book of Acts and the epistles of Paul show that early Christians also were persecuted, facing imprisonment, beatings, and even death for their beliefs. Historical and non-Christian sources also prove evidence of this persecution. The Roman historians Tacitus wrote about the persecution of Christians under Emperor Nero in the 1st century AD, and it goes on to talk about where it is historically, along with evidence throughout any Christian Bible riddled in the New Testament. I think that the idea that people can openly have, and I think honestly, he was a hero of mine. I don't care what people want to say to me about it, or if they say bad things about him. I think that is a reflection of them, honestly, because the guy talked about what he believed, what his faith, and his political views. Now, you can hate him for his political views, and you can hate the fact that he was a Christian, but for anyone that calls himself a proud American and wants to say that they are rooted in having the ability to have free speech, I think nobody courageously did it better than Charlie Kirk. And the fact that not only was hated throughout all media, especially painted as horrendous. Stephen King said some horrendous things that were just factually untrue. Was something that he was willing to take on because he did have that courage, because he was unabashedly unafraid to say that he believed in the true awesome power of Jesus Christ and loved his country enough to use his ability to have that free speech to do so. Sadly, a deranged, for what reason, young man decided to take his life for his own selfish needs, or thinking that under whatever disillusion, evil, honestly, it's evil. Anybody that can look at somebody, whether you with them or you disagree with them, and can justify taking out their life and their ever existence is a very scary, to me, time, if not evidence of what I believe the end of the book talks about and was prophesied in dreams through Daniel. And moreover, I think if we really truly as Christians want to get a hold of this, this would be a time more now than ever to pay attention to like Charlie Kirk's idea for unity and for having the kind of America with free speech that we should all have. Does that allow for people to mock and ridicule and delight in someone's murder? I don't think that should be okay. I mean, people have their own private markets. If they're a company and it's going to destroy their business.
Marlon was killed.
Hey son, I would love to talk to you, but you gotta wait, because I'm sure when you're talking you don't want people interrupting you, but we want to hear from you, so just hang on. I show the order after Kitty, I show Christian, Sir, and then you, so you're third up. Love to hear from you. Just hang on and have patience. Go ahead, Kitty.
Jerome Paul after Christian.
I thought I already spoke to Jerome Paul, but maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe so.
So anyway, I'll land it here. All I can say about all of this is I really hope that every one of us, right or left, red or blue pill, whatever, atheist, Christian alike, that we all as Americans can stop for a second and realize that each and every one of us probably have somebody in our life that we love. That guy now has left, shockingly, 3, 1 not even born, children, a wife, you know, parents. That he is no longer
Great story, Kitty.
alive because of someone's selfish hatred, and for that, I don't think that encompasses anything that has anything to do with free speech. And if you look at it, that shows the steady decline of things. In my opinion, I used to love watching the late night shows, Uncle Steve. I used to love, trying to get both sides of the crazy, news, whether it was fake Fox News or fake CNN. Now it's just so absurd. It's almost comical to even call it news. So if they're plummeting in their ratings, then maybe they need to make a drastic change. If you're teaching children as a teacher, or you're a doctor of a hospital and you have patients and you're pushing your ideologies over your profession, then I think the company needs to use their business brains and make some obvious corrections. And if people get offended by that, again, the guy no longer will have to be in your ear holes. I mean, like they killed him. So I'm shocked sometimes by some of the things that I hear, but it is. I love you, Uncle Steve. I thank you for letting me go on way too long. It's hard for me.
Love you too, Christian. You're next, and I show Jerome Paul if he hasn't spoken before him, and son, Christian.
Thank you, Stephen. I actually would like, because clearly there's other people who want to speak very, very much, is I will go after the following after me goes, and then I will speak.
You want to go after Jerome Paul if he hasn't spoken yet?
No, I'll go after son. So
You got it. You got it. Jerome Paul, you're up if you haven't spoken already.
We spoke a bit, but it was in the beginning of the room. I don't know if it counts.
It does count. It does count. We'll come back to you. Thank you for being honest. Go.
Forget it.
Okay, forget it. Go on mute, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I remember. I recognize your voice. Sir, you're up. Hi, sir. Sir.
No,
sir, go.
Yeah, I really think that, like, when it comes to what America's going through right now is really, hurtful. I think that we're all hurting. I'm a Democrat. I've been a Democrat since '93, but I know I'm a Christian. There are people that are atheists. We all have our own different beliefs in like what we do. But what we've witnessed in the last week, it is detrimental and impactful to American society. and I would really like to understand, you know, what are we gonna be able to recognize from in a positive way and not be hateful about it, you know, because Charlie was never a hateful person. Like, he loved life. You know, he loved the life that God gave him. You know, so I just want to know where we go from here. No,
Thank you, sir. Oh, I thought you were finished. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish up if you wish. Oh, okay. Let's go to Son. Hi, Son. Hello, Son.
Yeah, so yeah, so like what the girl was saying, Kitty, about oh my god, like people are like making a mockery. Listen, the guy shouldn't have died. You're entitled to freedom of speech. I don't give a fuck what you say. You're entitled to say whatever you want. And
well, unless you're advocating violence, unless you're advocating violence,
unless you're advocating violence and you know, projecting.
Breaking the law. Yeah, go ahead.
So, there've been multiple black people that have been killed. Trayvon Martin, like George Zimmerman went on a whole fucking press tour signing fucking autographs and a whole bunch of shit. Like, and this is what I don't understand. Like, when people are, I mean, listen, Charlie Kirk died. He shouldn't have died. It's fucking sad as fuck. But let's not pretend like I just don't understand it. Like,
well, maybe this will help put it into perspective. It might not help you on it, but maybe this will put it into just a better perspective. Before Trayvon Martin was killed, nobody knew who he was. Tens of millions of people knew who he was. Please continue.
Yeah, but then George Zimmerman went on fucking press tours, going to autographs.
Yeah, but what does George Zimmerman have to do with this?
Everything. Because she's talking about how people are reacting, laughing about him dying or whatever fucking disgusting videos they're making about his death, right? The same shit happened to multiple black people. So who gives a fuck?
Well, I will answer that. Just the fact that we're having this conversation, just the fact that this is the #1 news story around the world, that's who gives a fuck. Please continue.
Yeah, but once upon a time, all of these other news murders I was talking about was the #1 news story in the fucking America. And it was disgusting.
It's not a news story because of the shit that he said. He's a news story because somebody took a 140-yard shot with a bolt-action rifle and chopped him down at a political event that he was invited to at a university. Right?
No, it was because of what he represented.
Son, are you saying, and I'm just asking, are you saying that we should care as much about Trayvon Martin as we do about Kirk? Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is, I don't want to hear nobody cry about this guy being killed.
Then why are you? Hold on. Hello. If you don't want to hear about it, A, why are you talking on this show? B, why are you reading the media? C, why are you watching it on YouTube, TV, and the radio if you don't want to hear about it?
This is biased.
But media is always biased. Media is always biased.
Exactly.
Okay.
You don't want to hear people cry about somebody who got assassinated. The problem, and this echoes a little bit of Luigi Mangione stuff. We start to equivocate on murder. Murder is wrong. It's always wrong.
Murder is illegal.
I didn't say it was
wrong.
They dropped the terrorism charge.
One mic at a time, folks. Just one mic at a time.
Yeah.
The point I was trying to make was that it seems like you don't recognize that political assassinations are a big, bad, and terrible thing. You think because he may have said some hateful things, the people shouldn't care about what happened to him.
No, people.
You rightly, just let me finish. You rightly said you didn't condone the murder, but then you went on this equivocating track of, well, but I don't want to hear people complain about Charlie Kirk because he was a hateful bigot.
I never said that. He did have a lot of hateful things to say. I never said that.
Well, what you did say is that
I don't condone his murder. But no, so basically, this is the facts. He catered to a lot of racist bigots.
So?
And he got killed, right? So now the whole country is in uproar. But when a racist bigot killed a black guy, nobody gives a fuck about it.
Son, tell you what, go on mute. Son, hang on, Marshall, I'll let you finish up. Son, go on mute. And this is what I suggested earlier. Maybe I didn't phrase it right, but I specifically suggested, since you brought up Trayvon Martin, are you specifically asking that, basically now no one cares about Trayvon Martin, or not enough people did when he died than before? And by the way, that story was in the news for a very long time. A lot of people cared, but now it's out of the news, and Kirk is number one. That's just the way.
No,
just go on mute, please. Okay, tell you what, I'll give you 60 seconds to clarify your point uninterrupted, then we'll go to Marshall. Go ahead.
Trayvon Martin thing happened about 2015, right?
Go on.
There were a bunch of fucking people, memes, and a whole bunch of hateful shit on the internet, right?
That's right, yes.
Nobody canceled them. Nobody said, oh my God.
That's right.
That's all I'm trying to say.
Well, you made your point, and I agree with your point. Thank you. Let's go to Marshall and then back to Christian. Yeah, Marshall.
Steve, will you check your back channel?
Will I check my what? I'm sorry? Check my what?
I sent you a link in the back channel of a song, but yeah.
Yeah, I'll do it after the show. I can't do it during the show. Thank you.
Just to see if you done the show. It's called HR.
This is not the weekend. Maybe we'll do it on the weekend. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I was just gonna say, it sounds like you're excusing what happened. You don't condone the murder, but Charlie Kirk was a hateful bigot, and so, well, he may have gotten what was coming to him, it sounds like. It also
I actually found him very entertaining.
It also sounds to me...
Son, you gotta stay on mute, buddy. Son, you gotta stay on mute.
It also sounds to me like you're judging offense on what happened to other people. It's offensive Trayvon Martin gets murdered. It's offensive when this happens. Really offensive because they happened in the first place. At least in my view, the dispatcher clearly told Zimmerman to stay in the damn car.
Yep.
Clearly.
Yep.
And I think there is a overcharging problem in Florida. They overcharged for the killing. They could have gotten him on a negligent manslaughter, but they went for capital murder or capital 2 and could not get a conviction. But my point is, you seem to be judging offense by that instead of saying any act of violence, no matter who it's visited upon, is wrong, period.
I think that's what he is saying. I think he's not condoning it. However, what he's saying is like the actions are hypocritical. People are crying about people speaking their opinion about what happened to Kirk, but yet when it happened to Trayvon, it was okay for them to, spew these silly memes, and they weren't condemned about it, right?
Yep.
So he's just saying.
JCC, you dropped out, but I agree with what you were saying, JCC. All right, let's go to Christian and then Abby, because Abby hasn't spoken. So let's go to Christian and then Abby.
Hi, Steve. How you doing?
Hi, Christian.
You having a good day? Having a solid day?
I'm doing great, but
that's That's good to hear. And I wanted to respond to what Kitty said because I think she did really bring up a very, very interesting point. I think people should tap in a little bit on it more.
Kitty always brings up excellent points.
I agree. I think I haven't personally met Kitty before, but she seems like she has.
I haven't personally met her either. She's promised multiple times to come out to Casa de Papel, but we'll get her here early.
I believe it, but this is what I'll say about Charlie Kirk in response to her, and rest in peace to him, by the way. So, number one, I think one of the things that she stated was that he was a man of faith, and that's correct. And one of the things that he actually put as his number one, and specific to his organization Turning Point and what he did on his campuses, was his faith. He talked about it very highly. I mean, one of the interviews that he had, I don't know how long it was before he died, but the interviewer asked him, what do you want to be remembered by if you die? And he said, if I die, like he didn't believe he was going to die anytime soon, but he said he wanted to be remembered by his faith, and he always put that very highly. I don't agree with everything that he stated. I don't agree with everything he says, but one thing that I do support him on is that he stands on what he says. And do I think that everything that he stands on is the best thing? Not in my opinion. But you don't see a lot of people like him who, one, exercise their rights to the full ability like he does, stand on what they say once they say it, and the third of all, say it in front of thousands and thousands of people, and even millions depending on who sees it after. You don't see that. He led a movement. He turned a mostly liberal generation, flipped the entire script, and now the majority of the people in this generation, in this current one, are now conservative or Republican, however you'd like to frame it as. I think that anyone who wants to justify the killing, anyone who wants to celebrate his death, which unfortunately I have seen on social media, I think that anyone who wants to do that is an absolutely terrible person and should have no absolute say in this talk about him, because it's absolutely terrible that anyone would wish it upon somebody. But we still have more to learn. We're getting a lot more information on it, but still have a lot more to learn. We still don't know if Tyler Robinson is going to get the death penalty or not. But I think Erica Kirk and the rest of the family did put that forth as something they would like to do. So we're just learning new information, but again, rest in peace to him, and I hope people can understand that this is a lot more than just political.
Thank you very much. Abby is next, and JCC and Scott and Daryl and Marshall's on the phone. I got to make a couple of phone calls. I may or may not be back. Can you guys run the room as you guys see fit?
Yeah, I don't have much to say. I'm going to let other people speak.
That's okay. You mods, take it away. I got to make a few calls.
Someone next. Moose, did you talk?
Moose.
I think Abby, you were next.
Yeah, I don't have much to say. I'm commenting to people in the chat, though. It's like whack-a-mole.
Hey, it's Daryl. I'd like to say something.
Go ahead,
Daryl, did you understand my point in the chat? I don't know Acts. I've never read it, but I don't know the new.
I know you haven't, because then if you had, you wouldn't have made the comment about King of the City of David.
No, I'm saying what I was saying, Daryl, is I don't know the New Testament. I'm going to own that I don't, but I do know that they uncovered a pool, a swimming pool, or a pool that they believe Christ cleansed himself in, and I put the chapter from the New Testament that they believe related to the pool, and it's a recent find. It used to be a parking lot, and by accident, literally by accident, when they were cleaning after a flood on the parking lot, the tractor started digging, and it hit something that they realized was ancient and an artifact, and then they uncovered the pool. So they're always uncovering biblical artifacts that track directly back to that time, and that's all I was saying. So no, I've not read Acts. I don't know the New Testament. I'm going to own that.
Thank you, Abby. Thank you for that. I'm going to look it up.
It's very cool what they found.
Scott or Reverend, are you there? Yes, he's not. I wanted to come up to my buddy Christian, if he's still where he lived. Never mind.
No, honey, I'm not Christian. I'm Jewish. I haven't read the New Testament like Daryl has.
Abby.
That was my response. But I do follow archaeology in
I was
Jerusalem.
talking about Christian, who was just speaking, not you.
I'm answering someone who wrote something in the chat. That was it.
Okay.
Sanu, sorry. I just want to say something very short, and I gotta use the bathroom, so I'm gonna get off here. Very quick. I agree with JCC, just because, and people that's like that. Only because, like, it just makes sense. It's a lot of hypocrisy. Had it been Billy Graham, it would have not been an issue. Had it been, somebody white in our lives who we really not just care about, who didn't, they were not bigots, private bigots. We would have not did that to any of them. Including a lot of atheists. They would even do a hats off towards somebody who was an actual upstanding person who helped them in their life. They would have did that. So it's not so much, oh yeah, they just condoned it. And want to deal with this very quick. I'm going to get this out of the way. Civil rights. Let me say this very quick. There are such thing as subtle racism, which is the northern version of racism. And the southern version is overt, I think. Introvert is not noticeable. And very quick, I'm going to say this. This is crazy deep. So the Democrats where the KKK was created at, some of them disagreed with the civil rights, just like Kurt did. Any racists would go against the civil rights, and they were against Martin Luther King, as they was back then. So now those people pissed off that they have civil rights. Those same people who was with KKK went to the North or went to the Republican side. So now they're far right wingers. And now, lo and behold, this right winger who's hiding behind Republican, just as they did when they did their little immigration to Republican. Now he's against who? What two things? Diversity and inclusion.
Yeah, the big switch has actually been disproven. You should watch it off.
Yeah, bro. I know. Yeah, okay. I want to hear that.
There's actually only one Dixiecrat Democrat Republican.
Let him finish his point. Let him finish his point, and then you can carry on. So go ahead.
I thought he was done. Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. I appreciate that you got that though. I'm gonna listen to it. So the civil rights. Now all of a sudden, they were always against the civil rights. They were always against Martin Luther King, the KKK, and all the forms of KKK. And now they're in the Republican side, whispering in their ear as John Wilkes Booth, right? And they're sitting there fighting against the civil rights thing because that's what they used to do before they switched over. It's a telltale that who these people are whispering.
So I think you're telling the story in a historically wrong way. Nixon, just let me finish.
You're just making up myth, bro. That's crazy.
No, I haven't even said what I thought, and you're telling me I'm making up myth. So how about you wait until I get done, and then you can call what I'm saying myth. Richard Nixon knew in the 70s that in order to get American votes, he had to go to the South. That was where the American votes were. Yes, you picked up some races in the riffraff of that, but the main thing was to go for where votes were. 70s under Nixon, the votes were in the South. There was a party switch in the South in which you got the respectable folks, but you also got the unrespectable folks. It is wrong to portray Nixon's strategy for this as he wanted all the racists. That's not why Atwater and other political theorists wrote the Southern strategy. They wrote it because the most votes for political movements at the time were in the South. The Democrats also competed this way through Dixiecrats. Now, they were a waning interest at the time because Republicans were impeding. The Republicans picked up the racist votes not because they set out to get the racists, but because they set out to get everybody else, and the racists weren't included on top of that.
That wasn't my argument. It wasn't my argument at all. But I'm listening, though. It was not my
argument. I didn't say it was your
argument, I said it was the correct interpretation of the Southern strategy. The Southern strategy was put in place simply to get more votes. Now, the Confederates and the white supremacists came along with them. But and you could see this in the Richard Nixon Presidential Library, when you look through documents, he did not get votes in the South because he wanted racist votes. He got votes in the South because he wanted to go to the South where most of the votes happened to be. And that's a critical piece that's often underwritten about the Southern strategy and not explained. What's often explained is that they picked up the racist votes, and it's often explained that that's why they did it, despite the fact that was not why Nixon did it in 72.
As I said, I was just saying the switch over. I wasn't telling you what something about Nixon. I wasn't talking about Nixon, but I'm glad you mentioned it though. So now I got to turn.
You don't realize you're talking about Nixon. That's the problem.
No, that was good that you brought it up. Yeah.
Hey, Marshall, do you think people wouldn't espouse these dumb fucking ahistorical rhetorics if they actually just open a book and read? Take a look, send up a reading rainbow.
Is he done? You kind of broke up a little bit. But
If only you studied, young zealous.
I study a lot, by the way. You're talking to the right person, too.
Yeah.
If we talk cordial, you will find your way to the truth. The truth.
I am speaking cordially.
No, I'm just saying that's just a precursor.
I'm just speaking cordially and saying you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, no, that's cool. I'm saying to you in the future, because I know far right wingers that are leaning. You know, and they first of all, their highest strategy is to make sure that they talk uncordial.
John, I promise you, Rich is not a far right winger. Rich has differing opinions for differing political stripes. He would be more properly described as slightly irritated but politically homeless.
Yep.
I'm curious about what I heard someone say about Jesus bathing in a pool, or a swimming pool got discovered. That what?
Yes. There was a biblical pool discovered in Israel recently. It has to do.
Oh, biblical pool.
Well, it actually has to do with the paralytic man who Jesus told to go. That we kept going down to the pool and stuff.
Was the pool of Siloam?
Yes. So it was a parking lot. I mean, it's this whole area right outside the walls of the old city. And they also uncovered a tunnel that leads from the pool right into where in the old city near where the temple, the Holy Temple was. So the belief is that that's where he cleansed himself before he made his pilgrimage to the temple. It's very cool. It was recently found, but that whole area was literally old parking lots that they uncovered amazing artifacts. I'll put something in the chat about the city of David because it goes back to the kingdom of David and coins and other archaeological finds that are extraordinary. But the pool is recent, so that's why I mentioned it.
Abby, I mean, just like for historical context, the ideal of Pontius Pilate, historians had always claimed, there's no evidence for Pontius Pilate, and atheists always use that. They say, well, why would Pilate not even exist? That shows you that this is all just made up. And then, I think it's about a decade ago, they ended up uncovering a stone that they flipped over, and they actually found inscribed on it to Pontius Pilate. And they're like, oh, wow, it's actually real. And then they found a bunch of coins and a bunch of other artifacts.
Right, and then they mentioned Tiberius, too. That was crazy.
Yeah, have you ever taken archaeology in college? It's really wild to go there and see, it's one thing to see the stuff that had been found, but you can go and be part of the digs and actually experience it as they find stuff. And there was a volunteer, like a young girl that volunteered. She found a whole bag of coins in that area. This is one of the days digging. It's really interesting stuff.
But Abby, I heard that the Jews are like a bunch of anti-Semitic, fascistic Nazis, and just treat everybody with disdain and terribly. You know.
Not in the digs. The digs are.
Do they let
There's all kinds
foreigners
of
into
people
Israel?
that come from all over the world to.
Are foreigners allowed to go to Jerusalem or Israel?
The majority of the people that work on the digs, by the way, are not local.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah,
so really open.
And then also with that situation, Sanu, I know you're trying to like bring some justice to it, because like, but one of the things is that there's different type of Jews, right? There's different types. There's people that are pagan Jews, and then there's
really?
Yeah, then there's like people who are Messianic, then the people that's quote unquote Orthodox, Ashkenazi, Russian, and then you got Ethiopia, right? And then you have different type of people in Africa, and some that are lost Jews, right?
They're interesting, there's because they never had the rest of they only had the 5 books of Moses, that the Ethiopians that were rescued, and I mean they're the most beautiful people. Their traditions are just incredible. And one of the past Miss Israels was an Ethiopian woman. You can Google her. Ashju, I think. I really am butchering her last name. She's just magnificent. But they had this, practiced the religion, and they practiced it. What we say halachically, they really practiced it. But they only had the first 5 books. So the rest of the Bible, it's just interesting. Just never made it there.
Yeah, I was saying. Oh yeah, on that point, thanks Abby for the information. I'll look it up. And I know the Ethiopians they be looking sexy. I ain't gonna lie. But I'm saying is Solomon and Moses married an Ethiopian woman. That it started a long time ago with Moses. Whenever they, Miriam, who she was being racist towards them. But then Moses was so humble because he saw the beginning, and then he married one because he was like, okay, well, all right, I'm cool, whatever, because they come from the Middle East first. Then he went down to Egypt, and then God, after being pissed off at Miriam for her acting funny because she was Ethiopian, he made you know about the story, right, Abby? What happened? Numbers 12, where God turned to white because he kind of mocked her for her being racist towards the Ethiopian woman or whatever, and Moses, and that's the story, and then going to the last part, this last thing I'm saying on this topic. What is the situation? Oh, Solomon, Sheba, Bathsheba, yeah. Sheba down below, you have Yemen, and then you have Ethiopia. And so Sheba is known for like the.
So, going
so
back
why was
to.
I muted? Why was it like no?
Because
I'll
you're
be quiet. No, I'll be
hold
quiet.
on. I'll mute you.
I'll be quiet. Just let me know.
I can move you down. Going back to upholding Steve's Steve's rules. It's, one person, we try not to do a lot of crosstalk, and it's usually normally, 2 minutes, and then, we move on. Sanu, I wanted to ask you something about something.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to ask you something about, you just said, it was interesting because, you said that no one believed that Pontius Pilate existed until about 10 years ago. And I just want to ask you, did you mean to say that? Or maybe that was just
so there wasn't any
paraphrasing?
So I don't know if it's more than 10 years ago, but they uncovered a tablet where it was like a stone that slipped over, and they ended up finding Pontius Pilate written on it, inscribed. And then they found other artifacts. But at the time, the way I understand it is prior to that, there wasn't any like historical evidence or writings about Pontius Pilate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Because they discovered the Pilate stone in 61.
Okay, maybe it's 61.
Yeah.
I knew it was like, maybe I was wrong on my time. I seen the documentary thing like 10 years ago. That's why I was assuming it was like brand new. But maybe it's the 60s. But the point is like, there was like 1900 years or something, almost 2000 years of people claiming that Pontius Pilate never existed. So maybe it's the 60s. But I've seen the documentary like 10 years ago.
I'm only saying so I did 2 years. I'm no Reverend Scott, but I did do 2 years of theology, and I'm just saying I've never heard anyone say that Pilate didn't exist. So when you said that, that was just a shock to me. So it's just
I can pull the documentary and stuff like that.
No, I haven't.
I did want to go to somebody else. Honey Badger, larger thing we've been talking about. The firing of oh Lord, Jimmy Kimmel. I wanted to call him Stephen Colbert there for a second. The firing of Jimmy Kimmel. I wanted to hear your opinion on the matter. I've seen you express it in text, and since you're on the stage, I feel like we ought to give you the mic.
What was the question?
What's your thoughts on the Kimmel? What's your thoughts on
Kimmel? On Kimmel?
Yeah, Jimmy Kimmel.
On the Kimmel issue, that's largely what the critical thinking forum room was about today. Like, did the government intervene?
Entirely. Yeah. That's pressure from the top. Yeah, that's bullshit.
You want to elaborate, or just?
No, I think it's pretty clear. I don't see what the problem is. It's like Jimmy Kimmel says stuff that Trump doesn't like. Trump says lies all the time. So a few months ago when he said that he saved free speech and he's protecting free speech, that's just a setup because later on he's going to fuck it over. And that's what he's been doing. And this Charlie Kirk thing is part of that. Yeah.
So I'm of the view Jimmy Kimmel shouldn't have been fired for what he said. But he stuck himself in the middle of that debate in a really unproductive way.
What did he say that was so offensive again? I don't remember.
I didn't take it personally as offensive. I took it as unproductive.
Well, like what?
The statement was something to the effect of...
He just said that the Republican Party
We've had an issue with these MAGA folks who are desperately trying to make the shooter's identity something it is not. And I'm not repeating the quote exactly.
He wanted him not to be a Republican. Something that
that was very obvious that that's the agenda. The agenda is to make sure that it's definitely not a magnet.
And what was really funny was when Trump was asked, so how you doing with the death? He goes, oh, pretty good. How about the construction of the White House, you know? So obviously Trump was the insensitive one. Why didn't Trump cancel? Insensitive bastard.
Jimmy Kimmel's words injected him into a partisan debate that he probably shouldn't have been a part of.
He wasn't injecting himself into any debate. He was making a comment.
Please just let me finish. What I mean by that specifically was Jimmy Kimmel engaged in some partisan views himself. He implied that the right was trying to make the shooter political affiliation other than what it was.
Which is true. Yeah, it's true. That's what's going on.
He implied the shooter's affiliation was MAGA.
Yeah, because that's been what the...
Hey, guys, Marshall.
Please just let me
I was just going to say one thing to Daryl.
Well, that's really slow.
I was going to say, Daryl, don't leave because I have an answer for your question.
I'm not even done.
Okay, I wasn't
Please don't talk over me.
Yeah, but this is part of why this is
very polite to other people.
It's because of this kind of like slow, plotting, like doofus attitude about what's going on.
Marshall's a mod and he's not a doofus. You're a fool.
17 people are going to jump in. It's going to take 5
minutes. It's not that hard. Just let me finish what I was going to say. It seemed to me Jimmy Kimmel stuck his nose in a partisan matter and made a partisan quote. I should be clear here. I don't believe this should have gotten him fired. But I do believe Jimmy Kimmel should have thought twice before saying it. He affiliated the political view of the shooter without ever actually knowing whether that's the shooter.
Yeah, and that's what Trump did too. Do you think Trump should be in jail for what he did?
I didn't say that the other person should be in jail, did I?
You didn't even say Jimmy Kimmel should lose his job.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm trying to find out.
Everybody's having a problem talking over me. When I'm a moderator, I'm in the middle of a fucking sentence. Is it because people think I'm nice? Is it because they think they can take advantage of me? Is it because
you're fine.
I don't know for what fucking reason you can interrupt.
Marshall, no,
you
just
don't interrupt other fucking folks. But they do seem to interrupt me in the middle of a conversation,
just drink another
which I was not done with.
I am concerned in the sense of Marshall's drive.
The point I was trying, Rich, not being helpful. point I was trying to make was that Kimmel shouldn't have been fired for what he said, but he stuck his nose in it in a way that was unproductive in the same way the President of the United States stuck his nose in it in a way that was unproductive. The President of the United States decided, without any evidence, to attribute the shit to the left. And some folks on the left, I haven't seen luminaries, but some folks who call themselves left or center want to make the argument that it was a right of center killing, despite the fact that the problem is the killing to begin with. It doesn't matter their political affiliation, it matters that it happened. So now I am done, and people want
Okay,
to
there you go.
me.
Before anybody interrupts, I was just going to address Daryl and let Daryl know what I looked up. So the Pontius Pilate son was like 60s or something, 61, 63, something. But a lot of historians didn't want to credit it just because there's only one mention that they had found at that time. And then there was also a copper ring that was uncovered in 2018 with the engraving to Pontius Pilate. So that kind of like solidified it. That was the thing that I was reading about, I guess.
Yeah. So, and then I would just want to say, like, I mean, I would agree, Marshall, like, it doesn't matter. But the truth is, it does matter to a lot of people on the right, because you had Nancy Mace, who literally sided with the Democrats.
It matters to people on the right, and it matters to people on the left in a way that is incredibly unfucking helpful.
But it still matters to people on the right, ultimately.
I'm not saying that it doesn't. I'm also saying it matters to people. I'm saying that it also matters to people on the left, and they have exercised themselves in ways that are not helpful.
Yeah, it's like
lambasting the shooter as a right-wing nut job by fucking Jimmy Kimmel was not fucking helpful. Again, shouldn't have gotten fired, but it was not a helpful thing to say. It didn't make the conversation clearer.
Statement.
It didn't make the intellectual discussion
I think it did.
How?
I think it was helpful. I think it was helpful to remind people about what's going on in the current administration and how language actually matters. And so when he brought attention to the fact of something that most of the maggots forgot, that when this guy was killed, Trump was the first person to announce it before like some other kind of professional, and that's a weird
Trump
thing,
had
right?
more information than Jimmy
So hold on, I'm not done. And they forgot that when Trump was asked the question that Jimmy highlighted, that he did passively go, "Oh yeah, I think I'm fine. By the way, I'm building this great thing everybody's wanted for 150 years. I'm the president." Like, he was not moved by Charlie's death, and he didn't care about the question. He wanted to talk about himself and brag. So I think it's important for the discussion so people remember that.
The behavior is the problem. The issue.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel. Have you been drinking?
Yes.
I'm just curious.
We have drunk Marshall now.
No, I'm not. I just haven't slept. Like, what do you disagree with in my assertion that this seems to matter in an unacceptable political way to both sides?
Look, do you know who
the right seems to be lambasting the left in an unacceptable fashion, and the left seems to be lambasting the right in an unacceptable fashion in a way that doesn't help solve problems, only makes shit worse.
Yeah.
Like, what is to disagree with?
Well, Honey Badger, I think you should stop like attacking Marshall and like, implying that he's like a conservative, right? On the right, he's a rhino. He's not on the left. He's not on the right. He's a warmonger who supports, Joe Wood.
Honey Badger was not attacking me. Honey Badger had a question.
George Bush.
Which is meant, like, I don't fucking dull any of the question.
Oh no, I just wanted him to know that you're not on either side. You're a rhino Republican.
I'm a rhino Republican for what other people think. And rhino.
No, good, dude. Good. I look. MAGA
Kill
is
those
different. MAGA is different from a common conservative republic of 10, 20 years ago, right? That's what I think. And there's a lot going on right now that shifted, and it's wild, man. So I mean, like my dad's a conservative Republican, but it's almost like he looks like a MAGA, even though deep down and knowing what I've known about him for years, he's not. He's just a conservative Republican, and he just kind of got swirled into this fucked up shit. You know, it's crazy.
Why do you think your dad got swirled into fucked up shit?
Well, I just think that when you're older, you know, and you were like
got
a
older
Reaganite
and
stuff,
made money and
exactly. People who are Republican and vote Republican, they only do it because of their money. That's the only reason. Or they're bigots.
You think those are the only reasons that people vote Republican?
Yes.
How old are you?
Well, he's like early 30s.
Can I ask Honey a question?
Yeah, I think the only reason people vote Republican is because they think it's going to keep them like in more money
I'm not
or
being
make more money.
disparaging. Honey, I'm not being disparaging at
So
all.
right now it's Abby and Honey. Let Abby and Honey dialogue.
Okay, we already got that, JCC. We're all being quiet.
Honey, real sincere question. I'm not being disparaging at all. Do you have a professional career? And you don't have to dox yourself, but
A professional career in what? Politics now.
do you have a business that you own?
Oh, yeah.
You pay taxes?
Yeah, all that. Yeah, I've been in business for a long time.
Do you care about things like capital gains tax?
Yeah, all
Does
that
affect you?
Yep.
How you depreciate your
Why? What's up? Yeah.
Yeah, and do you care how those taxes affect you? You're in a state that has an income tax as well?
Yeah, all that stuff, yeah.
All that stuff. So you live in a state with a state income tax?
Yeah, I live in California.
He's okay. Spoke up your ass out.
So what about it? Yeah. What's your point?
Yeah, and this business that you have a lot of employees?
Well, look here, I'm not here to talk about me.
I'm trying to get to people change with respect to...
Well, I'm not a Republican.
You think you'll ne'er enough to vote about those issues?
What are you talking about? What's your point? I'm just not understanding what you're saying.
It's pretty clear.
I guess I'm just not picking up the point. We'll make the point.
Obviously, you're not tracking.
My point is, ultimately, people changes in their life as they grow older and their responsibilities change and their assets change.
Yes.
And business needs change.
Yes.
So for someone to vote for someone's their congressional representative, whether it's a state representative, whether they care what their state income tax is, people in California that have certain income levels are at a 13% stakes on top of the top federal tax rate. Why don't you do the math and tell me how much tax they're paying?
Okay, what? I'm just trying to figure out what
Well, are you when you get to that point in your life, you may actually vote that way because you may not want to pay 13%.
That's what I just. Isn't that what? Are you agreeing with me?
Right, but Abby, he did say that he thought Republicans vote either for taxes or bigots, so you're pointing out the taxes part, right?
Yeah, I said for money or bigotry.
And I'm pointing out that there is a logical reason that people make the shift in their life, okay?
Great, so it sounds like you're supporting my notion that I brought up.
It is not a disparaging comment to people that are Republicans. It's a point of a life cycle and a change that happens in people's lives.
Okay, so where do we disagree?
Did I say I was disagreeing with you?
So you're supporting my point. Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for supporting my point.
I'm trying to explain to you that it's not a negative that it happens.
Did I ever say it was?
You implied it was.
Disparaging.
No, I said my dad's a Republican, and I said the reason is
Your
because
dad
they
is
say
a
this and this.
Republican?
You're disagreeing with me. You're just supporting my notion.
You said money and bigotry. You
I said
added
either money
you
or
mentioned the two together like they were both a disparaging attribute.
Yeah, so I don't think my dad's necessarily a bigot,
that are of certain
but he could be a little bit because he's a white man. You know what I mean? So he's probably a bigot a little bit.
You think?
Yeah, a little bit, maybe. I don't know. Like he's like freaking. I'm not here to talk about my family. I'm just saying that like Republican is different than MAGA. It doesn't necessarily be the same thing. That's all I'm saying. I'm giving that.
I 100% agree with it.
I'm giving the
Honey, do you own a home? Honey, do you own a home? Do you own a home?
Yes. Why?
And you own it in fee simple, full ownership?
Almost. Yeah.
You mean almost?
Yeah, I'm almost there.
Or you don't own it?
Yeah, I'm almost there.
So you don't own a home?
Look, I told you, I'm not talking about me. I
It's a
don't know why you're
mortgage payment. He's not done yet, so he doesn't completely own it.
You absolutely own your home with the mortgage.
Well, I'm still paying.
No, you don't.
I'm still paying a bank.
No, you don't.
It's see the
you do.
conversation
Yes,
now
you
because
do.
now you're
The
trying
bank-
to just
the bank owns it, Abby.
The bank does not own it.
for good reason.
Stop,
Oh my gosh.
stop.
And that's
Now
fine.
we're gonna have.
We
becoming a Republican.
cannot.
Now we're
we
gonna-
cannot do multiple voices at once.
Now we're gonna
We
have
gotta do
a
one at
quick
time.
lesson in
Or
real
I can't hear
property.
anything. Abby,
Thank
please
you,
go ahead.
Marshall. I have enough voices in my head.
When someone transfers a home to you and deeds a home to you, you own and you own it in fee simple. You are the legal owner in fee simple. You have a lien against your home when you have a mortgage. It's interest. But it is not an ownership interest. You are the owner of your home. The mortgage.
And what does this have to do with what we were talking about
Because I
with
was
Republicans
correcting
and stuff?
someone. Just asked you where you are.
Are you just
in your
trying to
station.
further my point that people become Republicans for reasons of their own, and they don't have to
Isn't that
necessarily
a great
be MAGA?
thing that people get to that point in
Look,
their
dude,
life that they
I
can
don't
make those
understand where we're
decisions?
at. Is there a point you're getting to?
Yes, I was trying to explain that it's not a negative that people have life
That's
changes
great.
and lifestyle.
And you implied it
You
was,
posed
Patrick.
it as a negative,
Cool. I don't think it's necessarily a negative either.
but you spoke of it as a negative.
No, I didn't. I came in and I was giving people room. I said, look, people who are MAGA, who are like this, whatever level of MAGA you want to declare yourself, doesn't necessarily have to follow just because you're a Republican. You are a MAGA. That's all I'm.
Yeah, and that's an incredibly honest framing, right? Like I describe myself as a moderate Republican. I don't describe myself as a MAGA. Like I separate myself from MAGA explicitly by framing of my political beliefs. Like I'm not saying I can't be friends with those folks, or like I don't work with them, or I don't do good stuff with them. More like your point to pointing out the difference in the party, I think, is the complimentary. The typical comment is astute, but I think it was fair-minded of you to try to put Republicans in a category where not all Republicans fit the MAGA brand. So, thank you. Appreciate
Yeah, that's only fair. I mean, there's all kinds of slices, right? Extremism is really the problem, in a sense, right? On either side.
Can a woman speak, please?
Oh my God, dude.
Yeah, Honey Badger, aren't you progressive? Let me talk.
Well, stop.
Let a woman speak, please.
Yeah, hang on. We have speakers on stage that haven't spoken yet. We have Dope and Joe. So, Dope, would you like to say anything?
Yeah. So apparently we're talking. Look, there's a lot that was said. So are we talking about the ideal motivations of the shooter, or just MAGA versus GOP? What's going
Well,
on
actually,
here?
this is a follow-up from the critical thinking room where the question was, should Jimmy Kimmel have been fired or taken off the air kind of thing because of what Jimmy Kimmel said?
Oh, okay, that's a good question. You know, I'm not the type to say we should go around canceling people, but I think it's just a kind of poetic justice in a sense. You get shellacked and getting off of TV. I think it's just really beautiful because, you know, the amount of shit he would say to someone in his shoes right now, he'd be just pissing on their grave and laughing. He's made multiple types of ridiculous comments before. I remember him like saying that if there's like a vax conspiracy theorist who gets put into a hospital, just let them like die essentially. So I don't know, man. Seeing him get put off of air, I think it's really it's amazing. I think it's this country's in the right because like. When people like him talk a lot of shit and then assume that they're not going to be in the position of someone getting canceled, and then they do get canceled, you know what, maybe they'll learn a lesson. But I don't want to see this become a pattern necessarily. This is just a case where I see it as something I could just laugh at and then go about my day with.
Same. I think we are becoming more and more right, left, or center. I don't care what else you call us. That's kind of where we are coming down. And screw Kimmel, he's an idiot.
All right. Thanks for your opinion, folks. Awesome.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, though, essentially,
Abby, would you be willing to listen to my experience as a former Republican?
Why wouldn't I always listen to you?
I understand, but
Don't always agree with you, but I listen to you. I'll talk to you about being a former Democrat and when I switch.
Sure.
The day I switch.
Sure, I'd have to.
You
Sure.
can
Yeah, so as a former Republican, I just really one of the things that made me leave the party were not actually the reasons that some people are typically suspected, which is, people say racism, homophobia. I mostly left the Republican Party mostly because I saw that they weren't really as individualistic as they claim to be. If you think about, and the reason I say that, you think about issues that have to do with on social issues. If you deviate from the norm, they say a lot of times that you can't paint, you can't dye your hair blue, you can't paint your fingernails, but when it comes down to the rhetoric, it's like we believe in the freedom of individuals.
And so, question: is this just leading to you having sex with a trans person or no?
Yeah, I know you're interested.
I knew that's where this was going. He's like, he didn't like me because I had sex with a trans.
Yeah, well, I know that it's interesting that, are you against drag shows, Rich?
No, I think everybody should be able to do whatever they want. I mean, I think even a person like yourself that decides to call himself a necrophiliac, if the person's consenting before they pass away, I guess all things are.
I'm not in favor of that. I think that's.
I mean, Norman, if you told your wife, "Hey, if I die today at noontime, from this cancer, and I got a, stiffy, you can ride me afterwards, it should be.
That's gross, man.
Yeah, and so just in general, it's also I just saw essentially the tax proposals. There wasn't a lot of relief looking back that I saw from when I was making less than $30,000, really.
When you say individualistic, do you mean the social conservative aspect where you can't really go against the grain?
No, in fact, I actually think that's what makes them go against, the principles of individualism. We believe in, freedom of individuals, people to be different, and that's just it's you see things like Parade the Gay Away. I mean, I know not all conservatives are the same, but it's you see things like the Pokemon scare, McCarthyism. It's anytime you deviate from the norm, it's
that was ironic. No one just left.
If you dye your hair blue, then essentially you've ousted yourself from the tribe.
Necker, do you find?
Great. Yeah, so I got whipped, and Naya really does have cancer.
For real, for real?
Yeah, she got cervical cancer.
What I had? Ain't long live TJ. That I ain't gonna do nothing but take that goddamn uterus out all that did, man.
Oh, I'm glad you said that. I got pictures for some TJ. Is it another TJ or something? Somebody got HIV. I got that not too long ago.
Ain't long live TJ. That what your mama just called me. Who got HIV, girl? Who? Hello? You talking about the girl, TJ? No, that was, I said long live TJ. No, I'm talking about the HIV. Oh, I don't know.
This a boy in this picture.
How you gonna keep you?
I really can't see it.
Is he light skinned?
Just sitting in that picture.
Anywho, I look at it real good. Man, I was gonna fucking good shit. They say they listening. We don't care, baby. Y'all come on the door.
Told ya.
And how y'all make a room for mess and then y'all turn around and listen to us? Y'all supposed to have the shit popping over there. Ain't. Damn. When y'all can bring your grown asses right on over here.
Can I cook right quick? Can I just say?
Let her cook. Damn. You need to worry about what the Pharaoh did on this end of court. Question me about a motherfucking thing. Yeah, I don't think you need to question me, bitch, about a fuck thing. Yeah, the way you and Tara told each other down on this bitch. Don't question me, ho. You said she got herpes and she said you got AIDS. Bitch, I wish you would question me, ho. About any motherfucking thing. Now, what was said,
yeah, Kiki, I ain't arguing my head on
the
my
doors of the churches, though.
They go one. Come on. It's dang. I'm just bringing their ass up. Shit, they want to come on over here, baby. The doors is open. Dog goes out, do whatever you got to do. Get your rocks out. They're going another Christmas gift box. Where did y'all come? Girl, you know, I can't deal with all this.
That girl talking about they go another Christmas gift box.
It's a Christmas gift on the thing, girl. Shit.
What that mean?
I guess the holidays come out. No shit.
I put the picture in Telegram. Yeah, it's like a text message or some shit. Make sure y'all get that where everybody can see it. There's somebody named TJ in there.
Oh, Tuda at the bottom. That's what you talking about. You the only one got the nuts to come
No, let Tuda.
I did. She declined.
No.
I guess.
Tuda, come here, baby. Cause what you was saying when I was asleep?
Okay, this is a good time to eat my real please. Damn. Go.
That's what I be talking about right here. They
think they gonna get put out. That shit be crazy, man.
Oh,
she ready?
Hey.
Hey.
Hello?
Yes.
What was said when I was asleep?
About who?
About Kiki.
Far as what?
Oh, don't even worry about it. That's what the fuck I thought. That's what I thought. Now, how you doing this evening?
I'm tired. I did ask where you pushed your mom. They thought I said.
What did I say to my mama? What did I say to my mama?
No, I said, when they said you pushed your mom.
What did I say to her, though? Tell me what I said.
I said, Kiki, why you pushed your mom on short?
What the fuck did I say to her, bitch?
I don't know. I went in there.
Well, shit, bitch, why you worried about it? So why did you say Tira had herpes?
It's sorry, they say you got herpes.
Fuck you talking about, bitch. You said your daughter got it, though.
But everybody said you.
Fuck you talking about. Now, I ain't heard nobody say that but you, clown asshole.
Yeah, you better go out.
Fuck you talking about, bitch. Bitch better stay in your place, stupid asshole. Now, look how you all quiet and shit. Fuck, girl. Better sit over there and just run off at your dick suckers. How don't be talking about nothing. Bitch, you better find you somebody to play with.
Kiki.
Hey, bitch, I said what I said, ho. No, this ain't that, bitch, ho. You scared them hoes here, my mama. I walk your ass down to the place. Smile, you know this from the very bottom of my heart. Let me know when you ready for this. Bitch, you ain't never pulled up on me like you played with Kate. Know that, when you get through. Show no, not fuck out and bitch, stop playing with me, ho. Stop playing with me, ho. You just be talking. You just be talking, bitch. You just be talking, ho. All you do is sit in my inbox and kiss my ass. Bitch, just stop playing with me, ho. But you know how I'ma come. Stop playing. I ain't none of Keno, Tissy, Nene, and none of them bitch hoes. I ain't none of them.
I ain't seen you in
I ain't none of them. I ain't none of them, though. Bitch, you talking.
But what else happened? They said Toys dead. Somebody was over talking about you dookie.
Now you want to move the toy. I know they're real.
You know I'm not the eye with your stupid ass. Hold on. Ain't this fun?
Know they're real. Know they're real. Take a shot to that, bitch.
Look at my sister Toya does bitch pretty.
Fuck yeah, I want Toya to come out tonight, but that girl ain't never. Oh.
Never.
with a fucking soul. Like, that's childish. You gotta say that. Y'all don't like her shit because she don't come off the mic. But don't like nobody that do come off the mic. Damn.
Damn.
Okay, I'm back, Kiki. Nah, bitch, don't say shit to motherfucking me, ho.
Bitch, you say
why y'all over there bringing up Toya night? Because she don't come out no mic.
I said her no neck fat ass went finna sit over there, bitch. I meant what I said.
Girl ain't never said nothing to you.
You took all the fucking 2 minutes.
Sorry, yeah, you're gonna use up the whole.
Hello. I'm watching that, and you guys are taking this.
All
right. You see, this is what I'm talking about. You guys can't just you can't just. Yeah, it is, but I don't know. They want delegation, so apparently you guys can't get through it. Dominique, you got 30 more seconds to speak. Sugar Belly, you get a minute.
No, his name's Gold. Go ahead, bro. 30 seconds.
Okay.
Sorry, y'all sound the same.
So, in human history, 80% of women reproduce, but only 40% of the men did, right? This means that women have had access to mating, while men have always had to earn it, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that you guys are more valuable in the sense, right? You guys are valuable for different things, right? You guys are not valuable for fucking civilization. You guys are only valuable to get dick down, reproduce, and do what the man tells you to do at the end of the day. So for you to say that men are not valuable, you only have rights because we allow you to have rights. You have a computer that you're able to go on because of a man. You have a house that you live in because of a man.
We're gonna go to Sugar Belly for 1 minute. There we go.
Yeah, sorry.
Alright, and the minute starts.
Give her 2 minutes, Violet.
Alright, I'll give her 2 minutes. Alright.
Yeah, so I just want to point out, Gold, that it's almost like you don't realize that you're pleading your case. You don't but you're please don't interrupt. But I was forced to listen to all of this stuff. You don't realize that the reason why you have to run down this litany of oh, I made the phone that you're talking on. Oh, I made this. Oh, I made that. Oh, blah blah blah. You have to do all this stuff because you can't just show up and be like, oh, I'm a man, I have a dick, and then expect women to care.
So that makes you valuable because you have a pussy?
Sorry, you're also eating my 2 minutes. What's going on? Yes, actually, we the pussy havers are intrinsically more valuable. That's the natural order, and all male behavior proves this. And even when you say, oh, we're in the cities, we're a society that women build, it's all around you. It's the same society. It's the same world. All of the same things that you claim that only men built, women were there building them alongside with them as well. And I don't understand why men like these fantasy scenarios where they say things like, oh, if all the men disappear, the society is going to collapse. No, it's not. And how you know it's not is because in third world countries and in poor countries, women already do a lot of these jobs that in Western countries men think are male only jobs. If you think that, oh, men are all the miners, okay, go to Congo, women are in the mines. If you think that men are all the laborers on construction sites, go to India, women are in construction sites carrying stones. Women are stone breakers in quarries. The point is that all of these jobs are unpleasant jobs, and most people, both male and female, actually don't want to do them, right? But in Western countries, because the higher standard of living, because of higher wealth, women start to opt out of having to do these jobs. But then in poorer countries, everybody has to do this kind of work, and you guys always forget that. So my point is that even when you say things like, oh, you only have rights because we allow you to, you're creating the danger in society. That's not a good thing. This is like a killer comes and goes to your family hospital, right? Can I finish my sentence?
Alright, finish your sentence.
So my point is that you've actually taken us so far from what we're discussing. Just to make sure everyone who came into the room understands how this conversation started. We were talking about me saying that I was comparing dating in America to dating in Nigeria, right? And I was saying that something that really surprises me is that in America, the men are always talking about body counts. They'll be asking women what's your body count, or they'll talk about women's body counts, high body counts, low body counts. And I said that this idea is very strange in Nigeria, although some Nigerian men are starting to absorb this idea from listening to American men online. But I was saying that it's very weird because it doesn't really matter, and it's not a barrier to you getting married. It's not a barrier to any of those things. Yeah.
Alrighty,
Sugar
well,
Great.
Mind you, her thing is having a pussy makes you balance.
we're on Lion and then
Wait, whoa. I thought you put Samoa in the
Oh, Samoa's first, guys. Sorry, he called it way before the ISO even started. We're on Samoa, then we're on Lion, and then Concrete.
Yeah, I do appreciate that for the rest of my time in line.
Oh, wait. All right. So I know how to shut this silly ass delusional shit down right now. Watch this, ladies and gentlemen. Sugar Belly, what's your body count?
I should have anyway. 16 years ago.
Sorry, how is that your concern though?
I expected something like that. If it's something that doesn't really make any sense, and fuck these guys, and you're all in power, and it doesn't really matter to your value does not matter. So that you would have no problem right now telling everyone, just closing all the men that have entered this attitude.
No, that's not necessarily true.
If it doesn't
For
matter.
example, if you asked me, for instance, what color my underwear was,
I didn't ask that.
I wouldn't tell you either.
You know what I'm asking. You know
Yeah,
what
but
I'm asking. And you know why. Wait.
Because she knows it's wrong.
No, but Lion, my point is that you
Wait a second. Sugar Belly, you had your moment. Answer, and there's a reason why, and everyone knows why. Because everything that you said about this subject was garbage. You don't even really believe it. Because if you firmly believe the bullshit that you just said, you'd say easily, yeah.
No, but that's a false premise.
I've had sex with 50 dudes. Who gives a fuck?
But that is a false. Again, that is a false premise.
No. This right here is an excuse.
You are assuming.
What's your body count then?
Shut her up,
Mary man.
Hold on.
Yeah, but Lion,
Run this shit back. Cause I'm really invested. Cause both my husbands is dead. So
Hold on. I was quiet. I didn't say anything. I listened to each and every one of your asinine statements. That even though I knew deep down you would never ever answer this, and the reason is because you are also subject to those same social parameters as a woman, just like we are as a man. Everything that young brother said was absolutely correct, and you just want to push against it because you don't want to live in these parameters. But while at the same time, you won't free yourself of it.
But I don't have to live in his parameters. I'm a Nigerian woman.
You just said that Nigeria is not the same. That's not true either. Every country has always been the exact same.
No, that's
fucking
not
way.
true.
If that is, it is the fucking truth. Why do you think that?
Thank you, Lion.
Why do you suppose these motherfuckers want young girls and not old youth
So
girls?
again, like this is not true.
Wait. Why do you suppose they always want to make sure that the girl is a virgin before they marry?
But they don't care if you're a virgin. Like that's not true.
That's not true.
Lion, okay,
Hold on. It's been like that since the beginning.
Let him cook. You talk the whole time. Let him cook.
Yeah.
But you're just screaming. It doesn't mean like.
All you gotta do is be quiet. It's been like that since the beginning of fucking civilization.
No, that's not correct.
Men do not want to wife, do not want to give all of his resources to community property.
Again, this
no
is not correct.
No man on earth wants to willingly sacrifice his life for community property. No man works his entire life to give all of his shit to some woman. Every fucking nigga around.
Thank you, nigga.
Nobody on no continent wants to live like that.
Again, this is not true.
So this is where your value. This is the border of where your value is. I'll tell you. The more you run your fucking mouth, the more valueless you become. Just get in the fucking kitchen where you're supposed to be and open your legs only to the one nigga that wants to take care of you, and you'll be just fine. That's all you gotta do. We're only giving you women one job. We'll handle the rest.
Wait, is he crying? Why is he crying?
You only have one child, and you can't even do that shit. Charlie, that's all. If you can see us now.
Yeah. We're on Concrete.
So what we have here is failure to communicate. Some men he just can't reach. Which is the way he wants it. Well, he gets it. Anyway, that's the opening. That's part of a movie called Cool Head Luke. It is also the opening of a Guns N' Roses song called Civil War. For those of you who are GNR fans, you will recognize it. Now, what we have here, or what we just witnessed, was a shellacking, as the whites would say, from Sugar Belly towards Gold and now Lion. And these two gentlemen, ironically enough, are professed believers of the Word of God. I was going to say Christian, but I know Lion hates that word. He's actually Antichrist. But he is an Old Testament abides by the Old Testament. And I'm wondering, does the Old Testament talk about women? Yes, it does. Does the Old Testament talk about a woman's value? Why, yes, it does. Could we perhaps hear what the Old Testament says about women vis-a-vis men, vis-a-vis the Lord? Yes, I think we can. We have the technology. So I'll start with Proverbs 18:22 again, church. Proverbs 18:22.
What has this got to do with like this
He who finds a wife finds a good thing and obtains favor from the Lord. Again, to the Christian men. The Old Testament Bible believers and the Christian men. He who finds a wife finds a good thing and obtains favor from who? The Lord. The Lord. Not your cousins, not your uncles, not your daddy. The Lord himself. I don't think I need to read anything else to see what value women bring to the table for a man, and how that verse alone establishes her as, if not the prize, definitely a prize. I might go as far as to say behind God.
But I'm also Christian, and I don't believe in your Abrahamic.
I am not convincing you of the argument, Sugar Belly. Pay attention. I am in agreement in part with what you say, and I'm refuting what they say. Pay attention, sister. So, another one that we will go is Proverbs 12:4. And, wait, no, not that one. Let me see. Hold on, brother. This is my presentation, not yours. Okay, here we go. Proverbs 19:14. 19:14. House and wealth are inherited from fathers, but a prudent wife is from the Lord. Now, when God gives you something, is that a good thing? I think so. All right, here we go. What else?
Do you even know what that's saying?
Wait, hold on. One second, brother. A prudent wife is from what? I think that's it. Let me see what else.
Concrete, is that all women?
Here we go. I got another verse for you. Genesis 2. Hold on. Genesis 2:18. And the Lord God said, "It is not good that men be alone."
Bible study class.
Don't you try to stop the word, brother. Thank you, good Christian man. And the Lord, one second, brother. One second. You see the chain of events you're creating, brother? You see the chain of events you're creating, brother? You see the chain of events you're creating, brother? You see the chain of events you're creating, brother? And the Lord
let him
God
explain, and then you can go. Anybody else interrupt you, go into the.
Nigga just reading Bible verses,
Be
bro.
quiet, brother. Be quiet.
Yes, sir.
And the Lord God, again, Genesis 2 and 18, Genesis 2 and 18, the Lord God said, it is not good that the man should be alone. I will make him an helpmeet for him. The Lord loves us, and the Lord gave us something to not be alone. And these gentlemen want to argue that the woman is not the prize.
Who did he make first, man or woman, though?
Thank you. Please, brother, I don't want to fight with you, brother. You're a horrible debater. What you did was, and thanks to you for reminding me, right? You talked about what is good for the world, and when we talk about the woman or the man being the prize, that is in relationship to each other, not in relationship to their value to the world. So your entire presentation is about the man's value to the world. But again, the woman has value to the world such that we would not exist. We would not exist, sir. So I take, if I were to weigh, one second, sir. If I were to weigh the value of iPhone 17 versus progeny.
30 seconds, sir.
Thank you. If I were to weigh the value of iPhone 17 PS and fucking, text messaging, I'll take progeny 10 times out of 10. Yeah, all day, every day. Thank you. Have a nice day.
All right, Dominique, we're on you.
Oh, can I some more get back in the queue real quick?
That was fucking hard to listen to.
Are you going to refer your time to Lion?
Yeah, the word should convict your dumbass point.
I'm going to go.
We're going on Dominique.
I yield my time to Samoa. Go ahead.
All right, go ahead, Samoa. And next we have Oleg.
I'm going to keep
So I thought it was important that Concrete opened up the scripture. And I think God's pretty clear on where the importance of the actual women and men are in the hierarchy. And I think it's God, and then I think it's man, and then in third place it's woman, and then children. So if we're using God's ranking system, which I believe is the objective measure of importance, I would say God, man, and then in bronze, third place, all the way down there is a woman.
Samoa, you're a genius. You're a genius, Samoa. Absolute.
Put me back in the queue. I got to deal with that one.
We're on Oleg. You wanted to...
Yes. I just wanted to remind you guys of a quote Socrates said. By all means marry if you find a good wife, but you could say spouse. You'll be happy. But if you don't, you can become a philosopher. So I just wanted to share that with you guys.
Thank you, Oleg.
All right, we're on Lion, then we're on Concrete.
Oh, wait, I thought you said last.
Okay, Sugar Belly, Lion, and then Concrete.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll go after Concrete.
Not like we veered into people reading the Bible. I just want to point out that, again, the Bible is your subjective invention, right? It's a religion, and part of the reason why men invented this religion was to control female behavior and to guarantee more access to themselves. But I'm not a fan of arguing things that we can just look up. So this is to what Lion said and also to what Gold Pappy said. At some point in where I think this was before the ISO, Gold Pappy had said something about how this is the case in every culture and so on and so forth, and then Lion had kind of said something that was sort of backing that up. And I want to just remind everyone that this is not true. In the original conversation that we're having when we're comparing Nigeria to America, I said that we've got hundreds of different cultures in Nigeria, and in Africa we've got thousands of different cultures, and all of them have different attitudes to the same issue. And I said it's a spectrum. So you have on one end of the spectrum the people who believe that one man, one woman, be faithful to your husband, wife, be a virgin, whatever it is you want to do. And on the other end of the spectrum, you have the people who believe you can do whatever you want to do, and there's every position in between. So I'm just going to read something from anthropological reports of the Igbo-speaking people of Nigeria. And I just want to, people who don't know this, like, I'm an Igbo woman, for instance. I'm an Igbo Nigerian woman. Igbo people are not some tiny, small, obscure tribe. Like, we are the third biggest ethnicity in Nigeria, 33 million people. And at some point, we were the second biggest ethnicity in Nigeria. This is not like, oh, you're reading the practices of some tiny little tribe that lives in some tiny little place and it's not representative behavior. And like this, and this isn't just like also our cultural practice. Many other ethnicities in Nigeria also have like similar or the same, right? So if you read, for example, from the Asaba book, you have, for instance, I believe this is page 59, right, where it says here, so up until the time of consummation of the marriage, the girl has a suitor who presents himself, but lacking one, the girl may take the matter into her own hands and choose a lover without her father's knowledge. This is, however, no bar to subsequent marriage, either with the lover or with another suitor. Various reasons appear to exist for this. In most places, this temporary promiscuity is attractive to the girls, not only as a time of unlimited sexual enjoyment, but also because it involves a respite from household work. Their lovers naturally bring presents, and this is no doubt a further inducement. It is worthy of note that in the Asaba districts, as on the other side of the Niger, the prevalence of theft of relationships is to some extent attributed to the existence of these friendships. And then if you go to the Oka custom, so this is Oka law and custom, there's a section called sexual license. It says, in sexual matters, all girls have the most complete freedom of action. After marriage, the degree of freedom varies with the locale. In Oka and the surrounding towns, and for people that don't know, Oka is the Anambra state, which is where I'm from. In Oka and the surrounding towns, a married woman entertains her lovers with the permission of her husband, who is as a rule approached by the lover in the first instance with a gift of palm wine. The husband may stipulate that nothing may be given to his wife which shall prevent her from conceiving, such as the meat of a cow that has calved of twins, and it will usually be agreed that the woman is not to neglect her husband for her lovers. But with these provisos, the husband seldom seems to raise any objection to a liaison. When such an affair has gone on for some time, the husband may endeavor to find a wife for his wife's lover. If he is successful, the liaison comes to an end. When the wife in question bears a child, the woman and her husband visit in 28 days, and the husband and the ex-lover are adjured never to quarrel. So yeah, like, I don't understand this thing of Western men trying to scream and insist that this idea of like monogamy, women shouldn't be having sex with multiple men, you know, once you're a married woman, you can't have sex with anybody else, that this is a universal idea. It's really not. In fact, this idea is endemic in cultures where like there's a lot of resource competition. So you find this idea in like global north cultures, for instance, right? Places where it gets very cold. Europe is a good example. Like when you have a lot of tight resource competition, it makes sense that those societies would have evolved ideas trying to control what women can do sexually and so on and so forth. You also find this in places like, you know, the Middle East and so on and so forth. But in a lot of Africa, it's really, nobody really cares. Like there's many different cultures that have many different attitudes. Are there some cultures in Africa where being a virgin is important? Of course. Are there some cultures in Africa where they don't care what you do? Of course, right? But trying to scream that, oh, that this is an intrinsic desire of men is not actually really true. It's actually more tied to what is it called? A settled agriculture, right? And not just settled agriculture, but like the development.
I'm sorry, Sugar Belly. I'll give you 30 more seconds.
Yeah, so I just want to say that, like, and the other thing I want to say is because like this is also how we got to this conversation, right? Tied to like this lack of, you know, judging women for like their sexual freedom is also the reason why in a lot of Nigerian cultures paternity is not by biology, paternity is by payment. Because the reason why like in so much of Nigeria you become the father by paying as opposed to like being the biological father is because it is very common for a woman to be married to a man, but the biological father of the children is a man. But that man doesn't have any rights of paternity. Like the man who paid the ngo is the man who's the father.
Alright, girl. We got Lion next.
Alright, well that also explains
explains why HIV and AIDS is so prevalent. Let's go to Concrete. He decides he wants to read a scripture about the value of a wife.
Shut it up, man.
Amen.
Shut it up.
Amen.
Amen. Amen, brother.
A wife is.
Yeah, I have to say it like that. A wife is not a whore. So, the scriptures you are reading is saying that a wife is more valuable than the common whore. So let me show you out of that same book that you were reading. I asked you to go to Proverbs 7. This is a whore. Proverbs 7. Read along with me, class. Proverbs 7.
Yes, Pastor.
10. Now here's the difference between a wife in scripture that you read, Concrete, and a whore. This is how a whore behaves, even in ancient times. It says, and there was a woman met him with the attire, meaning clothing, the way she was dressed, the attire of a harlot, and a crafty heart. That means she's real cunning and deceit. She was loud, like some of the women, rebellious. She doesn't like the standards that men set. Her feet would not stay at home. She all out in the street and everybody's business. You know women like that? I do. There's a few of them. There's a few of them. At times, she's outside. At times, the open square. She always wants to be where all the men are. All right? Lurking at every corner. Watch this. Let me pull over real quick.
This nigga spitting right now. This nigga spitting.
Here we go.
This nigga is preaching.
Is this going to turn into a Christian?
Condemn this demon.
We got Concrete offline.
Someone is playing music. Can you stop?
Alright, hold on.
Someone is playing music. Please stop.
Hey. At times, it says at times was outside, at times open square, lurking at every corner. So she caught him and kissed him with an impudent face and said, I have peace offering with me. Today I have paid my vows. So I came out to meet you diligently to seek your, in other words, she says the same bullshit she says to every nigga that passes by. And she goes, and I have found you. I have spread my bed with tapestry, meaning she's got the nicest house ever, and most hoes do. You ever go to a hoe's house? That shit looks good, it smells good. All of the flavors, the scented candles and everything.
This nigga is spitting.
Colored, it says, I have spread my bed with tapestry, colored coverings of Egyptian linen. Oh, and it's the best. Where do you think she got the money? Bitch ass niggas. I have perfumed my bed with myrrh, aloes, and cinnamon. Come, let us take our fill of love until morning. Let us delight ourselves with love, for my husband not at home. He has gone on a long journey. He has taken a bag of money with him. She's lying, because we know where she got the money. She said to everybody, and will come home on the appointed day. With her enticing speech, she calls him to yield. With her flattering lips, she pushed him. Immediately, he went after her as an ox goes to the slaughter, or as a fool to the correction of the stocks, meaning once you get caught breaking a crime, you do a crime, you do the time. Till an arrow stuck his liver. They're talking about the man's penis, got all hard and everything. As a bird hastens to the snare, a bird walks. How these dumbass men go chasing after these whores. That's what he's saying. They keep falling for the same bullshit trap. That's what it's saying right here. This is 7 and 23. He did not know it. It would cost his life. Yes, when the man comes home and finds his wife fucking this other man, she don't care about that man. She definitely didn't care about her husband. But that husband is going to kill that man. Watch what it says. Now, therefore, listen to me, my children. Pay attention to my words of my mouth. Do not let your heart turn aside to her ways. Don't listen to these hoes, how they try to tell you that it's all right to be a fucking hoe and you should just accept this shit. The reason why her custom is the way that it is, just look around Africa. They have the biggest amount of every fees you've ever seen in the world. And it's probably because of their sexual habits.
So now the racism jumps out?
Do not
this
pray.
segue is long though, bro.
They're trained by her were strong men. Her house is the way to hell. Descending to the chambers of death. That's that HIV, that AIDS. That's the reason why them African girls be coughing on you niggas and y'all catch HIV immediately. They hoes. Why they come over here, they pass this shit around. Look around, people. They're walking death. Don't listen. Don't ever take the advice of some whole ass people from a third world country about sexual habits and how you need to be fucking liberated. Care about yourself. Don't be a walking piece of shit. Listen, it's your body, ladies and gentlemen. That's your
He's getting shut up, nigga.
Alright.
You don't have a point.
Violet, let this nigga land.
This is your penis, ladies and gentlemen. Your vaginas. You don't have to pass it around like money. Okay? There's a reason why they're third world countries.
Oh, God.
Because of sick, backward shit like that. That's why they were conquered. Thank you.
All right, and now we're gonna have praise and worship by Concrete.
All right. So, Lion told us about whores, and yes, whores exist, and I would venture to say that, unless you're equipped to deal with whores, don't marry a whore, right? We're not talking about a whore being the prize or not the prize. We're talking about a woman in terms of a man who has found a woman that he desires and wants to be with, whether or not she is or is not the prize in this relationship, right? We're talking about good, clean, normal relationships, not whores, right? So Lion is talking about something else. So in the context of a good, clean, normal relationship, my position, which I guess I didn't make it clear in my last submission, even though there is strong argument as to why the woman is a prize and is valuable, I would submit that both human beings are equally beneficial to each other. And any other assessment is just like a lack of understanding. And I understand how a lack of understanding works because, not everybody is in the same place in their spiritual journey or in their intellectual journey or their enlightenment journey, right? Because there's one thing to be intellectual, there's one thing to be spiritual, there's another thing to be enlightened. And I take it that you might be intellectual and that you can read the scriptures, but I take it that you aren't enlightened, that you understand them in their full capacity, in their full glory, right? And I just take it that it's okay because you're still on your spiritual journey, and I encourage you to continue. But the idea that a woman is just good for making babies is insane, right? In fact, they've done studies about touch. They've done studies about babies with touch, and I take it that, if you've got a wife, you've got a woman touching you. So I think we can extrapolate from the baby study the benefits of touch in a relationship with a woman, right? Okay. So from the baby studies, they found that if they were to just give the baby food and not hug it and cuddle it and so on and so forth, that they showed a difference in physical development, right? That the babies who were not, treated with love and affection actually were stunted in their growth, right? You can look into these studies. So we can see the value of a, physical relationship as a man with a woman. And they also talk about the metrics of a man who is married and having sex, which I take it is a normal marriage and not like a weird ass marriage where you're like not having sex and so on and so forth, where you actually love and coitus and all that other good shit. And they talk about how those men are healthier, happier, live longer, so on and so forth, right? So to think that a woman is not a prize is crazy. And I would say vice versa. We all know what men bring to the table: protection, support, on and on and on. Right. So the answer is, as usual, both. It's not one or the other.
It's both.
And anybody who is operating from either side of the pole is just egotistical, selfish, and misguided. And again, I understand it. Different people are at different stages of enlightenment. So I get it. I understand.
Can I finally add in? I've been waiting for quite a while.
Who's
You're
actually
part of the
next?
crew. You're part of the queue. Sarah. Go with your next, and then.
Okay, well, I will say.
Sarah to go first, and then Golden me.
No, that's it. No, let her get back in the queue.
I saw the queue and like Lizara's like after me. So like maybe because Lizara was up. Well, let's do Lizara then Golden.
Are you
No,
making
we're
the
gonna
decision?
do Gold, and then Shigami, and then Lizara.
Thank you. I'd like to just start off by saying a very important Chinese phrase, okay? It goes, 保持阴部清洁. You know what that means? That means don't let your pH balance be off and keep it clean. That's what it means. So that's my entry into this segue, okay? I want to talk about Sugar Belly said. She said, because I have a vagina, I can just exist and get attention, validation, and all these different things, right? You say that, right? I want to tell you that being desired is not the same as being valuable. See, men want sex, right? The same way the world wants Wi-Fi, but that doesn't make either more valuable, right? It makes them more in demand. Value is what you create or contribute, not what others want to use, right? A vending machine gets used every day. It doesn't make it priceless, you know what I mean? So your value fades, right? But a man's value can rise forever. You might be born with sexual value, but it's gonna fade, right? Men build value over time. At 18, Sugar Belly, women peak at the sexual market value. At 35 plus, high value men are at their prime. So older wealthy men consistently date younger women, right? And men gain value with money, power, and wisdom. Women lose sexual leverage as they age. No one's really looking for 80-year-old pussy unless it's Martha Stewart, let's be honest, right? A man becomes more desirable with time. A woman becomes more reflective with time, right? Now, let's look at passive value and short-term leverage, right? If all you need to be valuable is to exist, that's not power. That's vulnerability. Your leverage disappears the second a man stops giving it to you, right? Just a reminder to you, men built empires to own land, not to chase women. And women's sexual value can open doors, but men own the building of those doors that are being opened. So you being valuable just because you have pussy, which is crazy to say as a woman, that your value is in your pussy. That just really goes to show you where your mindset is at, right? You didn't even say your value is in these other things, which, you know, women do have value and a lot of other things, but you put the first value in your pussy, which goes to show you that your body count is probably excessively high because you're thinking with your pussy and not with your head. You being valuable because you have pussy is like saying a key is powerful just because it opens a lock, right? Real power belongs to the person that opens the door. You're confusing sexual access with inherent value. For you, sorry, I'm eating a little bites right now. If existing is enough to be valuable, why are women constantly told to bring more to the table? Why do most desired women still chase the 1% of niggas who built something? Because you even know that that's the truth, right? You know that that's the truth, but I don't think you want to admit it, because what Sugar Belly's doing, everybody, is she equates attention or sexual desire from men with inherent value, right? But value isn't about being desired, my friends. It's about being rare, it's about being impactful, and it's about being irreplaceable. There's a lot of girls that I can think of right now that are very irreplaceable. But when you think of a 6'1" successful millionaire and someone that lives in a very prestigious place and owns a prestigious company, are you going to consider that valuable? Or is the 80-year-old woman with her pussy flag more valuable? What's more valuable, right? Fast food is in high demand, Sugar Belly, okay? It is, but no one respects it. That's why niggas tell you don't eat fast food. Kobe beef is rare and earned, right? So if being desired equaled value, then OnlyFans girls would be treated like queens.
they would be respected long term. We would be having a fucking parade for them in the street, but we don't, right? Because in economics, value is tied to scarcity plus utility, not just demand. So anyone could be desired, but very few people can be irreplaceable. So you're not valuable because men want you. You're valuable if you still matter when they stop wanting you, right? Your fertility rate peaks from 18 to 24. The male sexual market is tied to income, it's tied to confidence, it's tied to leadership, it's tied to a bunch of different shit from 30 to 50, right? Wealthy niggas in their 40 to 50 still date women in their 20s. Why? Because women find those men valuable. And if you don't think that men are the prize, why do you look for a man to lead in the first place? Why do you say I want a man that's stronger than you? You want a man that's faster than you? You want a man that's smarter than you? You want a man that makes more money than you? Are essentially saying, Sugar Belly, that you want a man that's better than you. When you choose men, do you down or do you date up? Are you dating a guy that's equally as strong as you? Probably not. Are you dating a guy that makes equal money with you? Maybe you might, but most likely not. Are you dating a guy older than you or the same height as you? You're probably not. You are using hypergamy, so going above and beyond to find a nigga that's better than you, and you're admitting he's better than you, and that's exactly why you're choosing him to lead you in the place that you can't get by yourself anyway. So you just proved my point more by saying that men are the prize at the end. A flower is beautiful, it needs someone to water it. A man who builds his value is the one with the garden hose. That is us. Women's sexual value is front-loaded, right? At the end of the day, men's value is delayed, but it's earned because niggas get better with time. Women don't get better with time. I've never seen a shorty get better with time. There's been a lot of fine chicks, I'm not gonna lie, there's been a lot of fine shorties, and some of them do look good, but the majority of women are not getting better with time. Women rely after age and their beauty, and that fades. But you know what doesn't fade? Building cities, building civilizations. You got niggas that's 80 years old still in the trenches. So you're not valuable just because you're a woman. You're marketed that way. She thinks of value as self-evident, but in reality, it's constructed by male desire and social media algorithms.
Okay, wait. Okay, cool. So
okay, yeah. So with that, I'll let. Wait. Am I done, Violet? Or do I got a couple more seconds?
All right. So can I just say?
Hold on, Violet. Do I have the floor?
What? Weren't you just finished? Did you finish?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You got like 30 seconds to line your.
Another 30 seconds of shouting.
Yes, I'll get a 30 seconds.
Oh my god.
Thank you. I'm sorry for shouting at you. I guess it's just a man in me. But I just find it terrible that you used your vagina as a forefront to represent women, which is very shameful to women because women have other things besides their vagina. So putting your vagina at the forefront to determine your value just really says a lot about you as a person, and then also what you think of women as well. So with that, I'll digress.
Alright, we're on Sugar Belly.
Okay, thank you. So can I just say, I really don't like this thing that some of you guys do, and I'm speaking to Gold, Pappy, and Lion, where you lie about what the person said to make your point. And it's weird because you act as if the entire room is not here listening to the conversation along with you. And I don't know what the point of lying is. I didn't say that women are valuable because we have a pussy. You asked the question, you were like, oh, so are you saying that you just have value because of your pussy? And I said, yes, we the pussy havers have intrinsic value. That was what I said word for word. Now you've given us a whole rant about how I supposedly said that, oh, your value is in your pussy. I never said that, right? But my point, though, is that women have intrinsic value. So it's not about sexual desirability, like, at all. I never even mentioned this. You're the one who kind of manufactured this whole point to argue against it. My entire point is that, like, as human beings, women have intrinsic default value because of our reproductive capacity, right? And because of the fact that we're actually quite competent and quite capable, and we create community, and we create like all of the things that make, being a human being worth it, like in terms of like our socialization and so on and so forth. And so we're quite content by ourselves. You wouldn't find, like, if you sequestered men and women, you generally don't find women trying to, kill themselves to get into where the men are. but you will find men trying to kill themselves to get into wherever women happen to be. And that's because the women have far more value to the men than the men do to the women, right? So, and the second thing is that I really feel bad for like the women around you, Gold Pappy, and I feel really bad for the women like in whatever social culture you're a part of. And I'm not saying this to say that you're a bad person, like I'm really not, right? But I'm saying it to say that like the ideology that you're parroting is incredibly tedious. It is incredibly exhausting. And when I think that okay, some girl is going to have to marry you, right? Some girl is going to have to listen to this nonsense for the rest of her life. Some girl is going to have to, you know, it's deep. Wow, that's deep. When you say this rubbish, you know, I feel bad. You know, and the reason why I feel bad is because I know for a fact that, you know, in other parts of the world, women don't have to believe this rubbish or listen to this rubbish in order to have partners, like, you know, to partner up with men or to get married or whatever. It really doesn't matter. And you know, and it's funny that Lion was shouting about, oh, third world country and stuff, right? Because what I don't understand is that, okay, yes, I'm from a third world country, but you guys are from a first world country where you're supposedly meant to be living better. You're supposedly meant to be having a better time of life. And so, like, why are women in this first world country who are meant to be freer, who are meant to be happier, why do they have to tolerate this nonsense ideas from men? Like, it's confusing to me, right? If you're supposed to be living a better life, why do I have to hear the gold pappies of the world telling me rubbish about how, you know, men get better with age and women go down with age or whatever nonsensical idea like they distributed in the incel group meeting? It doesn't make any sense. Like it's so like, Lisa, you're asking me, so just give me a second. Like let me finish, right? It doesn't make any sense to me. Meanwhile, in the country where I'm from, which is like you said, a third world country that has nothing to teach you, first of all, like the marriage rate is much higher than in your first world country, right? So even you guys from the first world country, you men who keep on shouting about how oh marriage is so important to you, marriage is so valuable to you, you're looking for a wife, the way you say that word, wife, right? You guys aren't having that success of having wives. You're not having that much success of having marriages. Like our marriage rates outstrip yours, like hands down, right? And we're not tearing ourselves to pieces about body count, tearing ourselves to pieces about how men are supposed to be more valuable and whatnot. Like it's kind of crazy that you supposedly have more freedom, but you're binding yourselves in these regressive ideologies. And then the other thing that I want to say is that like I also don't understand why you guys keep on trying to argue against what I'm saying using the Bible. It's odd. I'm not a Christian. I don't believe in the Abrahamic cinematic universe. And yet, you guys keep pulling out Bible verses to tell me what your imaginary daddy in the sky said. That's very nice for you. And if this whole conversation was about, okay, what do Christian people believe about marriage or what do they believe relationships, I would agree with you because I've read the Bible too. Like I've done all the Christian theology as well. You know, like I've studied all the Christian stuff there is to study. So I would agree with you that yes, you know, this is what Christians say, this is what believe. This is like, you know, if Christians ran the world or if Christians making the rules, this is how it was gonna be. I don't have any arguments against that there. But where my argument is that you guys are trying to take what is happening in the Bible and then use it to make a fake history for other cultures in the world who have nothing to do with the Bible. And you want to tell us by force, right, that because your Bible says that you like virginity and your Bible says that women should close their legs until they marry one man, then our culture has to agree with that. No, our culture doesn't have to agree with that, and it doesn't. And we have the historical documentation to prove that it does not agree with that. So, I don't know why you guys are like so angry. Like this was a fun, chill conversation, and I was hoping that it would stay that way. But some people started screaming and calling women whores and calling women hoes, and I just feel like you don't need to have this much aggression. But like I said, the reason why you have this aggression is because this is not a chill conversation for you. You're fighting for your life. Basically, your life depends on women believing this nonsense, and if women don't believe this nonsense, you feel like you're going to die. that's the reason why you guys are so aggressive. It's weird.
No, because
Can I finally
we
Ben for
society.
once? I mean, can I finally chip in for once? Wow, this has been so long. So
That's what happens when there's a queue, Sarda. But go ahead.
no, it's been going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
No, there's been a queue this whole time. Just go ahead.
I'd like to add that back to Lion's point, you made a claim about all this HIV and AIDS going on in Africa, but you forget to mention that 35% of the new HIV cases are predominantly black males, even though they make a very, very small percentage of the US population, almost 40%. Now, look, I'm a person, I think men and women need each other, so I don't really have a dog in this fight, but that's kind of where I feel like the facts, whatever you said there, kind of, the facts don't back it up. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know why that was brought in.
Lisa, on the continent,
so that's the actual fact. Huh? Say it again. Wait, what did you say, Sugar Belly?
I said on the continent, like in Africa.
Stop asking Sugar Belly.
Oh my, stop! Like I'm just answering a question. So I said that in Africa.
That's your time, Lasara. That's your time.
No, I was okay.
Like,
so then can I
can you guys stop bullying Lasara? Like, what is going on?
No one's bullying her. She wanted time.
All right. I don't even know how much time I'm getting.
But that's what I'm saying. Like,
okay,
what is this? Did she interrupt you to ask a question, or were you done?
She asked me a question. So stop gold happy from
So she asked you a question, and you want her to respond. That's part of your time.
No, I wasn't asking.
Take out of her time.
I wasn't. Okay,
Sugar Belly, if you could just let me moderate the stage and calm down, please.
Can I? Okay.
All right. Did you ask her a question?
No, I didn't.
All right. So
I'm responding to Lion. So he was going on and on in Africa and HIV/AIDS. I'm basically making a statement saying the fact, you can look it up. 35% of the majority of HIV cases are predominantly from black males, and they make up only a small percentage of the US population. And then also, it's kind of blasphemous. Everyone's talking about God and Jesus. It's funny because in a lot of spaces, guys will talk about how women are also they're gossiping, TTing. I mean, shouldn't you guys be building, working? Why are you guys on Clubhouse? Leave the gossiping and the chattiness to the women. I don't understand it. And I don't really know what black men are building. I mean, you're talking about, we built the civilization. What are you building? What was built by you? I mean, it doesn't really add up. So, I mean, the marriage rates are down.
You said what was built by men?
No, black men. Okay, the marriage rates are down. Out of wedlock birth rates. I mean, what are black men really building? They're not.
Black men built this whole damn country.
I'm just saying.
That's a crazy statement.
But we're gonna let her finish.
The facts.
Get her the fuck out of here.
I'm talking about the facts. I mean, that's just what the facts say.
Well, she sound like Charlie Kirk breaking
All right, well, let her sound like that and let her land her fucking plane.
Why are you guys so angry?
I don't have a dog.
Just ask questions. Oh my god.
I don't have a dog in this fight. I think I wouldn't. I'm not necessarily agreeing with Sugar Belly, but I think some of the points that you guys are making are just not really strong enough. You're talking about men, but you're not specifying what men. You're talking about HIV, but you're forgetting the fact what I just pointed out. It's like I said, I'm a Christian, I'm conservative, but it's
I knew it.
a bad argument. I don't really know what you're talking about. So, anyway, go away, take it away.
Yeah, so Lisa, all I wanted to say to what you said about HIV is because please, can you stop? We're having a chill conversation. It's not a fight. Nobody's fighting with you. Yeah, that's fine, but
I go after team.
Yeah, so Lisa, so on the continent.
I typed in that I was in the queue earlier.
Yeah, Leon goes before me for sure.
Okay, so
Great.
I do think that it's going to be interesting tomorrow because we are going to see a response from the FCC chair based off what Jon Stewart's going to say, and I guarantee you Ellison is going to be pressured by Trump behind closed doors to probably get rid of Jon Stewart permanently from The Daily Show. Because, they have also a broadcast license that was just transferred to them and bought by Skydance, right? So, this is gonna be some tea that we're gonna miss out on if you guys, it would just be something y'all would play tomorrow, but y'all can just play it live.
So who's doing the? I thought I read that today. Who's doing the Charlie Kirk special?
It's gonna be Sinclair.
Airing it in place of in place of Jimmy Kimmel there. Yeah.
I would look. That's not surprising coming from Sinclair. I mean, we know what they're all about. I mean, they literally.
It's really weird.
Yeah, hey, listen.
Weird as fuck. Talk about it's gonna be a special about his life. Like, what the fuck?
This is really fuck Jon Stewart on all cylinders. I don't fucking trust that.
What?
He's always. What do you mean? Wait, what? He's ain't never been about shit.
Wait,
hold
on.
What are you talking about?
We should. You talking about John Hancock or Jon Stewart? Which one are we talking about?
Stewart. He's the Jon Stewart.
Jon Stewart.
Jon Stewart is like dedicated to the struggle.
What? About water?
So what?
Okay, Water.
I'm so confused.
What are you drinking or smoking right now?
Because you ain't drinking no water. You drinking something else. What's that?
You must be dehydrated, bro.
Wait, explain it to us.
Stewart is what all the progressives. They want all the progressives want Jon Stewart.
Let me go pull a clip.
What are you talking about?
Pull clips. Hold on.
Jon Stewart is the liberal champion in late night, and he's the person everyone always.
You sure you're not talking about Bill? You sure you're not talking about Bill Maher? Because I'm confused.
Yeah,
he's my generation so far. That's a great example.
How old are you?
He's my generation.
What the hell are you talking about?
This man's mentally ill or something. I don't know.
He really is. Jon Stewart is in my generation, sir. I'm sure.
Yeah, Water. Aren't you in your 30s?
Yeah, but so he's my generation.
He's not in your generation. I'm 32. What are you talking about? He's in his 50s.
You're a generation.
Are you
He's in his 50s.
Are you confused? Maybe he grew up listening to him with his
I'm trying to put together two.
We can't say this kind of stuff.
But I tell you this, Jimmy Kimmel was my generation, not mom before. And I love the motherfucking
Jimmy Kimmel is the truth. Yeah.
Kimmel was and all of it.
If you're a mom and you got kids, his little Halloween specials where he asks kids questions, I watch all his fucking movies. Yes, funny.
He is funny.
Yeah, our generation, and if you're a millennial, our generation would be like Lily Singh or Amber Ruffin.
I like Lily Singer.
Yeah,
but you're 32.
Yeah, that's the 30-year-old generation or whatever.
Family supremacy.
Water talk.
Does Lily Singh
It's all about balance.
She's 36 years old. I'm 32. I'm not a millennial.
Hey, Matt, does she still have a show, Lily Singh?
No, her show back 2 years ago.
Okay, yeah, but her show was winning. I liked her.
Yeah, it was on Peacock. And then Amber Ruffin has, I think she still maybe has her show.
She's funny.
She's 42 or 43.
Yeah, she's
Letterman.
Now she's in her 40s. I thought both of them were late 30s.
Yeah, they look young. I mean, Lily is younger, but Amber was really young. I didn't know.
Yeah, she does.
Give me David Letterman, Arsenio Hall, and Jimmy Fallon. I mean, I like Jimmy Kimmel, don't get me wrong, but Jimmy Fallon way over
Jimmy Fallon is funny.
Jimmy Fallon is sort of funny. I never liked Jay Leno.
I like both too, but Jimmy, the only reason why I like Jimmy Kimmel, that's why I said it's mom thing. Because if you watch a lot of those clips, be with the kids, and I love that.
Don't forget about Conan.
Conan is top tier. See, Conan to me is the best one.
Because he's a big toggle.
I love fucking Conan O'Brien. That is my nigga.
Conan the Ice Cube.
I love Conan O'Brien. He is one of my favorites.
And the thing about Conan is Conan knows that he is a very goofy, awkward, Irish guy, right? But he just goes with it. He don't give a damn.
And they're right along with Ice Cube.
I said right along with Ice Cube. Wasn't it with Ice Cube?
It's my favorite Conan O'Brien. We did this.
Which one?
PTR.
When y'all be going off here, especially first lady, I always do this emoji.
Never listen to his podcast. Don't invite me to friend. Yeah, it's funny.
That's a funny motherfucker.
Yeah, he's hilarious.
I like Glenn. I grew up on.
Man, Leo did nothing that big, man. That big Joe did nothing for me.
Didn't him and Letterman did not get along?
Yeah,
because the Tonight Show.
He's so dry.
Yeah, the Tonight Show was supposed to be Letterman's. Letterman was funny as hell.
Right.
He creeped me the fuck out. And his family creeped me the fuck out.
You know what got me in a Letterman when they did that, what's that movie that they did about Johnny Carson, how he was supposed to take over late night?
Yep. Yo, rest in peace, Joan Rivers. Man, I wish she was alive because she'd be dragging people off the ride.
Yeah, Joe was on
Legend.
The guest host of the Tonight Show before Leno, and she was supposed to get the job, but they went with Leno.
Hey, that's why. That's my first. That's my first. The first person taught me how to read. When I tell you, she doesn't read. She reads.
Yeah, Joe Rivers was one of them. She was a trip.
She don't give a fuck.
Well, that's when we had real poets. You know,
I like Carson too, but give me Conan. If I gotta pick, give me Conan, then Letterman. I love Arsenio. But yeah, Conan probably the top one. And I love Jimmy Fallon too.
Yeah, Jimmy, Arsenio, Arsenio, Jimmy, and Conan are my top, like top tier. I mean Fallon too. Yeah, Fallon. Fallon's a. Jimmy Fallon is, man, look, Jimmy Fallon gets straight credits because he got the Roots as his band. Like Jimmy Fallon is.
And he came from SNL, so whenever he get the other SNL people on there, that should be funny. Like when Kristen Wiig come on there, that should be funny. Kristen Wiig came on there as Khaleesi from Game of Thrones, and she wouldn't come out of character. That shit was hilarious. You gotta watch that shit, Patty.
Which one was it?
It's an episode of Jimmy Fallon and Kristen Wiig came on there, but she was dressed as the Khaleesi from Game of Thrones. She wouldn't come out of character. She had this terrible ass wig on, and she was like, "So how you been doing?" She was like, "You know, just chilling with my dragons." And it was like,
Hey, would you know Kristen Wiig? She got one left.
She's a little bit older. What is that white woman name that was married to, not married, that was dating 50 Cent?
Oh, you talking about Chelsea Handler.
Chelsea is funny.
Chelsea Handler is funny.
She's dry, but she's funny.
Listen, 50 got her heart.
Nah,
50 got shot in the face, but she didn't.
she left 50 alone.
Yeah, but I know she left 50 alone. But I think I remember her telling like she really loved him.
She didn't say she loved him. She said she liked him. I think he bought her a matching car or something. She said somebody bought her a matching car. It's just, it was the talk. It was just too much.
Yeah.
So she actually stopped fucking with him.
you gotta watch Chelsea Does on Netflix. She got like one is like Chelsea Does Sex, Chelsea Does Drugs, Chelsea Does Church. It's funny as shit. And when she goes, she do drugs. When she does drugs, she goes to like South America somewhere to do ayahuasca. Funny as fuck, bro. She is hilarious.
Chelsea a 40-year-old virgin? That's a motherfucker.
I doubt Chelsea was already.
They need to bring back Chelsea.
No, 40-year-old virgin.
Oh, in the movie?
Yeah.
No,
that was what am I thinking about? That was Judd's wife. She's fucking hilarious. She's a G comedic.
Kristen Wiig, nobody will ever trump Kristen the Wig. She's the funniest.
Oh, you're talking about Elizabeth Banks was in 40-Year-Old Virgin. Yeah, Elizabeth Banks. Yeah.
Or Cindy from Scary Movie. No, she was funny too as fuck too.
Yeah.
No,
oh, I forgot Jane Lynch was in there.
Leslie Mann was Judd Apatow's wife. Is 40-year-old virgin, right? The one that throws up on him and says she wants to get French toast after.
Big tall lady.
She ain't tall. No, that's Jane Lynch.
That's Jane Lynch. Jane Lynch. Jane Lynch.
But nobody funny. I'm sorry. It's Kristen Wiig and Melissa McCarthy. Then everybody else fall under them. And what's the woman who do Debbie Downer?
Tina Fey.
Oh, Tina Fey's funny too.
Tina Fey is up there, but Amy Poehler. Okay, so it's them three, and then all the other white girls. Rachel, she's a Rachel.
Who's the one that Brides at the end?
No, Rachel did Debbie Downer, I think.
Yeah, Bridesmaid.
No, the tree.
That's Kristen Wiig.
Rose the Bard is from Brides.
Man, y'all gotta give. What's her name? Put some respect on her name. Maya. She's what's her name? Daughter.
Maya Rudolph.
Yeah, Maya Rudolph is.
Yeah, Maya Rudolph.
Maya Rudolph is funny as hell.
I would like to see Melissa McCarthy and Tiffany Haddish and Maya Rudolph.
Tiffany Haddish.
Wait.
Tiffany Haddish is one note. It's the same character as Grocer. I don't need to see her.
Every time I see her face, I just see this is nice. I'm like, okay, I'm over it. I'm done. Every time I see her face, that's all I see.
Every time
this is nice.
What's her name? Tiffany Haddish's face. All I see is her doing the Day from 2014. She needs to sit down.
I like what's the girl from Abbott Elementary?
Oh,
but to be
what do you know about Swalwell? Representative Congressman
from California.
He's the one that ran for president and shouldn't have been running for nothing. But yeah, he was just dragging what's his name, looking down the street today with his little Kim, what have you, doing his thing like him.
Yeah, I just posted it in the chat. He said, y'all better look the fuck out after the midterm elections, because we gonna be right back here. Y'all better get y'all lawyers. I'm like, whoa.
He was like, bitch, as soon as we win these midterms, and I was that black man, I keep that percent. Bitch, as soon as he said this, I'm gonna add it in, because I'm gay. He said, bitch, as soon as we win the motherfucking midterms, we investigate all y'all motherfuckers. So it's up, and y'all need to figure out how to get them lawyers.
Oh yeah. Yep, Swalwell from California. Swalwell, we got a lot of respect out here. He don't fuck around. Like and I saw that earlier in Brooklyn. He was for real with it. He's like, yo, don't you worry.
Careful, not playing.
After Kirk's death, you really think we're gonna win the midterms?
I don't know. That's what I'm thinking about.
Yeah. Because that's a year and a half.
That's the problem.
They will because of it.
But people really don't vote in those elections. Like,
the midterms always goes to the party that is not. I'm sorry, the House always goes to the party that is not. It's just.
And that's true, but you know what?
This is not enough to do anything. They're going to be all this is doing is actually making Republicans of what they're doing in the name of Kirk.
The Republican Party.
This whole freedom of speech thing can be a good thing because it may ignite people that did vote, especially in the presidential election, to get out and vote, and people that normally don't vote in midterm elections to get out and vote, because this is going to be something that's going to help us get to another place. This is crazy.
I'm not going to say that like there's nothing to be worried about.
That's a maybe, no.
Yeah, no, I hear you. But I think that like Trump has put himself in a very bad position. Like as much as he's trying to run away from the Epstein world, and transparency, and the whole freedom of speech, like all the shit that they were really about. I gotta find this clip that Joy Reid had posted about why are Republicans so mad since they got everything right now, but they still mad. But the one thing I want to say is there is a very big glimmering that the Democrats will win things back because like Donald Trump has a lot of things to answer for that he has not. A lot of things that he claimed was going to get better has not. And on top of these kind of like social issues that he's kind of put people, like he's trying to like press down on people. Like I think that there is going to be a faction of people that are really going to just be like, yo, I voted for this bullshit, and now I need to correct it. That's not to say we're not, there's not going to need to be a push to get out, but I don't think that they just got it all in the bag. I think that they know what's coming, and that's why they're putting it in overdrive to try to suppress votes and try to take over things. But I think that really it's really going to come in. Yeah, it's really going to come down to just people getting out the vote to Patty's point.
And that's the part that I'm worried about is the suppressing of votes. Like, I think that that's going to be hella prevalent with all of the clues that we got now. I think they're definitely going to go extra hard with the suppression of votes. There's going to be a lot of bullshit.
Where were you? Where was Marcus? He wasn't with Paul Allen. He was adequate. My pain is constant and sharp, and I do not hope for a better world for anyone. In fact, I want my pain to be inflicted on others.
Look at the special data. It's at D+12, and historically, literally every single year, they did like a 15-year stretch. We've always been either +2 or -2, whatever that environment currently is when the specials are happening. Right now, it's D+12, so I would say like D+9 at max, D+14. But this card stuff's going to be honestly in the back of people's minds by next year. They're going to try to put it back in front of people in the midterms because they're doing the convention, the Republican midterm convention, the Democrats are doing it too. And the worst thing you were going to do is connect every single Republican that is running to Trump. But we're already in stagflation. We're literally walking into a recession. So,
we have a major event. Whatever major event is going to happen around the time of the election, I think that's the thing that I'm worried about. Like, major event. You won't be able to
unforeseen. But I can tell you right now, some of these things taxes out on they got hurricanes are coming. They can't avoid them. And the hurricanes are guaranteed to come through the states. Let's see how they recover from them.
All right, folks. Calm down. Those will be gone soon.
Let's see how
Just do my share.
Get the Marshall.
All the barrels aimed at one door. Somebody get more bill out of goddamn thing. You in the saloon. We got 100 rifles aimed at every way out of that building. You got one chance to get out of this alive. Is this the marshal I have the pleasure of addressing? Yes, it is.
There's tents out there. So don't really let me do the talking.
Come in. You unarmed?
Yes, indeed, we are. Marshal Tatum, may I address you and your deputies and apparently the entire town of Daughtry as to the incident that just occurred?
Go on.
The man lying dead in the dirt, who went by the name of Bill Sharp, is actually a wanted outlaw by the name of Willard
with a price tag of $200.
What the hell you say?
I'm willing to wager this man was elected sheriff sometime in the past 2 years. I know this because 3 years ago, he was rustling cattle from the BC Corn and Cattle Company of Lubbock, Texas. Now, this is a warrant made out by Circuit Court Judge Henry Allen Laudermill of Austin, Texas. You're encouraged to wire him. In other words, Marshal, you owe me $200.
Oh, y'all just now had an outbreak? Girl, in Texas, we've been doing that all year. Catch up, huh?
Well, it's Atlanta. They had the first recorded case here in Atlanta a few days ago.
Yeah, and that was sarcasm for the ones who didn't know. Yeah, I totally understand that. It's these type of things slowly make the rounds across the country, especially depending on the season change. And so, you know, it's just
It's 7 and Grady now, so because it was like probably 4 or 5 days ago, and it was like they got their first recorded, so they'll be on the lookout now. Somebody saying it's 7. That's crazy. I thought it was
This couple just went off the craziest TikTok dance in 2025. The husband pulls off a move nobody. This tool is truly amazing. It can split stones with ease. The wedge is placed into a drilled hole, and hydraulic pressure pushes it forward, forcing two sides out. As the pressure builds, the rock finally gives in and breaks apart. This tool is truly amazing. It can split stones with ease.
I'm gonna strongly agree with that. I'm not inclined to strongly agree with that. That motherfucker on the end definitely frustrates the shit on the right end definitely.
That's what I definitely recognize Dame Dash and Jimmy.
Was the king, okay?
Last week's
That was a tall town.
Maybe I'll be like that fat.
I'll tell you, I know I did.
We don't believe that. I chase anyone.
Did I ever see it before? Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, like somebody chase them. You know them tall kids in the bronze. You don't want to chase nobody up there.
I tell you, I myself up on that, and I do, and I feel very bad for his family. I don't know what he's done in this country. I don't know what crap. I just learned little things. He's on the right advance. So obviously he's a Republican, he's a young kid, whatever. What I do know is, I saw a child in my neighborhood that's crazy.
No, I can't give it to everybody.
She drinks and she sings karaoke by herself. I can't wait to see how you connect. And she's got like a little 11-year-old.
Here's where the contradictions arise.
Yeah,
Okay?
my Instagram, and she was on there.
When we see
Crying. And I remember when it went down, my wife said something.
innocent people impacted, the innocent casualties, when we see all of the damage, the detriment, all of the mental diseases that are coming from this, right?
American Primeval was fucking awesome, dude. That show's so good. I started watching it with my wife, and she's like, nope, gotta go. She can't handle it. It's alive. It's intense. That's a fucking intense, but also probably super accurate. Yes, one of the most accurate representations of what life was probably like in the West back then.
Yeah, I learned so much on that, man. I mean, living in Montana, I got to, this cowgirl friend of mine.
Death toll is so astronomically impactful because you have a body of people who are claiming we are for life, we are for the well-being, we're for health, we're for this, but you can clearly see in the region, in the entire space that this war has kind of taken up, upcoming generation that are just going to have to take over this entire thing in order for their survival. And what I feel as though what's not being called out, at least on a national scale, is the accountabilities that need to be taken immediately for that next generation to have some sort of sustained stability, not just trying to merge through and make their way and make, a life from the ruins of all of this. But I just think those conversations aren't had, and when we talk about the youth that are impacted here, it doesn't matter what you stand for. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what campaign you're under. It doesn't matter what color or religion or anything. The only thing that matters is life. And neither you or I or anybody with a pistol in their hand or a bomb getting ready to drop has any control over giving or taking life. That is only with the higher power. That's only with God. There's only one God, and we all know this to be factor. We don't have to have wars to debate something like this. It's not even debatable.
Can I say something? Blind men will eventually nothing know God. Do men know that? Because women don't start these wars.
Zoe. Now,
But thank you for letting me conclude.
No problem. Alright, so do y'all want to make this a troll room? Because,
That's not trolling. Do men know that?
Let's just say this the subject. Alright, so that was a well put answer. I really did disagree with it. I don't allow certain things in politics to kind of like dictate our relationships with friends. So I don't have that's great.
It's mutual. Yeah.
Right. And let me play this clip though, because I think Jimmy can bring that fire. The way you answered that question, that was like so much.
Subject to criticism. Friendships have been ended. Public figures have been torn to pieces. People are scared to speak up. And not just on social media. They're scared in the privacy of their homes, too. It's late into game night. You've played everything. It's time for a game that'll challenge you mentally and emotionally.
We do have one other game.
Oh, what is it?
Let's talk about Israel. Navigate your way through the Holy Land, stopping to pick up neutral talking points along the way. But if those talking points offend anybody,
Obviously, this is all very complicated.
Nice one, Dave.
And I'm certainly no expert.
could fool me.
But it just seems like the Israeli response is disproportionate.
You'll spend hours navigating this conversational minefield and having no fun doing it.
Well, this conflict goes back a long, long way. But when one force occupies, am I not allowed to say that word?
I don't know. These rules are hard to follow. You might not know what you're talking about, but don't let that stop you from weighing in. I feel bad for anyone, anywhere who's uncomfortable about anything.
Oh.
What's wrong with that one?
You passed the notes.
Oh, you want to give Hamas a pass?
No. That's not what I said.
That is not what he said.
Just like the real conflict, this game may never end.
The two-state solution. The violent escalation.
Both sides. Let's talk about Israel. Not fun for them.
Long ass clip, but this is the type of pins and needles that people go through. Like when they're like, I'll put the link in the chat. The type of pins and needles people go through when they're talking about Israel. You know what I'm saying?
1 2 2 1 2 check.
Yeah, you fine, Fatima. How you doing?
I'm good. How's everyone doing? Yay!
We are doing.
Alright. Yay.
Do you want to chime in on the subject?
I mean, with Jimmy Kimmel, I mean that is like unbelievable. That should have never been. I can't believe that the whole show like for years, it's been, you know, you've got people who are producers, you've got people who are doing the music, you've got people doing all sorts, and actually making fun, you know, jokes, completely destroyed within a second.
Yeah, they weren't that funny.
And the freedom of speech, that is unbelievable. Within a first world country, that is unbelievable. It doesn't matter. He was never partisan like that. And so from somebody from outside of the country, yeah, that is freedom of speech being definitely lynched. And the word lynching is
Can I chime in real quick?
I mean,
Give me a second, Augustus. Let the
You know, maybe on the individual person's level, but
yeah, Augustus. Thank you, Fatima.
Yeah, man. Like, I see the example of Jimmy Kimmel being the example of somebody being their speech being suppressed because of their comments. And is that the catalyst for the end of free speech in America? I vote no. Listen, when you go onto broadcasting networks, you sign contracts saying you're not going to say certain things on air. Like, if you've ever been on a radio show, it's the same deal on radio.
Okay, so Augustus, first off, how you doing? Good to see you, bro.
It's good to see you too.
Let me just say this. Forget James. Fatima, let me just say this. We have a one mic policy in here. With somebody speaking, you just mute up, you get a chance to go again. Thank you very much. So Augustus, hold on, let me move this lady down because she's just gonna keep interrupting. Augustus, I'm not talking about the Jimmy Kimmels, which is broadcast. You know, the whole world knows he was fired, and all these other celebrities that are getting canceled now. I'm talking about just the regular people that go on social media, and I'm not talking the ones that cheer on his death. I'm talking the ones that had an opinion about him, who are getting canceled. You don't think that's curtailing free speech in America?
I don't think that it's an assault on free speech now. I think if they were to be put in jail, it would be. Like we see in the UK.
Got you. Let me say hello to Sloan, and then I'm going to say hello to Justin. Hey, Sloan, how you doing?
Hey, good. Hey, JB. Hi, everybody. Thanks for bringing me up.
Thank you for coming up. Do you think free speech is dead? And if so, what amendment are they going after next?
Ooh, good question. I think they're definitely trying to control the narrative, control voices. Yeah, absolutely. Is it dead? No. I mean, he'll be in office 3.5 more years. If somebody else comes in, even if he may not interpret how he wants people to criticize others. You know, he's a different beast. So, the next one to go if after freedom of speech. Oh gosh, let's. I'll have to think on that one. Let me think on that one.
Well, let me tell you, FCC had their fingerprints all over this. So, if you guys don't see what's really going on, and I am not a conspiracy lunatic. I don't go down that rabbit holes. I leave that to others. But when the chairman of the FCC comes out and says that he needs to be punished, and the next thing you know, the guy gets fired, that says to me, Donald Trump made that call to the FCC chairman and said, hey, do something about this guy because he's criticizing Charlie Kirk. Let me say, okay, Sloan?
But wait, didn't the Obamas do the same thing to Roseanne some years ago? Didn't the Obamas call the network and have Roseanne fired because she said something about well, essentially the same thing happened to Obama. The same thing happened to Roseanne because Roseanne said something about one of Obama's, you know, somebody in
Susan Rice,
remember
maybe?
that woman she compared
It was Valerie Jarrett who's president.
Yeah, that woman. Yeah, she was canceled for her
No, she
We're back, baby!
compared her to a monkey or something that was very vulgar. One, she and she didn't know that Valerie was the black woman too. But no, she didn't. You know what happened? The president of ABC programming, or maybe the president of ABC at the time was a black woman, Kim Richards, Kim somebody.
This shit will go all night long. All right, we're gonna
And
restart the
he was
live.
able to make that call because she was over the